Test. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's any more novices popped into the building, will they please hurry along to the entry table? We need to get this show underway. Don't be shy, shearers. Doesn't cost too much. Hop in and get some money into the entry table, and we'll get some lists of names up. First event on the card this morning is the Novice shear.
Welcome along, everybody, this morning. Second day at the Waimate Shears. We're just going to let our judges get organised. We're going to do a blade, run through one on the blades for our judges. So another 10 to 15 minutes before we start. It'll give a few more competitors time to roll up. So just a wee bit before we get going yet.
Lamore Gillies, if you have entered the building, please indicate to us here at the announcers table that you're here.
If anyone else is interested in sharing in the novice, there's only 2 up there, so if you want a slice of the action and a ribbon, you could probably see the girls at the front desk, find a handpiece and hop up. We're going to be 10 or 15 minutes before we crank into it, so anybody else want to have a crack in the novice with these 2, Jacob Booth and Lamore Gillies, feel free to jump up there and have a share.
Yeah, good morning once again. We're next event, well, the first event of the day is going to be the Novice shear. So could we have those shearers to the side of the stage, please? We're just waiting for our judges to come up out of the bottom to have a wee bit of a judging seminar down there. Could we have our novice shearers to the side of the stage, please? So there'll be Manawa Hunt from Oamaru on the front stand, Kane Miles from Christchurch on number 2, on number 3, Lamore Gillies from Waimarama, and Jacob Booth from Waimate on the 4th stand. Our supposedly wise men and women are coming up from down the judging pen, so could they please assume the position on the board? One sheep to be shorn. Okay, ready to go. Could we have our novice shearers take the board, please? Manawa Hunt on the front, Kane Miles on 2, Lamore Gillies on number 3, and Jacob Booth on number 4. Lamore Gillies and Manawa Hunt, please take the stage.
And we welcome our shearing judges back up onto the stage, and of course our sponsors. And the sponsors of this event is Paddy Dobbs Rural and Blair's Motor Repairs. It's a pleasure to welcome our new sponsor, Paddy Dobbs Rural, our co-sponsor with Blair's Motor Repairs. So great to have Paddy Dobbs on board. Lamore Gillies, did Lamore even report in? No. Lamore Gillies, is Lamore in the stadium? May not have reported in even.
Oh, well, we'll have to go without her. Last call for Lamore Gillies. All you junior shearers, I hope you've got your entries in at the door. Don't be shy. We'll be cracking straight on after the novice shear is complete. There is only one heat in the novice. No go. Okay, ready to go. Just the 3 shearers this time. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. So they've been waiting in the wings a little while, these young competitors. All about trying to settle the nerves. Just get up there, shear like you would have done in the shed. Just think, get in the zone. Remember to breathe, keep the brain ticking over. Keep the comb flat on the skin. And shear to the best of your ability at this present point in your shearing career. You've no doubt been watching shearers throughout your short life so far. You're just hard to remember all those blows and where to put them when you're up in front of the lights. quality is essential. So that means keeping the comb flat on the skin, making the least amount of second cuts to the wool fibre on the board, and then of course having a well presented, clean shorn sheep out the back for the judges. So keep the tips of your comb down on the skin, so you're not riding up into the wool fibre. Not worth a lot at the moment, this wool, but it's worth even less if it's all hacked to bits. These sheep have been well farmed. They've come forward in grand shearing condition for this early part of the spring. Look like a Romdale cross type of sheep. Quite a bit of wool on the points. And if you're going to learn to shear it off, you've got to shear it all off. I dare say a little bit later on the more open type of sheep will be kept for the big guns, so we can get a bit of a shearing spectacle going when they'll be banging these out in around about just under a minute. So Kane Miles from Christchurch comes right out the last leg. Having a good shear, gets his time taken. Now you'll have to kindly wait for our other two competitors to complete the task. Remember, these competitors, they just can't quite remember where to put the feet, where to run the handpiece, where to put the left hand. Young Jacob Booth there just needs to have that left toe right under that sheep's shoulder. Keep the sheep off the floor. Keep the right leg hard in against the rump, and now he's swinging up for the last side. I was watching all the stuff being done yesterday, and I should have been really switched on. You'd be thinking, but he's making a nice job of it. Time is not the biggest factor when you're only shearing one sheep. It's the quality that counts.
We didn't get a soccer roll, did we?
Mr. Robert McLaren, please attend the announcers table. So those junior shearers be ready to go. Jacob Booth from Waimate comes out the last leg. Big strong shearer. If he keeps at the game, I'm sure he'll master it. Well done,
Well done, Jacob.
So, okay, shearers, Manawa, Kane and Jacob, off to the left, to the right, please. Off to the right. Thank you. As we sit here, we'll keep the flow going like that all day.
And hit one of the juniors, ladies and gentlemen. Moving into the Makiki Fries Clifton Downs Lister sponsored junior. We'll have Callum Griffith on stand 1. Levi Lex Wilson on 2, Taylor Tiahuru on 3, Caleb Clark Fleury on 4, Max McTavish on 5. Callum Griffith, Levi Lex Wilson, Caleb Clark Fleury, Max McTavish and Josh Youngman.
Yeah, just the 5 in that heat. Sorry,
Okay.
there is 6.
Okay, so Callum Griffith, Levi Lex Wilson on 2, Caleb Clark Fleury on 3, Max McTavish on 4, Josh Youngman on stand 5. You shearers can take the stage, please.
Bit of a shame, these people that are entering this competition and then not turning up, failing to get out of bed. Well, they're not going to last long in the shearing industry, are they? One thing it teaches you, you got to get out of bed and go to work. Now, the back sock rule, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day, you will be required to take off the back socks only, along with the rest of the body wool. There will be a penalty if you fail to do so. So back socks, shears to be removed. You listening, young people? If the judges could just reinforce that in this early part of the day, please, that the back socks are required to be removed.
Leave the front ones on, fellas. And we have the thumbs up from the referee. Heat number 1 of the juniors. 2 sheep in front of our junior shearers. You happy down there, Rabbit? Okay. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Heat number 1 of the junior John up on the stage. These young competitors raring to go. They've been waiting a wee bit for ourselves to get sorted. And the first of these nice wee crossbred hoggets from Bondale Farm. Dave and Annette Scott, they've been supplying sheep here for many years. And we appreciate their support here at the Waimate Shears. Great supporters of the Waimate Shears, of course, themselves. And away we go into sheep number 1 of 2.
Yeah, it's good to see these young people up here now. The shearing industry requires replenishing with young shearers as the older ones move out of the game or change occupation after a stellar career. The young ones get a chance. You can travel the world with a handpiece and get employment pretty much in every country. With that dreaded COVID lurgy behind us, we've brought a few young shearers up into the game because we used to rely on a lot of overseas visitors to come and have a crack to help us out in our day-to-day workload, but it has given the opportunity for the young people to get into the shearing game. So 2 sheep to be shorn. The first one, they'll get over the nerves. The second one, they'll start to flow, and then, oh my golly, we've got to turn the machine off. But it's all about getting the bug for the show shearing. If you aspire to be a show shearer, you may as well aspire to be the top one. We have Sir David Fagan in our judging panel, and he had over 640 open class wins throughout his career, so it is achievable if you want to make it happen. And it all starts here. You don't have to be a big, strong person. You just need to have the right technique. So sheep number 1 done for Max McTavish from Lawrence. He's looking around to see, oh crikey, I might be first into the pen, he said. Well, you just worry about what you're doing down on your stand, my young man, because the judges will be taking note of anything you do wrong once you're shearing the sheep. Keep the concentration levels up. Remember to breathe, because that feeds the brain full of oxygen. They seem to be getting along with these little woolies all right, Norm. The sheep are quite woolly on the points, but they're handling it okay.
Look like they're going around real good, John, for junior grade shearers. Sheep number 2 on the board. Right down the board. Young Max McTavish from Lawrence. He's sliding up the undermine. He's leading the field as far as pace goes. Every 20 seconds, 1 point. Our judges on the board looking for second cuts where they've left a wee bit of wool on the sheep. Go back and take it off. They'll get pinged. And of course another lot of judges out the back. If they decide not to take that wee bit of wool off, they'll get judged out the back and they'll get pinged out the back. So 3 sets of points all added together. The lower the better. These young competitors, they're hopefully John, setting out at the start of their shearing career in the industry. And this is a place to learn all the good habits, John, isn't it?
Well, that's dead right, and we need these people to step forward because you and I going out the back door. Well, I'm well out the back door, but you're still throwing the old bog iron around. Just need to keep the concentration levels up. Doing very well. We've got the old heater warmer down the back of the hall here, and it's throwing a nice bit of warm air up your way. A little bit fresh outside this morning, but this doesn't seem to be worrying the sheep too much. Can't be any hint of rain because there's no tarpaulins over the truck decks. Across the shoulder on the last side now for Levi Wilson from Wyndham. But the pace, or lack of it, is from Mac McTavish on the 4th stand. Closely followed by Caleb Clark Fleury from Waimate, the local lad. Callum Griffin from Masterton. He's come a long way to shear in this event. Down there on the far end from Timaru, Josh Youngman. Putting in the big shot, so as Caleb Clark Fleury from Waimate, the local man, pulled the dropper. Good shear, the young fella. He's been out here in the pressing, helping out.
Great to see these competitors, young fellas from all over the country, John. One there from Lawrence, one from way down south in Wyndham, one from Masterton up north on the stand number 1. Just down the last side comes young Caleb Griffiths. Don't worry about them, Caleb. Callum, rather, right out on the back sock, shearing nicely, nice flowing rhythm. Remember, guys, back socks come off, you'll lose 2 points a sock. If you don't, leave the front ones on. Well done, team. That's heat number 1 in the junior.
Move off to the right, gentlemen, please.
And
yeah, my right.
We'll have Donnie Stringer up on stand number 1. Te Ariki Tapatu on stand 2, Hawane Wipaki on 3, and Latham Olsen on stand 4, please. It's the next heat. Just remember, all you young competitors, you can enter the Region 3 circuit. Consists of Waimate, Ashburton, Pleasant Point, Mayfield, Methven, and Mackenzie. It costs nothing to enter if you're under 25 years of age. So if you're under 25 years of age, go and see the girls up at the front desk and enter the Region 3. We've only got 3 entered it so far. Nothing to enter. It just rewards the young competitors that travel around, do the miles, and attend all the shows. You win the most successful shearer wins a trophy at the end of the season. That'll be presented at Mackenzie Shears. So if you're under 25, go and stick your name on that list up at the desk. Enter that Region 3 trophy circuit. So Donnie Stringer, famous name from Ranfurly, up there on stage number 1. Hawane Wipaki from Kennedy Bay. Latham Olsen from Milton. We'll get a name up there for Te Ariki. He's up there on stand number 2, Te Ariki Tapatu. This, of course, is the Makiki Fries Clifton Downs Lister-sponsored event, the junior heats. One more heat left. And we have the thumbs up. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off once again. In and out of the pen with sheep number 1 of 2 for our young junior shearers. And Donnie Stringer. Stand number 1, handpiece on and away down the belly. Tiaraki on stand number 2. Nice straight back as he slides down to the base of the belly, off the brisket. And passes the belly out nicely. Into the first hind leg for Tiaraki, shearing beautifully, this young fella. Hawani Wipaki on stand number 3, into the first hind leg as well. Just nice flowing blows up the undermine for Hawani. Latham Olsen from Milton slides up the backbone and into the top of the head for Latham, stand number 4. And we're up the neck on stands 2, 3 and 4. And Donnie not far away, just up the undermine. One either side of the backbone, and he'll be through and up the neck as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, where's Kennedy Bay? I know there's a Kennedy Bay up in the Coromandel, but there must be maybe one down here in the south as well. But these young shearers, Tiaraki from Ranfurly there, he's got the big boar's tusk on his neck. There's going to be a bit of a problem when he gets a bit of a sweat up later on in his shearing career. He'll get the sweat towel hooked up in it. But he's shearing along nicely. Donnie Stringer around the back of the head. Reasonable control of their sheep, these young shearers this morning. They are wild animals. They are not drugged in any way, so they're fresh off the paddock or out of the shed onto the truck in the wee hours this morning. Big thank you to our truck drivers and the transport company for allowing us to use their services. Now up the last leg comes Latham Olsen from Milton. Doing it pretty easy, these young people. Keeping down on top of the sheep. One of the two of them are having a nervous little gasp of air outside before we started. Don't worry, the people that are standing up there with the grey shirts watching you, they all went through this process as well. They didn't just become master shearers and shearing judges. They had to start right where you are at this present point in time. Maybe your first sheep in a shearing competition. They've been there, done that. So take it easy, get the wool off in the best workmanlike fashion, look after the sheep, and hopefully you can make the next round, because we will be looking for heading towards the finals tonight as these young shearers come down the last side now. Donnie Stringer from Ranfurly. Got to use that left hand a bit more. Work the sheep into the position that the comb will best suit to cross the skin surface. And any wee packy into the what we call the undermine shots. Tarpatu there from Ranfurly, round the back of the head and starting to swing towards that first off shoulder. You'll swing away from the audience now, and it'll only be the judge peering in to see if he's making any second cuts to that wool fibre. You'll be wanted to be taking it all off with one shot of the comb in the cut-up, because if he doesn't, a wee set of judges down the bottom will be looking for any bruising to the skin, any wool ridges left on. So we have quality on the board and quality out the back, associated with time at 20 points, 20 seconds per point. from the time that the commentators say go to the time that you pull the dropper cord. So out the last leg there comes Olsen down on the number 4. Got a bit of momentum going for himself. Good shear. Pops it down the hole. He's done the best. It's now up to the judges down the back. Last side time for Waimate. Coming over the last shoulder. The Atia Riki Tapu. Right out the last leg. Oh, no, you're done and dusted, my friend. He's got that one, Sean. The pen staff didn't quite get the gate latched in time. A very frisky little hogget come dancing towards the door. So Waimate right out the last leg. Small stature of a shearer. One thing about being small, you're right down over top of your sheep, Norm. You wouldn't quite have that problem.
Yeah. No, you get down over top of them, though. You keep the centre of balance right. And Donnie Stringer from Ranfurly. I'm pretty sure with a last name like that, he'd be related to the famous John Stringer, well-known shearing contractor up there. Away through the long blow he goes. Donnie shearing nicely. Another shot over the backbone and he'll turn for home. Cleans off above the eye and under the eye and around under the ear, under the chin and down onto the last front shoulder. Making a nice job, Donnie Stringer. Great to see the next generation of stringers picking up the handpiece and having a crack. Under the front leg. We frib on the side of the brisket. Donnie's not going to leave it on. He'll know the judges will be having a close look out the back, so it's all coming off. Sheep's given a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Doesn't make it any easier on him, but got it under control. Got his knees nice and straight like you have to have, keeping the head up high. Rolls around under the hamstring out to the toe, over the tail. And he's going to bring heat number 2 to a close in the junior. Well done, Donnie. Well done, guys.
Good shear, Norman.
Good shear. And heat 3, we'll have Connor Wilkinson on 1, Jet Szymanski on 2, Trace Patton on 3, Ruben Wilkinson, stand 4. This is it. Makiki Fries. Lister and Clifton Downs sponsored junior. Clifton Downs, Chris and Shelley Medlicott. Farm out near Hunter. We've got a South Down study out there. Great to have their support here in the junior shearing. They're looking after the next generation of competition and sheared shearers. And a good line-up up there. Connor Wilkinson from down Wyndham Way. A couple of good young keen shearers, these two brothers. Jet Szymanski from Gore, another Southland shearer. Trace Patton from up the road here in Timaru. And Ruben Wilkinson, Connor's brother, down there on stand number 4. Couple of good keen young men. And Jet and Trace, and for a quick check of the pen, and we'll set them alight very shortly.
Rightio, shearers out the door, thumbs up. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go.
Well, we go once again. Connor Wilkinson, Ruben Wilkinson at the either end of the board. In the middle, Jet Szymanski and Trace Patton. Couple of sheep in front of them. And the last heat in the junior, John. Seen some good shearing so far. It bodes well for the rest of the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, the pace is a wee bit slow at the moment, but I'm sure we're going to get the pickup as we get further into the program. These young competitors don't need to worry too much about speed. They've just got to get it off to the best of their ability with the handpiece. Speed will come at a later date. And later in the afternoon, we'll be getting into the finals, the semi-finals, and the speed will come naturally because there'll be all like-minded people up there on the stage trying to whack this wool off. A couple of brothers, Wilkinson's at either end of the board from Wyndham. And we've got Jet Szymanski from Gore and Trace Patton from Timaru on the 2 and the 3.
Shaden Winiana, if you're around, please, can you go and report in for the intermediate machines? Shaden Winiana, go and report in up at the front desk there, please.
Long blow time now for Jet Szymanski. Hey, if he's got a name like Jet, he may be supersonic. He said he could have the right name for the job to be a shearer. Running on high octane fuel and going real fast. He comes under the shoulder and down out to the flank. But Trace Patton says, "You're not getting away from me, young man." A little bit of work around the oddman area where the sock wool and the locks are coming off under the legs. A little bit of fluff around the head, a little bit more than what we had in the speed shear last night, and that's for sure. Still, it was a fairly good evening last night. We've achieved what we set out to do. We found a winner in 4 grades of competition. The wee pop of the head out up on the front stand by Connor Wilkinson. Trace Patton bounces in for sheep number 2. Pretty much blow for blow, these Wilkinson brothers. Either end of the board. Reuben out the last leg, reaching right back to get the wool from the middle of the backbone. His eyes following the handpiece. They've obviously been taught the right way because these sheep are inky pinky, Norm. They're making a very fine job with them.
Oh, good quality shearers, these guys. Just watching Jet Szymanski coming down through that first hind leg. Beautifully shorn first hind leg. Big sweeping blows round under the backbone. And he's now up into the base here and around the back of the head on his second sheep. So leading the field as far as pace go, Jet Szymanski on stand number 2. Trace Patton. Top of the head comes off for her on stand number 3. And up the neck as well for Trace. Connor Wilkinson just reset that one. Wee bit ticklish on the belly. And away he goes again on stand number 4. But Jet turns for home. Got the time points. Every 20 seconds is 1 point. He knows it's important, maybe not vital in the junior grade. Like you say, John, speed will come. They just got to get the feet in the right spot and let the blows run in where they're supposed to go. And Jet looks like he's doing a pretty good job of that. So the top tally limit for the junior grade is 205 in an 8-hour day. Once they start shearing over that, they've got to move up into the intermediate. So Jet won't be too far off the couple hundred maybe if he's been doing some full days. Well done, Jet. Beautifully shorn. Trace Patton, round off the last front shoulder, steps back behind the sheep. Cleans up under the leg. Wilkinson boys round and behind the head on their second and last sheep. Trace brings the head through. Right out to the toe, just the back leg to come off, and she'll get her time clock stopped. over the tail, and see you later, honey. Trace pattern, all done and dusted. The Wilkinson boys, a long blow time for these two young fellas. Right up into the base of the ear. Connor turns for home, cheek comes off. Reuben just works his way up the rib cage and onto the backbone of the sheep in the long blow. Down off the last front shoulder for Connor. Sheep gives a kick and a reel. Woo, girl. Let me under that leg. And down he comes into the flank. Round comes Reuben. Last front shoulder as well. Right out to the toe for Connor. Just got a couple of shots there. Hopefully that sheep will just wait for a second before it wants to stand up. And he can go now. Well done, Connor. And Reuben finishing touches. And he's going to bring the junior machine shearing heats to a close. 3 heats of good young shearers. Looking well done, Reuben. Give him a hand, folks. Our junior grade shearers, ladies and gentlemen, up on the stage. And looking for some finalists or junior semi-finals maybe. We'll just get back to you on that one.
Do we have an intermediate draw, Mr. Haraway?
Shaden Winiana, you need to report on if you haven't. So we'll have
So there the names are going up on the board. We've got Angus Crombie from Blenheim on the front stand. Hautapu Makeri from Waikato on the 2. Marcus Kluper from South Africa. Cody Waihapi from Mataura. Emma Martin from Gore. And Caleb Brooking from Mataura in the first heat of the intermediate. The judges will be revolving around Chief referee, please. Chief referee, down to there. Mr. McLaren, thank you. One junior was scratched on the paperwork, but he was already checked in. He had checked in, he took in ages ago. So I suggest we put him in the last heat and she has one less sheet. Is that possible? What do you want me for? You already organised it. Just running it through. Like
I'll get him up here. Levi Mason. Levi, can you come and see us, please, at the announcer's desk? Levi.
Timekeeper, how's the points lady going to deal with that?
Levi, for some reason you're taking off this, but you checked that for the junior. Can you share, if you want to share in the last heat of the intermediate, just do one less?
As a junior still.
And we'll just judge you as a junior. So you're in there. Is that right?
Right. Yeah, no worries. I'll tell the time. Thank you.
Okay, could we have our shearers to the board, please? Angus Hatapu, Marius Cocky, or is it that Cody that's not Cocky? That's Cody Waihapi. Emma Martin and Caleb Brooking down the far end, please.
Yes, you're cocky. Not. What for? So 3 sheep this time, ladies and gentlemen, the intermediate machines. And this one is for shearers who've shorn up to 305 in an 8-hour day. So the pace will pick up a wee bit.
Sponsor this time round is Mark Murphy in Lister.
Get down off there, Rabbit. Rabbit, get down off there. Rabbit, Paul needs to talk to you. Okay. And referee must be Mr. Donald Johnson, is it? Just having a quick check. We'll get everyone at the door, please. 6 shearers up there. Heat number 1 of the intermediate. And we have the thumbs up. Heat number 1. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Angus Crombie. Hautapu Mikairi, Marius Klupa, Cody Waihapi, Emma Martin, Caleb Brooking leading the way in the intermediate. First sheep of 3 on the board. You'll see the pace pick up a wee bit, ladies and gentlemen. Going up a grade. And away into the first hind leg. Pretty sharp looking field up here.
Yeah, just a couple of heaps in this one, Norm, so not going to take long to buzz through this. And then we'll be moving on with the senior competition. Big thank you to our sponsor in this one, the Mark Murphy and Lister. So these shearers now are getting used to it. They start to earn a little bit of coin at the job, getting constant work. So they're throwing the stealing a little bit faster. Angus Crombie from Blenheim up here in the front stand, rocking up the long blow. Hatu Makeri from Waikato. Down over the last front shoulder, nice and flat across that shoulder. He's making that a very fine job of that sheep. He comes over and down and out to the flank. One of our South African visitors, Marius Kalupa, getting the taste of shearing here at the Waimate Spring Shears. Full of concentration. He won't be thinking about anything but shearing at the moment, but probably in the back of his mind, he's probably thinking back, what am my team doing at the World Cup over there in France at the moment? Haven't heard any rugby scores. I believe the All Blacks had a little bit of a win yesterday. Cody Waihapi. Big shearing whānau in the Waihapi. From down on the deep south of Matara. He's on the 4 stand. About to flick the belly out the back. Emma Martin. High quality shearer there from Gore on the 5. Got a second sheep on the board. Likewise is Caleb Brooking. Another one from the deep south, Matara. Fully focused, these young people, Norm, and I think they're just showing that the quality of tutorship down here is right up to the mark. They're making a fine job of these sheep.
Oh, they certainly are talented young people up here on the stage. Young Caleb Brooking down there flicks the belly out on sheep number 2. One left in his pen. Emma Martin steps through and up the neck on stand number 5. Cody Waihappy being there and done that as he drives the handpiece into the base of the opposite ear. Marius Klupa from South Africa on stand number 3. Into the base ear and around the back of the head for Marius. Hutapu Mikodi from the Waikato on stand number 2. Turns for home right there with Angus Crombie from Blenheim. So stands 1 and 2. That's where the pace is coming from. Second sheep on the board. Down over the last front shoulder for both these shearers on the front stands. And the rest of the field just a couple of shots behind. But pretty close is Cody Waihappy on stand number 4. Last front shoulder as well. But Hutapu down the last side he comes. Angus right there as well. Sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle for Hutapu, but he's got it under control. Brings the head forward, good man. Just allows it to sit still a wee bit so he can get out onto that hind leg. Cost him a second or two and just allowed Angus to get away on him a bit. Out the hole for Angus. And in for sheep number 3. Hutapu Mikadi right there with him. Cody Waihappy right there with him now. Not many more blows to go for Marius Kluper if you're looking for sheep number 3. And Emma Martin right there as well. Caleb Brooking just a couple of shots back off Emma's pace. Works his way down over the last front shoulder. In goes Emma. Third and final on the board for her. And away down the valley, John. So last sheep on the board for almost once Caleb gets his out for everybody.
You can see the way these young people are settled into the task up here. They're more than capable of shearing up towards 300 in an 8-hour day in the shed. Well, I've worked it out, their pattern. Worked out how much energy you need to expend on each sheep. No good beating yourself up. One sheep's giving you a hiding. Just got to relax, rethink, deep breaths, and transfer that cool calmness through to the sheep because they can feel every little nervous tension in your kneecaps at the moment. As Angus from Blenheim comes on to the last side now. A little bit of rock and rolling on this sheep. Probably put a little bit of, probably needed maybe an extra blow on that long blow, but the sheep wouldn't quite allow it, so he's going to compensate on the last side by having a wee bit bigger last side. To the top of the shoulder now for Waihappy on the 4 stand. Emma Martin turns for home. A little bit behind is the Brooking down on the 6. Mike O'Eary come over the shoulder there, the Waikato shearer on the 2. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Big shots for him. Kluber from South Africa. He's right on the money as well, but wee bit too much pace on the front stand for Angus Crombie from Blenheim. Even with a kicky sheep, he's still got the job done in reasonable time. Cody Waihappy the next to come off. Waikato on the 2. Down the chute of the lovely shorn sheep. Emma Martin. Carrying on from what she did last year here. Had a terrific year in the 2022 season. 23's treating all right so far as well. Last sheep to be shorn. Down on number 6. Half a shot. Down the hole goes Caleb Brooking. Good shear, people. Off to the right, please. And we'll welcome on our next lot of guests.
Okay, we'll get the names up. Tim Dixon on 1, Kobe Lambert on 2, Tafarangi Taylor, I think, on 3, Lydia Thompson, Lachlan Crowe, and Levi Mason. We'll just make sure that we're on the same page with the names going up on the board there before we get them up.
It is a lot easier if we can have our shearers going on from the left and going off to the right. Save a bit of congestion on the stairway with the handpieces in the hands and what have you.
So Levi, yep, you're on stand 6, Levi. And Levi will be judged as a junior. He's only going to shear 2 sheep. And the timekeepers are all up to play with there, with that scheme of things. So Levi's a junior shearer in the field of intermediate shearers. Tim Dixon, Kobe Lambert, Tafarangi Taylor, Lydia Thompson, Lachlan Crowe. From all around the place. Lachlan, see there from the Falkland Islands, John. Levi's from Taumaranui up north. Lydia Rangiora, Tafarangi, Okuni. King Country Man on 2, Kobe Lambert, and from Fielding, Tim Dixon. Yeah, so great to see all these shearers from around the country here at Waimate.
Good to see a few overseas visitors actually found Waimate on the map.
Yep, you can Google it nowadays. Google Maps, John. You find your way anywhere.
Oh, far out, outreach, too far for my fingers. I can't walk that far. Okay, we've got the shearers on the board. Thumbs up. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. So in and off they come. Tim Dixon from Fielding up on the front stand. These young shearers, they travel around. We got Tikawiti's Kobe Lambert down from the North Island as well. Tafarangi Taylor into the first off leg. He was here in the quick shear last night. Lydia Thompson from Rangiora. She's been around the country a little bit, showing her wares as a shearer. Her pararis with the handpiece. She is a very competent shearer. And Lockie Crow down there from the Falkland Islands. He's a way, way big distance from home, this fella. But he's here. He's got the art. He's got the bug. The shearing world. She's a great place to be here because somebody will look out for you along the lines. And, of course, we got a young man, Levi Mason, down on the 6th stand. Somehow got left off the card in the previous event. So he will just be competing as a junior. Tim Dixon from Fielding coming across the shoulder, showing a bit of pace, but Tafarangi Taylor right out the last leg. Bounces into the pen, full of concentration, didn't even look down the board. A little bit back off the pace. Lydia Thompson had a couple of quick wriggles of the sheep. Crowe from the Falkland Islands got one that wants to dance on the last side. Well, we don't need a barbecue sheep just yet, so take the wool off it and we'll put it on the truck. Probably the last one later on tonight. We might need a barbecue sheep for tomorrow, Norman, but...
Well, man's got to eat. Here comes Kobe Lambert, King Country Man on stand number 2. He's right there with Tim Dixon. In goes Lachlan Crowley. Happy to get rid of that one. Giving him a bit of a hard time on the last side. And Lydia Thompson, finishing touches for Lydia on sheep number 1. Looking for 2 very, very shortly. Beautifully shorn sheep as she slides out off the back leg. And young Levi Mason, our junior shearer, up there on the 6th stand. He's down off the last front shoulder of sheep number 1. He's just going to be shearing the 2, that young fella. Lydia Thompson out on the board. Sheep number 2 it is for Lydia. But Wharangi Taylor, way through the long blow. Another shot he's going to turn for home. Shearing nicely, lifts the ear out of the way and slides around off the cheek. Down onto the last front shoulder of sheep number 2. Rest of the field, front stands, up the neck. Round behind the head into the first front shoulder. Up comes Lachlan Crowley as well. Won't be too far, and Lydia Thompson will be out heading up the neck as well. Just got to get that wool off that hind leg. Stands 1 and 2, having a bit of a race there, John. Long blow time for both these shears. Kobe on the 2nd stand, might just have the jump on him, but not by much. Let's see who turns for home first. Ooh, blow for blow as they wind round onto that cheek. John stands 1 and 2. As Te Wharangi Taylor hops into the pen for his 3rd and final.
Yeah, it's certainly going well. Can we just have the pen cards turned over on stand 4, please? Sheep numbers, thank you. Got to keep up to date, otherwise our timekeepers don't know what's going on, what number of sheep they're up to, and we'll just pay attention to that little detail as we go through the day. Out the last leg here, Tim Dixon, Kobe Lambert, Tigawiti, Dixon from fielding. Yeah, got that one done and dusted. Into the pen he goes. Lambert from Tigawiti bounces out with another one. Very quick catch of that sheep, by golly. But Te Wharangi Taylor, he's got the pace at the moment. 3rd and final sheep on the board. Dropping into the off shoulder. Lachlan Crowley from the Falkland Islands. Sheep 2 down the portal, out to the judges, and he brings out his 3rd and final sheep. Over the last shoulder comes Taylor.
Mani Hodaki, Mani, if you're in the stadium, can you go and check in, please? Just go and see the girls at the desk. Mani Hodaki. Thank you.
Back down there on stand number 6, Levi Mason is shearing his 2nd and final sheep. So he's rocking up the first off shoulder, turning away from the judges now, or from the crowd, I should say. Just he and the judge will see how he gets on in that long blow. Still the battle coming up here in the front stand. Tim Dixon from fielding and Kobe Lambert from Tigawiti. As Te Wharangi Taylor has completed the task. Lydia Thompson, 3rd and final sheep on the board. Had a little bit of trouble early in the piece with a few regulars, but hasn't upset her at all. She keeps throwing the steel in. Good wee battle here on the front stands 1 and 2 between Tim Dixon from fielding and Kobe Lambert from Tigawiti. Oh, beautiful shorn sheep. Long blow time for Lydia Thompson. Last side for Crowley from the Falklands. A little bit of downward pressure on that shoulder. There's a wee point in the shoulder there. If you apply pressure to it, the leg will shoot out straight. You've got to learn all those tricks as you get through your shearing life. By the time you've done 40,000 sheep, 50,000 sheep, you're starting to make $1 or $2 at the game. Falkland man finishes the job. Lachlan Crowey, 3 shots ahead of Lydia Thompson from Rangiora. And Levi Mason about to complete his task down there as a junior shearer. Well done, Levi. Good shear. That is the second heat of the intermediate.
Well done, guys and girls. Good shearing. Great to see some good shearing up there. Keep those judges working, but not working too hard. They don't like that. So we're moving into the senior heats, and we'll just get a draw for you, and we'll be underway as soon as we get that draw.
So just if you've paid your entry fee online, just make sure you enter in at the door to give us the okay that you're here, and we can make the show run a lot sweeter if we're not having to change names left, right and centre. So if you've entered online, make sure when you come in the door, you check in with our entry staff. There'll be a wee judges change now. Some of the judges from down the back will be coming up to the front office. So we just got to allow a little bit of time for that, the judging to be complete down the back. As we change events, that is why there is sometimes a slight delay. To let the judging be completed down the bottom. And then recircle the judges up to the top. Senior shearers this morning will be shearing 4 sheep. And this event will be sponsored by RD Petroleum, Bourndale Farms, Backcountry Earthworks. So that are our sponsors for this event. $700 up for grabs in the senior competition for shearers that have shorn up to 405 in an 8-hour day, or 450 in a 9. Norm's taking it. So the semi-finalists, when we get there, they'll be shearing 6 sheep. And then if they make the final, that'll be 8 sheep. And the final will be this evening. Yep. Could we have all those nameplates removed with the new numbers up, new names up, please?
Mani Hodaki, you need to report in, please, just so we make sure you're here. So, Davey, we might just pull that name off the board there. We're going to put him in the last heat.
Yeah.
And we'll get 1, 2, 3.
Kenny?
Tafarangi Taylor, please. Tafarangi Taylor, come to the microphone area. Did he?
So we have Shaden Winiana, Taylor Te Ruby Stone, John Cherrington, James Wilson, and Kevin Butler.
Just changing a cone.
Okay, can we have our shearers up onto the board? Looks like our judges have done their change. Shearers for the first heat on the board, please. Shaden, Taylor, Ruby, John, James, and Kevin. Four sheep to be shorn this time round. Hats off, please. Front stand. Donald. Hat. Looks like all the shearers are at the door. That's good. They're happy with the sheep in the pens. Oh, back out, James. Had your time. Shearers to the board, please. Come on, Kevy. Okay, everybody happy. Thumbs up from the ref. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. Well, we got a new bunch of shearers up there this time, Norm. We've stepped up a grade to a little bit more pace to be expected or experienced from these shearers.
Yes, once again, pick up the pace, all right, John, you did right. This one is the RD Petroleum Bourndale Farm Backcountry Earthworks senior sponsored event. So we'll be shearing 4 sheep in this one. Shaden Winiana, Taylor Te from Taumaranui, Ruby Stone, local girl from Waimate, John Cherrington, the big fella from the Waikato, James Wilson from the Deep South, and Kevin Butler, your other local shearer up there. And a big thanks to our great sponsors for this event, the Backcountry Earthworks, young Jade Halkett, Bourndale Farm, of course, they're supplying the sheep, and Dave and Annette Scott. So thank you very much for your support once again. And RD Petroleum in there again as well. So away we go through sheep number 1, turning for home, most of our shearers now. Ruby Stone down the last side into the flank. Right out to the toe, another couple of shots for Ruby, and she'll be looking for sheep number 2, shearing nicely on stand number 3. She's a wee tiger, this girl. Ton of guts, in and out of the pen she goes. Stands 1 and 2, right out onto the back leg. So is John Cherrington. Finishing touches for John, and he lets that one slide. James Wilson, right into the back leg for James, making a beautiful job down there in stand number 5 as he pops sheep number 1 out the hole. Kevin Butler does the same, and they're all on the board with the sheep number 2. 2 of 4. And away we go. Ruby Stone, long blow time on stand number 3, leading the field as far as pace goes. She sure pretty well on that Merino event yesterday. Ruby Stone, another shot she's going to turn for home. Got the bit between her teeth today, John.
Yeah, I just think it's, I remember her being up into the prize giving quite regularly last night. So she not only did the hard yards in the morning, she got the reward in the evening as well. So that was good to see. Nuhaka, up in the middle of the North Island, is where Shaden Winiana's from. Turning for home, full of concentration. As he turns to the last side, Taylor Tiaruri from Tamaranui coming across the shoulder. Ruby Stone, the pacemaker at the moment. There's a wee different style of pulling the sheep out of the pen. She likes to drop them on their side and roll them out. Hasn't maybe just a different technique. Feels a bit more comfortable, so she doesn't have to lift the body of the sheep up towards her. John Cherrington, he's a bit bigger and stronger, and he just manhandled that sheep out. Then goes James Wilson, all strapped up in the shoulder. But he's up there doing the business. Suffering an old injury, but nothing can keep him away from throwing the big steel into the here at the Waimate Shears. Down the first off leg, he swings on number 5. Kevy Butler, the local man. Seen him in the back pens. Just changed, he's gone out of his red bands and into his moccasins. He worked hard for the last couple of days setting this place up. And now he's trying to earn a little bit of his sponsorship back. Round the back of that he swings. Very quiet audience this morning. There can't be any kids and children in the audience or supporters for these local shearers. As Ruby Stone's really putting the hammer down there and coming down the last side. John Cherrington says, well, you're not getting away from me, lass. I'm going to keep the hammer down as well. James Wilson hits the last side. Pretty much blow for blow up here on the front stand. We've got Taylor and Shaden. In she goes. One more sheep in the pen for Ruby. First to get sheep number 4 on the board. Quite nervous, this sheep up here on the front stand, but Shaden Winiana turns onto the last side now. Could Warren please come to the announcers table? We have a special request for his presence. Warren White. They're down. Sheep number 4 on the board for Kevy Butler. Still a little bit of work to do on stands 1 and 2. Shaden and Taylor. Remembering shearers that you've got to take the back socks off. Otherwise the penalty points will be counting against you. Ruby Stone still making the pace. Oh, blow for blow, James Wilson swinging into the home straight as well. Did Warren White please come to the announcers table if you're available? Down the last side. Good quick last side by Ruby Stone. She gets sense that James Wilson was hard on her heels. But James Wilson gets the drop. 3 shots ahead of Ruby Stone, who's made the pace all the way through this one. This is the first senior competition for Ruby.
She'll be heavy enough for that too, John.
Obviously holding her own in the intermediate grade, so she stepped up. Good to see. Finishing touches for Kevy Butler down there, Norman, and just the last 2 on the front stands coming over the shoulder. Tamarunui and Nuhaka, not too far apart as the crow flies between these 2 shearers' hometown. Still a good shear, almost done and dusted, and we will move on with heat number 2. It will be Jordan White, Reuben King, Ludra Pelser, Jack Gordon, Dre Roberts, and Kapura Brown. They are the 6 contestants to take the board, please. So there's 3 more heats. This heat and 2 others. And then we might have a wee cup of tea break. For the judges and the workers. You got to keep the horses watered, Norm, don't you?
No doubt about that, John. They'll fall over otherwise. So heat number 2 taking the stage. They had the luxury of watching the first heat. They sort of know where they need to be, or roughly where they need to be as far as time goes. Some talented young shearers up here again, once again. Good lineup. Jordan White from South Otago. Reuben King there from up Canterbury Way. Ludre Pelser from South Africa. Jack Gordon, South Canterbury man. Dre Roberts from the deep south. Kapur Brown from Taumarunui. Quick check and we'll get these guys rocking and rolling.
Okay, come out of the pen, you're only going to get hurt. Somebody will stand on your toe. What are we doing with extras in the pen? What are we doing with extras in the pen? No, should not be. Oh. Okay, well, good to go. Timekeepers are right. Judges, competitors, go. Jordan White from Belclutha up here on the number 1. Reuben King from Kaiapoi on number 2. Ludra Pelser from South Africa on stand number 3. Jack Gordon from Temuka on the 4 stand. From Matara, Dre Roberts and Kapur Brown from Taumarunui on stand number 6. Have the slight advantage of seeing the first heat complete. Have a rough idea in their heads about their time. They need to whip this fluff off and have their way to the wool pressing area. Beautiful wool. It's a shame it's not worth a ruddy fortune. But we'll do our best and we'll keep doing it until such times as we get paid for it decently, and hopefully I'm still alive at that stage to see the rewards for the grand effort that these shearers are putting in. And of course the wool handlers that are adding value down here as the wool has been removed by removing oddments and anything that is not top-notch wool. White from Belcluter turns onto the last side. The pace still could be from Reuben King though on the 2 stand right out the last leg. Pretty quick to get the job done on that one. Kapua Brown has a quick glance along the board. Really need to keep the concentration levels in your own zone. And below that wool off, Dre Robertson from Atara. Jack Gordon from Timuka. Ludra, our South African, a very casual shearer, just brings it out, squeezes it down between the legs. 3.5 shots down the belly normally he'd be swinging into the other mine because these sheep are well crutched out.
They are well crushed out, and a big thanks to the team, the shearers and the wool handlers that went out there and sorted that out for us. Big job, that one. And of course the trucking company, Waimate Transport, and the drivers that have been working with us yesterday and today. So big effort from them. And Bourndale Farm, today's suppliers of our sheep. Around the back of the head for Dre Roberts on stand number 5, young fella from the deep south. Swings around into the first front shoulder. Jack Gordon there, Ludre Pelsa there as well. Stands 3 and 4. But it's going to be Kapua Brown down there on stand number 6 as he winds his way out onto the back leg just ahead of Reuben King. In goes Kapua, sheep number 3 on the board for Kapua. We'll keep those cards rolling over in Dre's pen, please, on stand 5. Reuben King, young fella come up through the grades. He's been doing well the last couple of seasons, and he's out on the board with sheep number 3. So we have the results from the junior. The Makiki Fries Clifton Downs Lister sponsored junior shearing. The top 12 that'll share in the semi-final in qualifying order. Reuben Wilkinson, Connor Wilkinson, Levi Lex Wilson, Jet Shemansky, Levi Mason, Callum Griffith, Max McTavish, Donnie Stringer, Tiaraki Tapatu, Trace Patton, Hawane Wipaki, and Josh Youngman. They're our top 12 in the junior, so we're looking forward to seeing them in the their semi-final. Junior machine semi-final will be just after lunch.
So third sheep been well shorn there by Reuben King. Still leading the pace at the moment. Gordon from Timuka comes down and out to the flank and out the last leg. Last side beckons for Dre Roberts from Ataura. Kapua Brown, he's the first to get number 4 on the board though. He snuck in, wasn't quite watching, way down in the dark corner. He's up the neck, he's got away from Reuben King from Kaiapai. Ludra Pesa from South Africa, out the last leg and down the chute it goes. Jordan White, Belcluter, right out the last leg. Hand pieces purring away. Comb and cutter working in unison to cut that wool fibre. But Kapua Brown going on from where he finished off last night with a good shear in this elimination round in the senior competition. As we come across the shoulder on the last side now, making it look easy. Shearing up to 405 sheep in an 8-hour day. These competitors are really pushing the steel. Well balanced, full of concentration. Done and dusted for Kapua Brown. Give him 40 and he'd still come up looking like that. Not a sweat on the brow at all. Across the shoulder for Reuben King. He'll be the next to get the job completed. Into the long blow goes Jordan White. Coming off the long blow is Ludra, our South African visitor. Shearing mostly in Kiwi style, but just a couple of one or two things that have just transferred from his homeland. But of course we've had New Zealand experts go across to South Africa and encourage them to shear in our pattern. And it's made a heck of a difference. They are real competitive now. Finishing touches there for Ludra. Last leg for Jack Gordon. Dre Roberts has done and dusted. Right up the front, Jordan White, half a whisker, and he's done. So well done, shearers. You move off to the right, please, and we'll have on our next heat. Just the 5 shearers in the next heat. Taylor Tarrant, Aidan Tarrant, Chase Rattray, Sam Bryan, and Aaron McGee. Just the 5 shearers in the next heat.
So just while we're getting them up and ready to rock and roll, the 10 intermediate shearers that will go through into the semi-final in qualifying order. This is the intermediates in qualifying order were Emma Martin, Cody Waihapi, Lydia Thompson, Hotapu Mikairi, Caleb Brooking, Kobe Lambert, Tim Dixon, Marius Klupa, Angus Crombie, and Lachlan Crowley. So that's the running order for the intermediate rather. And we're up here with heat number 3 of the senior.
Shearers to the board, please. Names are up. Let's have you on the board. Tarrant, Town, Rattray, Bryan, and McGee. There'll be one more heat following this, and then we'll have a wee cup of tea break. And then we'll be moving on into the open elimination rounds. RD Petroleum and Bourndale Farms, along with Backcountry Earthworks, are the sponsors for this shear, the senior shear at the Waimate Spring Shears. The crossbeds today, we were in, had all the merinos yesterday. So we're doing the crossbreds today. And they're clipping a fine bunch of wool. Righto, shearers, onto the board, please. Your referee, Mr. Donald Johnson, wants to give me the thumbs up. Righto, come on, Shears, out of there. Oh, come on, these are beautiful sheep. Or did one have a grumpy sleep? I thought that was a referee had a grumpy sleep.
Just while the referee's busy up there, competitors, if you're under 25, stick your name down on the Region 3 trophy circuit.
Under 75.
Under 25, John?
There's a
Under
chance for me.
25.
Just a slim chance for me.
No chance at all for you, brother. Under 25. Free entry into that. Just stick your name down, and Waimate, Ashburton, Pleasant Point, Mayfield, Methven and Mackenzie. If you're planning on going to those shows, why not stick your name down in that circuit? And at the end of it all, the most successful shearer in that circuit will win the Region 3 trophy.
Okay, let's go. Everybody happy. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. Pretty easy in the first two stands. Tamanuri, Tarrant. Anything different is their front names. We got Taylor and Aiden, the brothers. From up in the middle of the north, Chase Ratteray from Ashburton on the 3. Sam Bryan from West Melton on stand number 4. On 5 from down on away in the country of the green island, we've got Aaron McGee. He's got his head down, bum up, shearing over here, and he'll be just quietly wishing that his Irish rugby team's doing all right. I just hope the All Blacks don't have to play him again. We could be in trouble. But anyway, we won't let that out. We'll keep it quiet as Aaron McGee steps up the neck now. With the pacemaker Ratteray from Ashburton into the long blow he swings. Sam Bryan says, you're not sneaking away from me two fella. I'm into the long blow as well. The Tarrant boys are pretty much blow for blow here on the 1 and 2. Taylor by a half a shot in front of his brother Aiden. Who's got the fastest last side is what it's going to come down to with these two boys. Ratteray down and out to the flank. 4 sheep to shear, Norman. And they've got the opportunity here to impress the judges.
Here's their turn, looking for a spot in the semi-final. Chase Rattray, the wee fella up there on stand number 3. In and out of the pen he goes. Back onto the board. Minute 51 gone on the clock. Sam Bryan steps in and out of the pen for sheep number 2. Now Taylor Tarrant. Aiden is right there as well, and so's Aaron McGee from Ireland down there on stand number 5. Another shot for Aaron. He lets that one go, steps in for another. And back out onto the board. One more heat of senior grade shearers before we find out who the top 12 are going to be. Chase Rattray putting his best foot forward as he heads to the top of the head and through and up the neck. Closely followed by Sam Bryan. The Tarrant twins up there on stands 1 and 2. Then down the hind leg, sliding in towards the backbone. Up the undermine they go together. And into the top of the head. Sam Bryan round into the base of the ear and around the back of the head. Just as Aaron McGee flicks the belly out on stand number 5. 5 shears in the seat, 5 in the next. All looking for a spot in the top 12. Chase Rattray way up through the backbone, over the backbone and turns for home. Rolls round onto the cheek and down off the last front shoulder. Sam Bryan finishing touches to the long blow and he'll be around there. Just heading into the long blow is Taylor Tarrant on stand number 1. And Aiden Tarrant, the second stand, he's around there as well. 2 short blows and a big sweeping blow right through to the air. Steps across, wraps it round his left knee. Tries to get a full comb over the backbone and he turns for home. Cheek comes off for Aiden Tarrant. Just as Chase Rattray tidies up sheep number 2. Change of handpiece. Already there. Fresh comb cutter on, fresh cut for Chase. Just either trying that one or just not really happy with the way that one was running, John. One or the other.
Well, if he felt the sheep are starting to tense up, he will thinking what's going on. Maybe McGee is just not quite honing in on them right. We require open shearers Horirata, Michael Jeffries, Bevan Pere, Corey Barraclough, and Joseph Winders to report in, please. Those 5 shearers, make sure you notify the door. So that is Joseph Winders, Corey Barraclough, Bevan Pere, Michael Jeffries, and Horirata. Will you please indicate that you're in the building? Okay, up here live now, Sam Bryan, down the first off leg. Sweeping shots right from out there by the hoof. Up to the middle of the backbone. Now he steps forward up the neck. Aidan Tarrant following likewise. Taylor Tarrant's got a little bit away from him there on the front stand. But the pace still with Chase Ratteray. Sheep number 3 almost completed. Number 3 on the board for our Irishman. He was up here in the Hoggett Shear last night having a bit of a battle. Seems to be loving every moment of it being across here in the Kiwi land. Perfecting the art of shearing here in the Waimate Shears. Taylor Tarrant out the last leg. Starting to put a little bit of pressure on Ratteray at the moment. Sheep number 4 out for Ratteray. 2 shots left and down the hole goes Taylor Tarrant. With his 3rd sheep, 4th and final sheep on the board now. Boy, I bet these 2 young Tarrant fellows have a bit of an argument. Who's got the best shot? Who's got the best style? Who can do the most? There's one thing about it. It can all be settled here on the shearing board. The judges will help them work that out as well. Up over the top comes Taylor Tarrant. Already been there, done that. Chase Ratteray. In goes Sam Bryan. Finishing touches to the long blow and onto the money side of the sheep for Aaron McGee. Just the one more heat and then we'll be stopping for a wee cup of tea. For all the workers. Been here since about 7 o'clock this morning. As we come to the top of the shoulder, it's still Chase Ratteray by 3 shots over Taylor Tarrant. Sweet little job young Tarrant's making up here. He goes back for a little bit of sock wool on the knuckle of the front leg of the sheep. And that's going to allow Chase Ratteray to complete the task and get the Ringers Cup in this heat. There, Taylor Tarrant completes the task as well. The rest of them have got their 4th and final sheep on the board. Obviously, Aidan Tarrant was missing in action when the brother hit the hammer down and shot away from him, got away half a sheep on him. Over 4 sheep, that's quite a bit of a stretch. Out the last leg for Sam Bryan. Down and out to the flank. Finishing touches. Bryan's let one down the porthole. Shakes the handpiece off, has a quick look, and at the second cut counter there that Mr. Kenny Payne is holding on to. How many sins did I commit, he'd be saying. Well shown there by Aidan Tarrant. Still a bit of head knock, bouncing along for Aaron McGee. He's about 15, 18 shots away from completing the job. So those open shearers that they have reported in, Rata, Jeffries, Pere, Barraclough, and Winders. If you've entered the building, please make sure you'll get your indications to our table staff there, please. Right out the last leg. Here comes Aaron McGee, all the way from Paddyland. Yep, done and dusted.
Well done, team. And the last heat in the senior will be Alice Watson, Andrew Booth, Blake Crooks, Mani Hodaki, and Te Wharangi Taylor. That'll be our last heat in the senior. We'll have a quick break for our officials to have a cuppa, and we'll be back with the open machine shearing heat straight after morning tea. Alice Watson on one from up Sedenway. You got your local man Boothie there on stand number 2. Blake Crooks from Rangiora on 3. Mani Hodaki. Is Mani here? I hope he is. And Te Wharangi Taylor on stand number 5. Mani Hodaki, are you here, Mani? We'll be moving on anyway, unfortunately. And we have the thumbs up. We'll get them at the door, please. The last heat of the senior. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. Same deal, 4 sheep. This time we got 3-4 shearers. And of course, out of all our senior shearers, we're looking for the top 12. And away we go on to sheep number 1. Belly's out for Andrew Booth, your local man on stand number 2, but into the top of the head. Slides Blake Crooks, and he steps through and up the net. Up comes Te Wharangi Taylor, up comes Alice Watson. Andrew Booth, one more shot, and he'll be up there as well, but around the back of the head on stand number 3 and 5. Blake turns around, side onto the sheep. Couple of short blows off the rib cage very shortly. Finished with the front leg into what we call the long blow. Steps across, wraps the sheep round his left knee. Over the backbone and turns for home under the cheek. Te Wharangi Taylor does the same thing. So does Alice Watson. Te Wharangi on stand number 5 turns down onto the last front shoulder. Alice Watson on stand number 1. Opposite end of the field, having a bit of a ding-dong on sheep number 1. Down over the last front shoulder they go together. But Blake Crooks got a couple of shots on both these shearers as he works his way down into the flank on the last side. Sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle, but he's got it under control. Cost him half a second maybe. Waiting for it to settle down, and out onto the sock he goes over the tail. And sheep number 1 out the hold in 1:43. Alice Watson, Te Wharangi Taylor. Taylor on 5, in and out he steps with his second sheep. Alice just having a bit of a ding-dong with that one. She settles it down under control. Well in Alice over the tail. And she's back on the board. If you've ever wondered who the hell Alice is, here she is up here, Alice Watson. Way down the belly on sheep number 2. Andrew Booth rolls under the hamstring on the last side over the tail, and he's going to be looking for sheep number 2. Well shorn sheep, Boothie. And he steps, John.
Working away. He's been here helping out throughout the setting up of this event. Now having a crack. Was up here shearing yesterday. There's old Boothie from Waimate. He's got the old style moccasins on, the felt ones. All the modern shearers or the up-to-date shearers, they like the leather. Can't be cold enough down here. Boothie reckons it's too cold. I've got to get the felt ones on to keep my feet warm. And he steps up the neck, got a nice wee hogget there, where he's making it look small. Big strong shoulders on the man as he shoots around the back of the head. Ellis Watson from Seddon rolls up the long blow now. Last heat on the board here in the senior competition for shearers that have not shorn any more than 405 in an 8-hour day. Tafarangi Taylor down there, bounces that one down the board. Sheep number 3. Blake Crooks and Rangiora had to drag that one way across the board. He must have been got to a place where he was out of position and stretching the dropper because he was away off the porthole, but he got it sorted. Down to the judges, it's condemned. He'd be hoping that the judges are going to treat him very nicely down the bottom because he wants to make the semi-final. Andrew Booth out the last leg, he shoots. Plenty of blows going on that sheep. Probably needs to start choking the comb up, otherwise the time's going to get away on him. Time points, of course, are calculated at 1 point per 20 seconds. And then, of course, we've got demerit points on the board. That's what the grey shirt men are doing up there, and women. They are recording the number of second cuts to the wool fibre. And then, of course, down the back, we are judging the amounts of demerit points that have occurred per sheep. So to find our winner, we need to coagulate the 3 types of points and eventually name somebody who can proudly wear the red ribbon. Down the last side comes Blake Crooks. Starting to get into the rhythm of things. Out the last leg, 1 in the box. Still 1 in the box for Taylor down on stand number 5. Ellis Watson round the back of the edge. He comes on the big longbow shots. Turning onto the cheek wall. Quite a bit of fluff on these sheep that have been shorn somewhere in January last year. Or maybe even a little bit later, but they've certainly got a little bit of fluff on. Beautiful shot. Oh, this year, yeah. I see last shearing, I would think, thinking a little bit outside the square there somewhere. Got lost. And they're good to be reminded by some things that a man just tends to fluff on about. But out the last leg comes Andrew Booth from Waimate. Still putting the big shots in. Tafarangi Taylor down there on the 5. Making it look easy. But it looks like the pace all in the middle of the field. Blake Crooks from Rangiora. He's pumping over the last side. Massive shoulders on the man. And he squeezes the sheep down onto the floor. You sit still, my lovely, he says. I just want the clothes off you. And out the last leg he comes. He's going to reach for the cord and get his time taken. Well shorn there by Blake Crooks. Tafarangi Taylor working away. Swoops up underneath that front shoulder. Should have got that wool as he come over the last side, coming from the top of the brisket. Ellis Watson, the young lass from Seddon. Doing a beautiful job. She wouldn't have any trouble getting a contractor's job for sure with the quality she's putting out. Looking right out the last leg. Andrew Booth still in the process to getting that off shoulder tucked away. Good shear by Ellis. I think Boothie's just dragging it out here because he's already had a cup of tea, keeping the pressure on us. But he's about 15 shots away from hitting the old dropper cord. Wee shot under the shoulder, down and out to the flank. Andrew Booth, ladies and gentlemen, the last of our senior shearers to complete the task here. 2023 Waimate Spring Shears. Well, Sean, those senior shearers this morning, Norman.
Definitely well, Sean. No doubt about that. We'll let you know who the top 12 are when the results come to hand. In the meantime, we'll have a quick cup of tea for our judges and officials. And we'll be back with the open machine shearing heats very shortly. Got some very, very good shearers lined up in the wings, ready to do battle with these big woolies. So looking forward to that one. Coming up soon. So we have the results for the senior heats. The top 12 that'll share in the semi-final after lunch. The senior semi-final in qualifying order are Blake Crooks, John Cherrington, Reuben King, Dre Roberts, Kapua Brown, James Wilson, Aaron McGee, Alice Watson, Aidan Tarrant, Jordan White, Jack Gordon, and last but definitely not least, your local girl, Ruby Stone. They're the top 12 in the senior. We'll be looking forward to catching up with them again a wee bit after lunch. So the open heat's about to start. We'll just give our judges a couple of minutes to get themselves sorted out, finish their cups of teas and sandwiches and jam and cream scones. Did you have one of them, John? They weren't too bad. And a big thanks to the team out there in the kitchen for keeping us all fed and watered. Thank you very much, doing a fantastic job.
Test. Could we have all our judges back to their stations, please? We'll get this one rocking and rolling. There's only a couple of grey shirts up the back at the moment. Out of the smoker hut. The rest of you warriors, come on. Too much spongy put in there for you fellas are no good. Could we have our shearers to the left-hand side of the stage, please, for the first heat? Chris Vickers, Hori Rata, Jared Morgan, Rangaka Paiwai, Michael Jeffries and Bevan Perry.
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Move on, Flash. Move on, Flash. Loves to be bouncing around. Shearers to the board, please. We have our judges down the board. You know the rules. The shearers cannot go down the board without the judges following or be in front. Oh, we've got to change. Toa Henderson's going to shear. Oh, hang on. What are you doing, Davey? Obviously not. Who? Bevan Perry's right there. Bevan's right. All right. Okay. Come over and see us at the table, Bevan. Bevan. Yes, you do. Toa Henderson. Toa Henderson, please. To the board. You will be in this first heat. There we go, Toa. You'd like to hop up, please? Well, Toa won't have time to get the panic button, so he'll shear very well. We got old big Jared Morgan up there this time round.
Big Morgie, he's had a couple of cream scones and half a dozen pies. He's ready to rock and roll.
He's just about ready to bring his voice down here and join our table, wouldn't he?
Toy Henderson, late call up to this heat. We'll give him a couple of minutes to get himself sorted out. And Michael Jeffries in front of him, Ringa Kahapawai, Big Morgie, Hori Rata, and Chris Vickers down the front stand, just waiting for the referee.
Yeah, just a lazy $1,200 up for grabs in this competition. 700 odd for second, so well paid if you're going to get through to the final and be the eventual red tape winner. PGG Wrightsons and Waimate are our major sponsors in this one. Also special awards for local shearers and the likes.
Here's round two of the Waimate PGG Wrightson National Circuit, John. So Waimate Shears, round two. Alex last weekend, Waimate this weekend. Going to be a great circuit once again. Looking forward to getting right through to the Golden Shears, and the top 12 will battle it off for that final. Our current holder is Angus Moore, I think, our current national champion.
I believe that could be correct.
And he's not on the circuit this year, so we'll have a different champion this year.
Not quite sure what happened to Chris's T-shirt.
At least he's got one on. So Toa's happy. We have the thumbs up from the referee. Heat number one it is of the PGG Wrightson Open. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. So 5 sheep this time, John. 5 sheep up into the top grade now. These are the big bangers of the shearing world. The shearers who shear around that 400 odd in an 8-hour day, and all these guys pretty capable. Chris Vickers sliding into the first time leg. A wee bit more tension required. He does that, and up into the top of the head he goes there with Hori Rata. Up comes big Jared Morgan, through and up the neck he steps. Ringa Pawai snaps the neck well open. Michael Jeffries threw up there, but Toa Henderson, he's way round into the long blow already. The Kaiwaka man down there on the far side, flying up the backbone and turning for home. He's really meaning business here, as he always does. He's a fantastic competitor, this fella. Great to see him down here at the Waimate Shears. Under the leg, and away down on the flank he's going to drop. He can chuck the steel in and still manage to keep it right down on the skin. Shearing beautifully over the tail. And number one out the hole. 1 minute and 5 seconds gone on the clock. And the rest of the field trailing in his wake as they work their way down the last side. It's going to be Ringa Pawai, or no, Hori Rata on stand number 2. The next man looking for sheep number 2. And we'll keep the cards rolling over, please. To Wharangi, you're down there on stand number 6, please. Thank you. Sheep number 2 it is. Michael Jeffrey steps in and out on the pen. From Tumuranui on stand number 5. Ringakaha Pawai from the deep south. Belly's off for Ringa. He flicks it out behind him, and he's round through into the first hind leg. Big Morgie on stand number 3, your local man. Way down the belly he goes on his second sheep. But Tua Henderson John wipes the wool off the backbone. Another couple of shots. He's going to be heading for home already.
Well, he's a little bit concerned, coming up in the first heat. He thought those other shearers, they sit out there and watch you, and then they go faster than you, in the third and the fourth heat, like. So he says, I'm going to set the pace right from the word go. They can chase me. I'll have the fastest time to lead the way in, and the rest of you can scrap around and come in behind me. But he's bouncing into the pen pretty good. Gets on with the job, as you said. He's had a lot of success in the last 12 months or so. Unknown, hiding up there in the north, but he's come away down the country and got his name on the honours board in a few places, and that's good to see. Chris Vickers, the old head out here on the front stand, he was in the finals last night or yesterday for the fine wool. He's got a little bit of a bouncy prospect here as he brings the sheep out, and it reacts to his attention, but he's got it squeezed between the kneecaps now, and he'll handle it pretty expertly as he comes down the belly and down the first off leg. Jared Morgan probably needs to let the brakes off, but he's shearing along beautifully. Another one on the board there for Michael Jeffries from Tamaranui down on stand number 5. Ringa Kahapaiwai from Gore. Swooping shots up over the top he comes. Jared Morgan down the porthole. Not him, it was a sheep that he's shorn. Brings out sheep number 3. Hori Rata come over the top there on the 2 stand. But it's still Toa Henderson from Kaiwaka down on the 6. A long way from home he is. Just about as far south as you can get. And he's probably gets the most air points for his travel at the moment, because he's 2/3 or 3/4 of the way up the North Island is where he's originally based. Up over the tail he swings. Big shots on that beautiful hogget. They all well groomed, these hoggets, fed nicely. Gives a chance for Shearer to keep that comb flat across the skin, and he's got one that's probably an early born one last year and got the advantage of a bit more size. This man has the capabilities of just wiping it clean. Up the long blow he goes. Turning for home, he's going to get a sheep round Jeffries if he's not clear. One in the pen now for Toa Henderson. Horirata up on the 2s, sheep number 4 on the board. Jared Morgan, the Waimate man, coming across the shoulder on the last side. Still have a smile on his face when he comes off the board. Doesn't matter whether he's first or last. He's a happy-go-lucky sort of a chap. Out comes Toa Henderson now with sheep number 5. Closest to him is going to be Hori Rata here on the 2 stand. Oh no, looks like we've got Michael Jeffries. He's throwing a bit of steel at him too. Is he a sheep behind? Is that card right on stand number 5? Just check that card number. Not sure on the sheep number. Looks like he's going pretty well. Chris Vickers springs one out here on the front stand. Horirata's got number 5 in the belly of it and flicks it out the back. Very easy style to watch this young man here on stand number 2. Down the first off leg he swings. Undermined time now for Chris Vickers as well. Plenty of experience up here on the front stand. Morgie's got number 4 on the board. Paiwai goes in for number 5. But who's it be? Down there we got Toa Henderson coming under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. One left in the box there for Michael Jeffries. Toa Henderson though about to hit the time button. Remembering to get those socks off on the back. As Toa Henderson completes the task. Would be a pretty sharp sort of a time, and that'll good for the competition because it puts the pressure on the rest of the shearers that are left out here in the cheap seats. Out the last side comes the Horirata. In he goes. 2 shots now. down the hole, gets his time taken, and he pulls the cord on the dropper. Michael Jeffries up over the top. He's about to swing. Ringakaha Paiwai. There goes Chris Vickers, completes the task. Paiwai now down the last side in the fifth and final sheep. Morgie still got one on the pen. He says, I'm making the most of his beautiful shearing sheep. Haven't shorn many in the last couple of days. I'm going to take my time and really enjoy them. Right out over the leg, over the tail, down the chute, in he goes. Doesn't seem flustered. Maybe we can fluster him tomorrow at the clean-up. I think we've got more chance of flustering him there than he have on the board at the moment. He is focused. He is doing it right. Michael Jeffries comes down the last side. Another lad from the King Country. Cherishing these sheep. Just a young shearer. Has a quick look at the judge's card. The judges on the board, they've got a little handheld clicker where they'll be recording the number of second cuts to the wool. Don't worry about the change of the guard or the judges, Morgie. You just keep battling away, mate. You're a bit worried that you might get somebody you know and they might hit you twice as hard with penalty points. Well, that's not going to happen. They're as honest as they are standing, these fellas. Way back in the day, we used to have judges in white coats, Norm. And, of course, the shearer would get caught up in the white coat as they were trying to get past them. So they've got this lovely grey shirt to just blend in with the surroundings. Under the shoulder for Morgie. He's doing better than I would. Sweeping it off. Good control, thoroughly enjoying his sheep. Great stuff, Jared Morgan, the local man, Norman. No. There you go. There you go.
Test. Well done, heat number one. Just remember, shearers, if you have never won an open competition, you could be eligible for the plate final. So what usually happens is they all head away. So if you never won an open competition, maybe talk to one of the girls at the front desk. You may be eligible for that, depending on where you end up in the heats or during the day. And heat number two, Brett Roberts, Tardy Edwards, Andrew Leith, Duncan Higgins, Floyd Neal. Just check those names. We got the same names up there as what Davey's putting up. And Corey White. That's it. Brett Roberts on 1, Tardy Edwards on 2, Andrew Leith on 3, Duncan Higgins 4, Floyd Neal 5, Corey White from Waimate down there on stand number 6. Going to fly into 5 of these big, beautiful crossbreds from Hacker Station. Barry Gray and the team over there at Hacker Station. A big thanks to the team at Hacker Station for supplying the sheep for us here today. Real credit to them they are, John. Beautiful looking shearing ewes.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Hoggets, whatever they are.
Right from when I first looked at them this morning, I thought these are going to comb all right, and then they haven't let me down at all. They've been a great line of stock.
Good lineup once again. Got some experience up there and some youth. Brett Roberts, of course, one of the stronger competitors in the circuit. Tardy Edwards, a young fella, just up into the open from Rakaya. Andrew Leith, shearing contractor from the deep south. Duncan Higgins from Marlborough. Floyd Neal over from WA. Great to see Floyd here in New Zealand again, competing in the circuit. and your local man down there, Corey White. That's the lineup. We'll just get the thumbs up from the referee, Mr. Donald Johnson. And we'll be underway. Big day for Donald. And Donald will be looking forward to a nice shandy after work. Yeah. And we have the thumbs up from their referee. At your door, please, gentlemen. Heat number 2. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go.
Well, here we go. Brent Roberts from Mataura on the front stand. Tari Edwards from Rakaio. Andrew Leith from Wilton. Go to the other end of the island now. We've got Duncan Higgins from Marlborough. Tamaranui shearer Floyd Neal, he's shearing out of West Australia these days. And we got the local man down there from Waimate, Corey White. So it's all go here in heat number 2. As I've overpowered my fellow commentator, he's having to replace his batteries to his pacemaker. He's going to come back on stream very shortly. Don't be surprised if he's full of cheek.
I'll make the jokes. Brett Roberts in and out for sheep number 2. 1:07 gone on the clock. Brett Roberts on stand number 1, leading the field. And for sheep number 2, the rest of the team right down onto the back leg. Floyd Neal sweeps out onto the hind leg. Another couple of shots for Floyd. He'll be looking for sheep number 2 as well. Duncan Higgins, and he goes. Tardy Edwards in and out with sheep number 2 as well. Brett's got his one settled down and away into the first hind leg he goes. In goes Corey White down there on stand number 6. Yeah, local man. Andrew Leith, the big fella on stand number 3 from Winton in the deep south. Out the hole and into the pen for Andrew Leith. Snaps the neck well open into the base of the head, around the back of the head. But Brett Roberts, he's got a very difficult sheep there, but he's managing to get up the backbone, doing his best not to let him. Ooh, I don't think the sheep's going to win that argument. Brett's played the game more times than that sheep has. Cost him a wee bit of time though, which is unfortunate. Duncan Higgins, right out to the hind leg for Duncan Higgins. The Marlborough man on stand number 4. Another couple of shots for Duncan. Over the tail he goes, and that one slides out the hole, and he steps in for 3. Now Brett, be happy to see that end of that one. It was quite a vigorous sort of an animal. In goes Corey White down the end. Floyd Neal finishing touches, and he's going to step in and out for sheep number 3 as well on stand 5. In goes Floyd. Change of handpiece there for Floyd. Not happy. Surely be happy with this comb. Tony Edwards, 3 on the board. Andrew Leith down the last side he pulls, and he'll be looking for 3 very shortly as well, John.
Yeah, there was a real beast of a sheep there for Brett up there on the front stand. And he bounced in. This one's treating me a lot better, and he's whipping the wool off it and catching up a little bit of that lost time, but he's doing the job. Sheep number 3 coming out for Andrew Leith now. No, not hurrying into his pen at all. He's just keeping the quality right for the judges, and that's very important. But it's also important if you can do it a little bit faster than anybody else. As young Duncan Higgins comes across the shoulder on the last side. Sweeping shots. Well, we doesn't shear many crossies up there in the Blenheim area. There'll be all the fine wool. But he's making the most of it at the moment. Getting right out that back sock. So he's listened to us this morning and saving his points by taking that back sock off. And he goes now for number 4. Number 4 on the board is it for Brent Roberts. Thought he might have been a little bit ahead of that, but out the last leg comes Corey White. Finishing touches on the 6th stand. Floyd Neal, powerhouse shearer. Done a few tallies in his time, this man. Rips up the undermine. Floating shot, plenty of fluff on the top of the head for that one. On these Romdales. Down the first off, Cheeky goes, swinging it away from the crowd now. Going to shear a little bit, but just seen him and the judge. And the judge is going to lean in as he drops down into that offside, into the darkness, away from the big lights. But he's doing it marvellously. Quickly away, down onto the money side of the sheep now on stand number 5. Brent Roberts coming over the shoulder. Still got one in the pen. Sheep number 4 on the board for Andrew Leith from Winton. Tari Evans from Rakaya. Sheep number 4, almost half shorn. Big lift up there from Floyd Neal. That one was trying to slide away from him. You need to keep that head high in the legs. If you come down that last side, the higher you can have it, the more control you've got over your sheep. Ben Roberts steps into the pen. The wool handler had to be quick to get the wool out of the way there, because he was firing backwards at 100 k's an hour. Around the back of the head comes Andrew Lee, a man from Linton. Out the last leg comes Corey White. Corey Neal. Starting to close up a little bit as we get towards the finish of this heat, Norm. That first heat was quite sharp, so these guys have got to keep the hammer down.
Yeah, they've got to keep the hammer down, all right. We're just a bit coming up towards 6 minutes and 30. 6:20 on the clock now as Tari Edwards heads in for his 5th and final sheep. Andrew Leith, last side off, and he'll be in as well. But Duncan Higgins, the young fella from Marlborough, leading the way. Down onto the last front shoulder for Duncan. Brett Roberts right there as well. Finishing touches to the long blow for Floyd Neal. Beautiful share of this fella. Down over the last front shoulder is Floyd Neal. Just strokes it off. Corey White down there on 6. Slipping around through the front shoulder and into the long blow as Andrew Leith steps in for his 5th and final. Duncan Higgins, though, time clock stopped there on stand number 4. Brett Roberts, another shot over the tail, and he'll be the same. Hits the cord. Floyd Neal, stand number 5. Time clock stopped there for Floyd as well. Just leaves the 3 shearing. All on their 5th and final. Corey White down the last side, he pours. Right out to the toe. Tardy Edwards, young fella from Rakaya, sweeps up the backbone on his 5th sheep. And Corey White can straighten his back and watch these other 2 come home. Andrew Leith lays it down into the longbow. Doesn't shear full time, this fella, anymore, but he does just enough to keep his hand in and no more.
Well, you said he's a contractor. He's obviously making enough money if he doesn't have to shear.
Well, one would hope so. She's a pretty big job.
I just looking at these sheep out in the pens before, and I've come away from home and the fun hour doing a little bit of docking up there, and we were just putting the earmark on the sheep the other day, and damn me days if these sheep haven't got the same earmark. I could claim them.
Well, you could, John.
I don't know how successful I'd be at getting them across the straight, but might be all right tucked up in a few plastic bags.
You get, and they'll freezer bags.
Yeah.
Andrew Leith over the tail, and out it goes for Andrew. Well done, guys. And another heat coming up. We'll have we'll just see how many they're going to have. We'll have Corey Barraclough anyway. David Gordon, Corey Smith, and Leon Samuels. We'll just see what they've done as far as share of numbers in this heat goes, because this will be the second last heat. Oh no, we're over here as well. So we'll have a 6, won't we? Another page of them, John.
Oh, well, cool. Yeah, the more the merrier.
So we shall have Corey Barraclough, David Gordon, Corey Smith, Leon Samuels, Paita to Abraham and Joseph Winders, I think. We'll just double check that with our names. Got the first 4 right anyway, John.
Shears to the board, please. Did Joseph Winders make the grade? There's Joseph.
Just make sure with just a fraction over a minute now, 107. It'll be about a minute here. We'll go to Gordon's one, just costing him a second or two as Parata and Leon head in for sheet number 2. They're quite vigorous, these things. They've got a wee bit of go about them. This for sure just cost on the board with sheet number 2. They're pretty toey. Make up for that last sheep he had. no fault of David's. His sheep was giving it to him up through the neck for David Gordon. Corey Smith bellies off just about, and sheep number 2 on the board right the way down the board, John, and Leon Samuels and Potter to Abraham together as they wind up through the backbone and turn for home. Leon's given a bit of a kick and a wriggle.
Well, you just have to look outside the door and see what the weather's doing, and that tells you that's why the sheep are kicking. It's coming into a bit of rain, and they get a bit frisky about that time and just really want to hang on to their fluff, but we can't let that happen here today because the sheep are nice and dry, and we're not going to turn them out onto the grass to get them wet just to keep them happy. We'll get the job done and send them back to the farmer in one piece, and he can look after them if it happens to turn cold. But change of gear there for Leon Samuels. Just lost a couple of blows on that. He feels the sheep were just starting to wriggle on a little bit, so that could be the gear going off. But I think that it could well just be the weather outside has got that bit of an edge to it at the moment that the sheep are starting to notice the change. We should be going into a lot warmer weather, but occasionally the odd cold snap comes through just to get the confusion stakes up high. Leon Samuels back, driving hard round the back of the head on a nice open sheep. Free-spirited it may be, but he's going to do the business as he drops into the first off shoulder now. He's right back up with Pirata Abraham. David Gordon here on the 2 stand. A little bit, I can sense a little bit more of urgency in this heat as these shearers getting on with the job pretty quick. Joseph Winders rocks up the long blow down there on stand number 6 to the last side for Pirata Abraham's. Up here in the front stand, Corey Barraclough from Pew Pew. Leads the long blow time for him. Leon Samuels out the last leg. Abrahams and Samuels pretty much together as they go into the pen. Winders and Gordon on 2 and 6. Down and out to the flank comes Gordon. Winders bounces into the pen on the far end. Corey Barraclough over the shoulder. Into the front shoulder. Offside for the Waimate, Corey Smith. Very popular name, that Corey, isn't it, here down in the south. Up the long blow comes Smith. Swooping shots. Needs to keep the hammer down for the locals. There's also local prizes, of course, and he could well be in with a chance of that if he misses out on the big stuff. Up the neck comes Joey Winders. Sheep number 4 on the board. Pretty much all the way along except for Corey Smith from the Waimate. Pirata Abraham's turning for home. 1-2 shots ahead of Leon Samuels now. Hey, Leon went across to the World Championships representing New Zealand. Didn't quite fare so well for us, but he tried his darndest and with what he could do with the sheep, and it didn't come off. Here he's got another shot. Let's get him one. He had a good win at Alexandra the other day. In goes Pirata Abraham's. This is just the first of them. There'll be another couple of heats to come, and then we'll get on to some semi-finals a little bit later on. Round the back of the head for Corey Barraclough on the front stand. Abraham flicks the belly out the back. Samuels has taken the brakes off on the 5th one. Down the first off leg, up over the undermine and off for the top knot just like that, Norman. He is flying, the boy from the deep south.
He's flying all right, really hammer and tongs as he slides around in towards the first front shoulder. Up comes that pot after Abraham, goes David Gordon. Down comes Corey Barraclough, round goes Corey Smith. She's all go here at the Waimate Shears, but Leon Samuels, Shears through into the base of the ear and turns for home on sheep number 5. 5 minutes and 55 seconds gone on the clock for Leon Samuels. Under the front leg and away down the last side he goes, just shearing beautifully as he always does. Very, very strong competitor. Right out to the back leg. Another couple of shots for Leon. Over the tail. He won last week at Alex. Is he going to do it again? Time will tell. Well done, Leon. Pot out to Abraham. Puts in a blow, follows it with another one, and he's going to be looking for the cord right there with Joseph Winders. Good, strong finish from Joseph Winders. Corey Smith, 1 left in the pen for Corey on stand number 3. None left in there for David Gordon as he cleans off the back leg of his 5th and final sheep. Right out to the toe for David Gordon. Corey Barraclough. Shearing nicely, just winds his way up the backbone and down over the last front shoulder. David Gordon, done and dusted. Right out onto the back leg for Corey Barraclough, but just having to reset himself a bit. That sheep had his leg cocked up, not happy. The sheep isn't, that is. Corey will be now as it slides out the hole. Corey Smith going to have the last say in this seat as he steps through and up the neck. And we'll have William McSkimming, Louise Spincole, Thomas Lambert, Duncan Leslie, Adam Gordon, and depending on how many shearers, Nathan Stratford, but we'll just check with the names that are going up there. Willie, Louise, and Thomas anyway. Oh no, Louise not here. Willie and Thomas, and Louise. Okay. As long as they've got that the right way around. Up there with... Who have you got on stand two there, Donald? You got Willie, you got Thomas or Louise? Turn them around. So we'll swap Louise and Thomas around, I think. Is that right, Donald? Yep. That's the one. Willie, Louise, Thomas, Duncan, Leslie, and Adam Gordon, young fella from Masterton.
So there's going to be one more heat. Okay, one out, all out. Let's have you on the board, please. Just the 5 shears this time round. Everybody happy? Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. The times are being recorded as we speak from the time that I say go to the time the shearer pulls the dropper cord. 20 seconds per point. And we start with a 0 number of demerit points on the card for these shearers, and then we add on a number of second cuts per average of the sheep number. We also deduct points for the finished job out the back. There's another set of judges out the back. This class for shearers that are shorn over 405 in an 8-hour day. These are the super guns. Willie McSkimming here on the front stand. He's going out to a strong start. He's fallen in love with competition shearing again, this fella. And he comes across the last leg, making it look easy here. Bounces that one out at the front of the mob, but he's getting pretty closely chased by Duncan Leslie from Alexandra, who's been firing some good shots in lately. Adam Gordon settles into the task stand on stand number 5. Lewis Pincove, our Chilean. Out the last leg he comes. Just can't stay out of New Zealand, this young man. Right out the last leg. One over the hock, one over the tail, and down the porthole it goes. Oh, the gear's not happy on that one, he says. Let's get a different cut on. Maybe just got a wee feather showing up on the sheep, and he wasn't getting the beautiful comb he was hoping. But the pace all up here in the front with Willie McSkimming from Oamaru. Tucked hard in against his left leg is that front part of the sheep. Right leg hard in against the back end of it as he swings towards the last side, lining the sheep up for the porthole. The less energy you can extend to these sheep, the better. As the sheep's got a bit of energy coming back at him as it starts to rock and roll. Maybe listen to the music. The sheep has got a little bit fiery, but down the porthole go, and a little bit of trouble getting in and out of the door. That might hurt a little bit later on in the day when the bruising starts to show up. Duncan Leslie comes out with sheep at number 3. The big, strong-shouldered Thomas Lambert from Christchurch comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Adam Gordon from Masterton, one of our North Island visitors. Changing gear as well, sheep number 3. Maybe they're just not combing quite as well as they expected when they looked at him. Under the shoulder is Lewis here on the 2 stand. Domiciled in Geraldine while he's here in New Zealand, but still has the favourite town in Chile where he calls home. Round the back of the head and the last side comes Willie. One left in the box for him. Lewis Pincole goes in for sheep number 3. Willie's firing away here. Up on the front, under the shoulder and down at the flank. Oh, I think we got a little bit of a pace setter down there on the stand number 5, Duncan. Skimming the back again. Duncan Leslie from Alexander round the back of the head. He starts to swing as Adam Gordon brings another one to the board, Norm. He'd be trying to hang on to the coattails as he's too fast to shearers.
He trying his best down there. Adam Gordon shearing very well as he turns into the first hind leg. Sheep number 4 on the board for the young fella. Slides up the undermine, shearing beautifully. Another couple of shots. He's into the top of the head and up the neck. Willie McSkimming, Duncan Leslie, blow for blow as they turn for home. Cheek comes off on 1 and 4. Last front shoulder, one left in the pen for these guys. Willie McSkimming cleans all the knuckle off. Duncan Leslie heads over to the offside leg and goes on the inside of the leg, cleans all the fribs off there. Bit of work to do for these boys. Willie McSkimming just has a wee look on that leg as well, and he's drops down on the flank on the last side. Wild Willie chucking the steals in on standard number 1. Rolls out over the tail, and he's in for his 5th and final. Duncan Leslie, couple of shots back off the pace of Willie's. Willie's starting to get in amongst it now. In goes Duncan Leslie, sheep number 5 on the board for Big Dunk. Down the last side for Adam Gordon, down off the shoulder for Thomas Lambert. Turning for home is Louis Pincole on stand number 2. Cheek comes off and onto the shoulder for him, but Adam Gordon down there on stand number 5 steps in. The 5th and final sheep coming onto the board for the young fella from Masterton. Shearing beautifully down there, away down the belly he rolls. Finishing touches for Thomas Lambert. Sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle, and it's out the hole where it needs to be. And he's got his 5th sheep on the board. Louis Pincole, another couple of shots for the wee fella originally from Chile on stand number 2, and he steps in for his 5th and final as well. But it's Willie McSkimming, got a couple of shots on Duncan Leslie this time, and Willie turns for home, cheeks off. Left a good one for last, and he's making the most of it. Willie McSkimming drops down over the last front shoulder, fires in a couple of clean-up shots, keeping all those fribs gone, want to keep the judges happy, and he's right out onto the back leg. Ooh, Duncan Leslie finishing strongly as well. He's out on the back leg there. He was a couple of shots behind, but he's not anymore because Duncan Leslie hits the cord first. Good finish, Duncan Leslie. Willie McSkimming puffs and blows and sucks in a bit of air. Right out on the back leg for Adam Gordon. Great to see him doing so well in the open. Another couple of shots, and his time clock has stopped there on stand number 5. Thomas Lambert, finishing touches. Well done, Thomas. And Louis Pincole is going to have the last say in heat number 4 as he wipes the wall off the cheek and down over the last front shoulder. One more heat to go in the open. We're looking for the top 18. The top 18 will go through to the 3-heat semi-final. And Louis Pincole done all he can. We'll see how he goes. Good luck. Well done, guys. That was heat 4. Heat 5 will be Nathan Stratford, Corey Palmer, Hugh DeLacy, Jack Fagan, and Bevan Petty.
$1,200, these fellas, at the end of the day.
Okay. Last heat in the open, looking for a spot in the top 18. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go, Strady on the front stand. Pretty safe bet that he'll get through to the top next round, barring any accidents. I hope he doesn't have any. Doesn't usually not in the habit of making many mistakes. Corey Palmer from Dipton flicks the belly out. Wee bit of extra attention going on the handpiece there, and he drops into the first hind leg. Huda Lacey steps through and up the neck with Jack Fagan. And up comes Bevan Petty down there from Gisborne on stand number 5. Last heat. Last 5 shearers looking for a spot in the 18 that will go through to the next round. Corey Palmer snaps the neck will open. Into the base here and around the back of the head for Corey Palmer. They're quite toey, these things, and Jack Fagan just having a bit of a ding-dong, but he'll get it under control. Jack's played the game more times than that sheep has. Turning for home is Huda Lacey right there with Nathan Stratford. That sheep just cost Jack a second or two, so he's into the long blow, but he's not far away. Another couple of shots, he'll be joining them onto the last side. Stratty. Right out onto the hind leg for Nathan Stratford. Huda Lacey there as well. Huda Lacey rolls over the tail. And out it goes. Huda Lacey's a good shared shearer, as are all these fellas. And Jack's just having to reset. And away he goes down the last side. He'll be happy to see the back end of that. Corey Palmer's about the same. Corey's one won't settle. Making a beautiful job, Corey Palmer. Not much left on that for the judges to look at, I wouldn't think, looking at it from here. Over the tail for Corey Palmer. Jack Fagan, what an aggressive Mongrel that one was. Out onto the board for his second sheep. So Jack will just settle down. He'll have a big breath and he'll start again pretty much. And away he goes into the valley, Jack Fagan. Huda Lacey from Rangiora. Shoots through into the long blow. First hind leg for Corey Palmer. With him is Jack Fagan. Up the undermine they go together. Stands 2 and 4 into the top of the head. Bevan Petty sweeps around through into the long blow. The rest of the field there with him. Nathan Stratford just snuck a couple of shots on Huda Lacey this time. Stratty's over the tail. And he's in for sheep number 3. Huda Lacey slides out onto the... sides of the brisket and down onto the last front leg. Jack Fagan just a couple of shots ahead of him as he works his way out onto the hind leg. Jack Fagan over the tail now, and he's almost back there with Bevan Petty already. So Jack Fagan, sheep 3 on the board for him, but they're pretty ticklish, these things, John. They're giving their shearers a good old workout here today.
They certainly are, and you look at it, Corey Palmer there from Dipton, he just keeps the pressure on. He's a big, strong shearer, but they just won't settle. They won't sit in the zone. Jack Fagan working hard to come back onto the paces. Nathan Stratford swinging away. More often than not, you see Nathan shearing at the other end of the board, but here it must be his turn to come up the front this time. And he's leading from the front as he rocks out that last leg. Going hard. Bevan Perry down there from Gisborne on the 5 stand. Into the long blow he goes. Huda Lacey from Rangiora under the shoulder and down at the flank. But it's Nathan Stratford. He's first in for number 4. Out the last leg comes Huda Lacey. Making a cool, calm, collected job of it. Into the pen without any fuss. Straight back out. Got to drop the sheep quite quick here because the dropper is quite close to the door. So you haven't got a lot of, you don't need many steps to be right in the shearing position. Down the first off leg, the undermine shot's coming up for DeLacy. In goes Jack Fagan, gets hold of this one a bit quicker. Down the valley he swoops, likewise as Bevan Perry from Gisborne. The Dipton's Corey Palmer still coming over the last side. Look at the shoulders on this man. He should be able to just blow that sheep to bits, but the sheep is giving him jip all the way. Pulls out sheep number 4 now. Stratty comes under the shoulder and he's making it look easy. Getting a good run here on the front stand. Don't want to put the mocker on him. DeLacy hasn't given up chasing him yet as he turns onto the last side. Bevan Perry and Jack Fagan are pretty much blow for blow. We've only got one more. This is the last heat and then we're on to the semi-finals. You've got to put it all out there. We've got to take 18 through to the semi-finals and you want to be part of it because this is the spring shear here in Waimate. Fagan shoots another one down the box. He's picked up a bit of pace on this one. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. He's got away from Perry this time. He's got in front of the Lacey. That must have been a beautiful sheep for Fagan from Tikawiti on the 4 stand. Down the first off leg, swings round. He's chasing hard on Stratty. Stratty can sense a change in my voice. So to the back, to the flank, out the last leg on the money side of the sheep. He's got about 3 shots to go. He's probably saved a bit of a grubby one for last, but he's got it done. Whoa, Nathan Stratford, pretty sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Fagan is hung in there. Had a real battle. Hugh DeLacy's coming at him right out the last leg there, blow for blow, and stands 3 and 4. Fagan by a whisker. Hugh DeLacy. Bevan Perry with about 12 shots to go as he comes across the shoulder. And Corey Palmer here on the 2 stand. Had a pretty tough time of it up there too. Used every little sinew and muscle to control these sheep. Bevan Perry finishes the job as Corey comes down and out to the flank. Got a bit quicker as we got further on into the number, but those first couple of sheep were really, really tough. They were too tough for the barbecue even. Well done, those open class shearers, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of some of those shearers you'll see today. We'll be hoping 18 will...
Drawn by the police.
Oh, yeah. Well, we might as well do them now, I guess. We'll draw a couple of raffles, maybe. Let's see how we go. So this is one raffle. The winner's going to win all that. Oh, yeah, first, grocery hamper. Okay. So the winner of the grocery hamper that was drawn at the police station a bit early on, Chrissy, number 378. Chrissy, we have a phone number, so we'll get in touch with you if you're not here. Second place is the wool and possum blend vest, number 465, and the name on that number is Colin. Third place, a rhododendron. That'd come in handy. Third place, number 376. The name is Joe on the ticket. We'll make sure Joe gets that. Fourth place, the chocolate gift basket. That's a bit more along my lines. Number 435, Colleen. So we'll get that to Colleen. Well done. Fifth place, number 400, the iced fruitcake. That sounds all right too, just quietly. 410, Bob Travatha. We'll get that one to Bob. Sixth place was the Ravensdown voucher. 375 goes to Rosie. So congratulations to all those winners of that raffle. There's one there for you, John, too. $100 note. That's not yours. That's to go on the raffle. The $100 note raffle is number 93, Jared Smith. So the Jared gets the $100 note. We'll get that to Jared. There's a phone number there as well. So congratulations to all the winners of the raffles. I think we're still selling a couple of raffles around the place, so make sure you get into them. So lunch isn't quite ready. Maybe, I don't know, they're talking about doing the junior semi-final, but we've got to have the shearers here, I suppose. If their junior semi-finalists are here, maybe they could just come and let us know, and we'll just see what we can come up with. For junior semi-finalists, those semi-finalists of the junior can come and see us. If they're not here, we'll do it after lunch. If they are. So we've got two.
Got to get them all here. All right, buddy? As long as we're all here. Right, Pete? So we're going to do it. Two sheep ladies, I think it is. Two sheep, just two sheep.
So this is the junior
Semi-final.
Levi Lex Mason and Jet Shemansky, are you guys here? There's another. There's two Levis. There's two Levis. Just get ready anyway, guys. We'll just see how we go.
Yeah, we just missed one shot.
Two.
We're missing two, are we?
Jet Shemansky. Is Jet here? Or does anyone know where he might be? He's in the car? Does he know? Because we might do the semi-final now if we can get him. And Levi, who was it? Levi Lex Wilson.
Lost property. Is it any good?
Swipe to unlock. No, unlock to edit.
No, that's all good. Just when you get here, they'll do it.
Norm, we've just had this iPhone handed in, so somebody has lost it.
Someone's missing an iPhone. We've had an iPhone handed in. It's got a scenic picture of Paddock in the background. And it says 11:24. So Levi said, so 11:30ish or something like that, we'll do that junior machine shearing semi-final. We've got everyone, or they're on their way anyway, so we'll get stuck into that. Just while we're getting organised for that, we have the top 18 in the open and qualifying order. The top 18 are Nathan Stratford, Leon Samuels, David Gordon, Parata Abraham, Tor Henderson, Duncan Leslie, Corey Palmer, Brett Roberts, Hugh DeLacy, Joseph Winders, Jack Fagan, Willie McSkimming, Hori Rata, Bevan Petty, Tardy Edwards, Corey Barracliff, Chris Vickers, and Floyd Neal. They're our top 18. Congratulations to those 18 shearers. We'll look forward to seeing them in their semi-final. That will be after lunch. In the meantime, just give us a few minutes and we'll get our shearers organised for our junior semi-final.
Just in the meantime, we've got 12 tickets left in the handpiece raffle and it'll be drawn as soon as they go.
So just while we're waiting, there is, how much are they, Eileen? $20. Okay, so we've got 12 tickets left in the handpiece raffle, ladies and gentlemen. $20 a ticket, 12 tickets left. See Eileen, she's the lady, the big lady there waving the book round. 12 tickets left and we'll draw it as soon as they're gone. For the handpiece raffle, that is. And we have all our junior machine shearers getting themselves sorted out, and we'll give them a few more minutes. And we'll get them underway just while we're waiting for lunch to come on stream.
It didn't turn out to be further down.
No, it'll be up there, but...
Our boys sitting.
Hey?
Our three on the
Oh, true.
yesterday was bang, bang, bang in a row.
Oh, were they?
Today they were sitting bang, bang, bang in a row.
I wouldn't be surprised if they are today too.
Yeah, no, they looked out on the. Yeah, they were treating. Before that heat, they were all together like. Oh, yeah, they're here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Our friend who was in the shed up at Jock Russell's.
Yeah.
Watching the Shears. You should go to Alex. Yeah, oh, no. They probably just need a bit of
Yeah, yeah.
a bit of confidence.
Bit of
Really,
push it. Yeah. Well, he fucking did all right yesterday.
yeah.
In the semi-finals.
Yeah. The three of them were here.
Yeah, cool, Jet. You ready to go? We'll just call you up when we're sort of... Suppose we just go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Want to announce that this iPhone's been handed in to you again, John?
Pardon?
Do you want to just tell me that this iPhone has been handed in and someone's looking for
All right,
an
then.
iPhone? Okay, we've already announced one.
There's been one iPhone handed in at the announcers table. One iPhone. Anybody's missing one? This is where it is.
Okay, so heat number 1 of the junior machine shearing semi-final will be Josh Youngman, Trace Patton, Donnie Stringer, Callum Griffith, Jet Szymanski, and Connor Wilkinson. That will be heat number 1. We'll just get you guys assembled. Heat 2 will be Hoani Wipaki, Te Araki Tapatu, Max McTavish, Levi Mason, Levi Lex Wilson, and Ruben Wilkinson. Ken, how many sheep we got in the pen there? Ken, how many we got there? 2? 2? Donald Johnson. So we've got 2. 2 sheep semi-final. Same to you, Ellie. Same to you, Sterling. It's much better. So this is the Makiki Fries, Clifton Downs, Lister sponsored junior semi-final, the top 12. Looking, of course, John, for the top 6.
Top 6 make the final, of course. We will be shearing later on tonight. There will be 3 sheep in that final. 2 sheep at this time round.
Top line of a very talented young athletes up there. 2 heats. Vying for a spot, and we have the thumbs up from our referee. We'll get you all at your door. Judges are all set to rock and roll. You ready?
Could we just pull that basket down off the board, please? Thank you.
Okay, heat number 1 it is. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're away with sheep number 1 of 2, the junior semi-final, John.
Awesome stuff to see these young competitors up here having a crack. They've done their best in the elimination round number 1. This is elimination round number 2. We need to cut the number of shearers in half. Josh Youngman from Timaru up here on the 1 stand. Also from Timaru, Trace Patton. Ranfurdy's Donnie Stringer. Callum Griffin from Masterton on stand number 4. Jet Szymanski from Gore. And stand number 5, and down on the 6, the youngster Colin Wilkinson from Wyndham. Hey, it's good to see these young competitors having a bit of a crack. They showed very well in that heat earlier in the piece. So they'll be a little bit more confident now that they've made it through that first round into the semi-final here up before us. Sponsored by Makiki Fries. Up over the top is young Josh Youngman. Trace Patton. Keen to get on with the job and swings around the back of the head on the 2 stand. Likewise as Donnie Stringer. A little bit more pace than they were shearing in the first round. Callum Griffith dropping into the first off shoulder. Last side beckons for Jet Szymanski. Showed a little bit of pace in the heats as well. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. He's about to swing. Wilkinson from Wyndham there on the 6 stand, right up the long blow. shearing at the opposite end of the board than he was earlier in the piece. But he's thrilled to have made the semi-final so far. As I say, the red ribbon. Shoulder, last side beckons down the porthole there for Trace Patton. She hits the button. Swinging for home is young Josh Youngman up here on the front stand. Donnie Stringer over the shoulder on the last side. They're all pretty close, these shearers. Making the most of it. The first of the 6 to go. There'll be 6 more in a few seconds when we get on to heat number 2. But Jet Szymanski was the fastest on the pace. Josh Youngman shearing away. Wants to keep a close eye on his time, so he's worn his watch just to make sure he's shearing it in under 2 minutes, and he's making a nice job of it. Nervous as heck up there, but he's deep breathing all the time to keep the brain full of oxygen. Right out the last leg now for Donnie Stringer. Wilkinson finished the touches down there. He's popped the one down the porthole, the second sheep of his lot. This is the real dancer up here in the front. Josh Youngman working hard. Donnie Stringer completes the task. Right out the last leg. Earning his lunch here on the front stand. Josh Youngman from Timaru. He's about to reach the off button now. Turns the handpiece off. Well shorn, young men and ladies. Awesome stuff. Off to the right, please. And we'll move on now with heat number 2 of that semi-final.
And heat 2 will be Hoani Wipaki Te Ariki Tawhatu, Max McTavish, Levi Mason, Levi Lex Wilson, and Ruben Wilkinson. It's the lineup for heat number 2, junior semi-final. They can hop up on the stage, get their names up.
Two sheep once again in the pens. That little bit of rain that was floating across before has dried up, and maybe the big yellow will poke through and just warm the temperature up a little bit outside. It's just a little bit fresh, and these sheep will be just feeling that change in the weather, so they liven up a little bit. Kennedy Bay down Milton Way, is there?
Oh, pretty sure it's where you said that Coromandel.
Oh, yeah.
What I know. No, I don't know.
£120, a bloody good tip for £120. But oh, pen staff need a bit of a shake up on stand number 1.
What are you doing to that sheep tags?
Okay, it looks like we're pretty happy. We got the referee out of there. Shears to the board. Looks like it could be a wee sheep change. Happy enough. Referee, oh, he's having another look. Mind yourself on the door, Ken. Okay, looks like we're about ready to crank into it. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. Off this time round. A little bit of an advantage shearing in the heat number 2. You've watched your fellow semi-finalists go. Get a rough idea of the time, but really you just need to get up there and shear within yourself. As that Woolly and pen number 2 wanted to get out and display her qualities of being an escape artist, but well tackled by the pen staff, suffering a little bit of bruising in the back. Doesn't look like we'll have to call the Jet Ranger in to transport him out of here, but look after yourselves in the pens. They are wild animals, undrugged in any way, Norman. And these young shearers have really got to be on their wits to get the job done and control these sheep.
You did right, John. They see some of the open guys having a struggle with them, so going to be a real handful for some of these young guys and girls, but they'll get on top of them. They're shearing nicely right now. Nothing seems to be kicking at the moment, so we won't put the hex on them. Te Ariki on stand number 2, Max on stand number 3, swinging around both these shearers into the long blow. One from Ranfurly, one from Lawrence. Levi Mason, the big fella there on stand number 4. He steps through and up the neck. Levi Lex Wilson. Long blow time down there on stand number 5. And Reuben Wilkinson down there on stand number 6, the other Wilkinson brother. He's on the same stand, different heat, and away through the long blue he goes.
That would have saved a bit of chalk, wouldn't it? You know,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
change the first names.
Change your first name. Pen boy didn't have to get out of the pen at all. He just stayed there. That's the father. And down for Te Ariki, right down onto the back leg for Max. Stands 2 and 3. Right out to the toe. Roll around over the hamstring. Max McTavish going to be the first one to drop on stand number 3. The first sheep's out the hole. Hawani on stand number 1, not far away. He just cleans off the fribs, keeping them judges happy. He knows how fussy they are. Under the leg. And away down the last side for Hawani. Levi Lex Wilson there as well. Down comes Reuben Wilkinson into the flank on the last side. Levi Mason, another shot, and he turns as well. Bellies off for Te Ariki on stand number 2. Max slides up the undermine. 1, 2 big blows up the backbone and into the top of the head this time. Just as T turns into the first hind leg. Hawani's in and out with the second sheep. So's Levi Lex Wilson and Reuben Wilkinson down there on 5 and 6. Hawani, he's on sheep number 2. John Tangney doesn't realise it yet, but he's on sheep number 2. Oh no, he's clicked onto it now. Well done, John.
Another box in the back of the D-Max. That's cool. I'll keep counting them. You keep putting them in. They're all battling away. Just one change. Levi Mason about to get sheep number 2 on the board. But it's all go here. Max McTavish from Lawrence coming across that last shoulder. Look at the wee ridge left on that shoulder. He's using as much comb as he dare. Sometimes on that shoulder you just got a half comb to get the nice flat finish. Down and out to the flank and right out the last leg. Next in line is the man with the big boar tusk on the neck from Ranfurly. There, Ricky coming across the shoulder. Last side. But it's Max McTavish. Reaches for the cord and switches his plant off and gets his time taken. Levi Mason, a little bit of trouble here with the lad from Tamaranui. Still keeping shearing and just reaches through and pulls the head back to the right side of the knees. Slowly putting that comb in. Guiding it across the surface of the skin. Removing that fleece with one shot of the comb in the cutter. Eliminating all the second cuts. Levi Lex Wilson over the last side. He comes down and out to the flank as Te Ariki. Tapatu come from Ranfurly. Has a bit of a chat to the judge. Fellow competitors looking along the board, waiting for the rest of the competitors to complete the job. Levi Lex Wilson from Wyndham sees the score. Oh, doesn't shake the head, so it must be all right. To the top of the shoulder is Weepaki from Kennedy Bay. Up on the front stand. Down the last side comes Reuben Wilkinson from Wyndham. Working across that last shoulder. Down and out to the flank he swings. His brother was shearing there on the last heat just before him, so he knows what it's all about. There goes Honey Weepaki. He stands forward, straightens up. Long time bending down over those sheep. The young shearers really need to have a supple back. And they're doing it with ease. Levi Mason from Tamaranui hits the last side now. Time might be running against him, but he's got to keep the quality right, and that's very important for a young shearer. The speed will come with age. Well, let's hope it does, otherwise you're going to be looking for another job. Over the shoulder now, these young shearers, though, they're going very well. Making sure every bit of wool is off and into the fadge for the farmer. Maximum weight in the bales. Not worth a lot of cents per kilo as it was 20 years ago, but the world keeps changing. Maybe it'll come back, hopefully. Out the last leg now, Levi Mason. Doing a pretty good job. One shot to go. Cleans off the stock. One over the tail. Down the chute. Well shorn, these young shearers. And they move off, and they can move off to the right and
Local clean shear. Nothing to do with
we'll see some of those shearers back into the final, no doubt.
Well done, guys and girls, in that junior semi-final. Looking forward to see who the top 6 are into the first of our big finals. And just before lunch, we're going to chuck in a wee event just to keep things rolling a bit. We're going to have our local clean shear. So some of our local fellas are just going to have a clean shear. Just a wee event they've got between themselves. A bit of a challenge. Because they all reckon they're the cleanest shearers around. But this is going to prove it. So just a local clean shear coming up. Clean shear for the locals. Not sure, don't know too much about it, but everything will reveal itself as we go through, I suppose. Not sure how many shearers or who's actually shearing it, but we will find out. So I'm guessing they've got a beer or two on it, John. They've probably been arguing about it for the last 12 months since the last Waimate shears, who the cleanest shearer is, and we're going to find out very shortly. Shearing one, just one now.
Oh, we got some hard case looking fellas up here.
Okay, the locals, they're up there. They've been arguing about who the cleanest shearer is for the last bloody 12 months or more, John. Probably arguing about it for years. And they've got a few big bottles of beer in it, I'd imagine.
And of course, it'd be DB bottles.
Yeah, and they're just going to prove, we're going to find out for fact who is the cleanest shearer in Waimate at the moment. We've got Kevy Butler up there on stand number 1. Boo. Jared Morgan on stand number 2. They're just going to share the one sheep. And looks like Corey White on stand number 3. Looks like we're going to have Tony Chamberlain on stand number 4. Who does that leave us? Yep. 2, that's Jared Morgan, and he wants a big bottle of beer and a pie straight afterwards. And 5, Corey Smith will be down there somewhere, and John Tagney. Corey Smith on 5, so Kevy Butler 1, Jared Morgan 2, Corey White 3, Tony Chamberlain 4, Corey Smith 5, John Tagney stand number 6. All local shearers or have been, or at some stage in their lives. Most of them are still.
Are they wannabes?
Of interest is on stand number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Chamberlain rather. He's shorn here at the Waimate Shears for 49 years. So it's a real milestone just all on its own. Nobody. And we're just going to share one sheep. It's a clean shear, folks. All right, it's not a race. Tags, it's not a race. The owner of the Kingswood Motels down there. Well, this year she's his wives, probably more than anything. Tags just does what he's told.
You just about got a clip over the ear, mate, by not mentioning the wife.
It's Jen Tagney's Motels, not John's, and John just changes the sheets and puts new pillows out. That's all he does. All right, how are we looking, guys? All set to go. Timekeeper's ready. Shearers set, go. So now we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, who the cleanest shearer in Waimate is. And Tony Chamberlain, he's got the best job on the belly, that's for sure. He was a real handy shearer back in the day, this fella on stand number 4. Great to see him up there. He's had a couple of health issues just lately. And I think somebody forgot to tell Tony Chamberlain that it was a clean shear, not a speed shear. 49 years this fella's been shearing here on stand number 4, ladies and gentlemen. He's up the neck already. So I don't think he's worried about the clean shear type thing. He's not mucking around with that silliness. He's going to be first off. Up comes Corey White chasing hard at Jared Morgan. Up comes Kevy Butler on stand number 1. All these local shearers. There'll be a few beers on this, no doubt. But we've got the afternoon to do. We've got a bit of work to do ahead of us, guys, so we're not starting those beers just yet. Kevin Butler, he's got the sheep scanning business here. He sponsors the competition here. Kevin Butler on stand number 1. Jared Morgan, local shearer, and committee member, and they do a lot of work. They would have done all the crutching of all their sheep here with Corey White. Corey White, of course, on stand number 3. Corey Smith down there on stand number 5. He's a local shearer. Tony Chamberlain just sees where all these young fellas are at. Now he's put the spooks up and he can slow down because they've made a few mistakes, no doubt. And John Tagney down the far end. Tagney tree topping. Big sponsors and big supporters of the Waimate Shears. Maybe not been around quite as long as Tony Chamberlain on stand number 4. Shorn at the Waimate Shears for 49 years. He's only got one to go before they give him the gold watch. Right out onto the back leg. Beautifully shorn sheep, Tony Chamberlain. Hasn't missed a blow. Out comes Corey White and Jared Morgan. Jared Morgan hurrying along there, looking for a pie and a beer. Well done, Morgie. And Tony Chamberlain straightens his back. Corey White does the same. Well done, fellas. Corey Smith right out to the toe. So's Kevy Butler. Tags. Down the last side he roars. Kevy Butler's getting a bit of a ding-dong with that one. He should have a can of rattle in his back pocket. That will be a dry U, that one. He'll scan that as a dry. It'll go straight into the culls. Well done. Give them a hand, folks, our local shearers. Kevy Butler, Jared Morgan, Corey White, Tony Chamberlain, Corey Smith and John Tagney. Tags, you're actually last off there. So clean shear, we'll let you know who the best shearer in Waimate is when those results come to hand. They would have been closely judged. I think we all know who the winner is on stand number 4.
I think John Tagney, that was planned to be last off, so he didn't have to shout.
Yeah, that'd be right. Anyway, we're going to have some lunch now with for our judges, officials and workers. And we'll be back with the intermediate, senior and open machine shearing semi-finals. We're going to draw another raffle. Is that what's going to happen?
What have you got that's scratchy?
So another scratchy raffle. I'm actually getting really sick of opening envelopes from the New Zealand Police. Seem to be doing a lot of that lately. First in the scratchy, the winner of the scratchy raffle is number 7. And that is not Flash. Flash won the scratchy raffle, so that's Flash.
Now this is for the big handpiece raffle. The big handpiece raffle.
Oh, the handpiece raffle.
Number 20 goes to Trish Peterson. Trish Peterson.
Trish Peterson, local lady. She's won the handpiece. I don't know what she's going to do with it, but could be a big help to her in the future. Worth a few bucks. Someone will buy it of her. And Flash, one of our North Island judges, he is the proud winner of the scratchy raffle.
I wonder if he's a betting man. He'd have to be after this. He's got, a box full of them.
I know some mornings he wakes up after a big night, he can't even scratch himself, so I don't know how he's going to get on with the old scratchy raffle.
He's a shearing judge.
So, lunchtime now, ladies and gentlemen, for our judges. We'll be back very shortly with our intermediate, senior and open semi-finals.
Well, welcome back. We'll get on with more shearing in the shearing industry. Next on the card will be the intermediate semi-final. Intermediate semi-final. Just 10 shears to compete. 2 heats of 5. I'd like to welcome all our judges back, please. Who are you looking for? No, I went out there for a cup of coffee, then I come back and... Intermediate, I suppose it'll be two fives. Intermediate semi-finals are sponsored by Mark Murphy and Lister. Some of our sponsors today, we've got a big list of them right round the hall, so make sure you support those sponsors in the next 12 months. We'll just get a draw done. We'll let you. There'll be 2 heats of 5 here. So those intermediate finalists be ready to go. Emma Martin, Cody Waihappy, Lydia Thompson, Hautapu Makeri, Craig Caleb Brooking, Cody Lambert, Tim Dixon, Marius Kluper, Angus Crombie and Lachlan Coey. So on stand 1 from the Falkland Islands will be Lachlan Crowe, Marius Kluper from South Africa on 2, Cody Lambert from Tikawiti on 3, Hautapu Makeri from the Waikato on 4, and Cody Waihappy from Mataura on the 5th stand. Could we have our grey shirts back, please? Our grey shirt brigade. Grey shirts, grey hair probably goes together. That's why I'm wearing a grey shirt today.
Grey shirt, no hair.
I didn't want to go that far.
You may well be.
Flash just got his wife a present for the way home.
Yep.
A whole lot of scratchy cards.
Scratchy cards, yep. They might be able to win themselves enough to buy another scratchy card.
Can we have our shearers for the first heat, please, on the side of the stage? Let us know you're all here. Hope you've enjoyed the wee lunch, sponsored by the JAB out there in the kitchen. Marvellous food, once again.
Good luck, Cody.
Pen staff, please. Okay, shearers, take the board, please. Cody Waihappy on number 5. Hautapu Makeri on stand number 4. On 3, we have Cody Lambert. On 2, Marius Kloper. And Lachlan Crowe. on the front stand.
How many sheep we got in there, Ken? 3 sheep for our shearers. Yeah. Okay. And thankfully we've got Cody Waihapi down there on stand number 5, John, or otherwise all these other shearers are all from overseas.
I thought the shearing numbers were up in the South Island, the shearer numbers.
Well, they must be too busy working. Good lineup of talented young shearers. A couple of heats of our senior semi-finalists. This is heat number 1. Sorry, our intermediate semi-finalists. We'll be moving into the semi-final of the senior very shortly, and then the open, the 3-heat semi-final. So the intermediate, proudly sponsored by Mark Murphy and Lister. Mark Murphy, of course, a long-time supporter of the Waimate Shears. A big thanks to Mark and Lister. And we have the thumbs up from the referee. All the shearers are at the door. 5 shearers up here. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go with sheep number 1 of 3. Lachlan Crowley from the Falkland Islands into the belly on stand number 1. Behind him on stand 2, Marius Klupa from South Africa. Cody Lambert from Te Koeti. Hotapu Makaidi from Waikato and Cody Waihapi there from Matoda down there on stand number 5. The belly's out for all our shearers and into the first hind leg. Sheep 1 of 3 looking for the top 6 out of these 10 shearers, John. It's going to be a tight run thing. All very talented young individuals. Sliding up into the top of the head is Cody Lambert. Up comes Hotapu as well on stand number 4. Stands 1. Stand 5 and now stand number 2 into the top of the head. So they're all through and step through and up the neck. Break the neck well open. Well-wooled sheep from Hacker Station. These hoggets round and towards the first front shoulder. Shearing nicely. 3 sheep. Intermediate grade semi-finals. Proudly sponsored by Mark Murphy and Lister. And away through into the long blow for Hotapu Mikari from the Waikato. He's the first into the long blow. Cody Lambert right there, the young man from the King Country on stand number 3. Up comes Cody Waihapi, the sole South Islander in the field, as he slides over the backbone and into the base of the ear. Lachlan Crowley, Falkland Isler on stand number 1. Right up into the base of the ear for him as well, and he turns, takes the cheek off. Down onto the last front shoulder for Lachlan. Marius Klupa turns for home as well on stand number 2. So not a lot in it, John, at this stage. Only 1 sheep, of course. So far, out of the 3, who's going to take the lead, early lead? Could be Hotapu Mikaidi from Waikato down there on stand number 4. He's first into the pen.
Oh, great steer, great start. He slow to get the belly up, but he came to the milk as he dropped it in the long blow. Oh, change of gear for Cody Lambert. He says, not quite combing right. Let's get a fresh bit of steel on. Hey, they only guessing how the sheep are combing up there. They did shear these sheep in the heats. But of course, the fact is that the weather's changed a little bit now and it's got a little bit colder. So you may need something just a little bit thinner to get underneath all the wool. Stay flat on the skin. Something a little maybe not quite so round. But they're beautiful shearing hoggets and all the way through this competition so far. So these sheep have been on the move since the wee hours this morning. And they'll be back home in the paddocks before we know it, because we've got a great trucking firm looking after us out there, delivering these sheep and returning them to the farmers. Up over the top there comes our Falkland Islander. Couple of got a South African in the field, Marius Klopper, working away. So as Norm says, it's the out-of-towners are got the lead here in this one at the moment as Crowe goes round the back of the head, working hard to stay on the pace. Into the first off shoulder goes our South African, Marius Klopper, Cody Lambert into the long blow, but the pace down here on number 4. Hautapu Makeri from the Waikato out the last leg. He swings. Downward pressure into the flank with the right hand, the left hand. The right hand's guiding that Hampies out over the rump. Pace coming on down there on stand number 6 from the Waihapi. The Matara lad. Cody's big, long, tall shearer, and he's got one shot left, and that one, first one goes down the hole. Second one goes down the hole. Only got 3 sheep to shear. Sheep at the door. Out onto the board he comes. 3 or 4 shots back off the pace he is, but that's nothing, and just a couple of wriggles of these sheep and the positions could change. In goes Marius Kluper. Lachlan Curry from the Falklands comes out the last side, out that last leg. Cody Lambert goes in. Must be happier with his Hampies this time round. Down the belly he swings. There's the Waikato lad on stand number 4, comes up over the top. 4 shots back is Cody Waihapi from Matara. They got the wee advantage to get rid of the nerves. These guys are well into the game now. Down that first hind leg. This class is for shears that it can shear up to 305 in an 8-hour day. So they're starting to earn a little dollar or two at the game. Here they go. Round the back of the head comes Cody Lambert from Tigawiti. But Hautapu Makeri from the Waikato once again swinging for home. The third and the final sheep. Up the long blow comes Cody Waihapi. Up the top comes Lachlan Crowe. Marius Kluper round the back of the head and down into the first off shoulder. Lambert into the long blow. But the pace all from the Waikato at the moment as he's coming under the shoulder and down to the flank. Oh, just a kick and a wriggle. That'll let Cody Waihapi come back into the match. Down and out to the flank. He's going to be the first to get the stop cord. Right out the last leg. Big blows from the tall young shearer. Beautiful shearing these sheep. No excuses. Here comes the Marius Kluper from South Africa coming home with a withering run. Cody Lambert down the last side as well. Dance 4 and 5 have completed the job. Lachlan Crowe from the Falkland Islands coming across the shoulder. Cleans off the top of the brisket. There goes Marius Kluper from South Africa along with Cody Lambert. And just Lachlan Crowe to finish it under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Beautifully rounded sheep. Nice and pink on the skin when the shearer gets the comb flat across it. 13 teeth on that comb. Staying on top of the skin. The judges down the back will be looking for any wool left on and any bruising to the skin. Well done, shearers. If you move off to the right, please, we'll have heat number 2 on the board.
Well done, guys. That is heat number 1 done and dusted. Looking for heat number 2 to come up. We'll get the names up on the board. Just remember, folks, don't be shy. Go and visit the Wool Expo next door. There's a bit going on in the shed next door to the shearing stadium. So shoot out and have a wee look out there. You're sure you'll find it interesting. And, of course, we all need to do our bit to promote wool. That's what drives our industry.
At least we're working inside. I see the ponies are trying to go around in the rain outside. Not a very nice afternoon for those people.
No, better off in here, John.
The pressing team are going pretty well out here in the back room.
There's enough horses in here. We don't need to be out there watching them.
So Angus Crombie from Blenheim on stand number 1. Tim Dixon from Fielding on 2. Caleb Brooking from Mataura on 3. Lydia Thompson, Rangiora on number 4. And Emma Watson from...
Martin.
Emma Martin. Yeah, I thought that was up the wrong way. Where's Davey? What are you doing, mate? Want to get that name right? Davey, bring your chalk down. Number 5.
Emma Martin, she's there on stand number 4. She knows who she is. We know who she is now. She's from way down in Gore. Another top lineup of good young shearers. Angus Crombie, Tim Dixon, Caleb Brooking, Lydia Thompson. She's had a wee bit of success through the junior grade up in the intermediate. And Emma Martin the same. Both successful competition shearers, these two girls down the back stands.
Okay, shearers to the board, please. Can't have you hurting yourself in there.
Alistair Emsley, a referee, just one final check. And he'll give us a thumbs up. We'll set these girls and guys alight. Thanks, Ellie. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. We're away into heat number 2 of the intermediate semi-finals, the Mark Murphy-sponsored intermediate. Sheep number 1 on the board for Angus Crombie, Tim Dixon, Caleb Brooking, Lydia Thompson, Emma Martin. And away down the valley they go. Ooh, all right. Flicks it out behind him, but there's Tim Dixon already leading the field into the first hind leg. That was a quick belly, John, as he wiped the wool off down over the tummy. Angus Crombie from Blenheim, chasing hard as well. Caleb Brooking, young fella from Matoda. Been doing a fair bit up around mid-Canterbury lately. Working out of the Pro Shear stable. Lydia Thompson slides down the first hind leg from Rangiora. And away up the backbone, Emma Martin. She's already been there and done that as she's through and up the neck. Emma Martin, she's a handy shearer, that girl. Into the base here and around the back of the head, Angus Crombie. Swings around. Who's going to be first into the long blow? Could be Angus. Tim looks like he's going pretty good. And away through into the long blow. 2 short blows and a big sweeping blow right through into the base of the ear. Another shot. Angus Crombie turns for home. Down over the last front shoulder for Tim. Chasing hard as Angus Crombie, or they're not really chasing, they're blow for blow. Angus Crombie, John.
Yeah, making it look easy, isn't he? Right out that last leg, but he's closely followed by Tim Dixon from fielding. He had the very quick belly, but...
Beautifully shorn sheep, Tim Dixon, John.
Oh,
real tidy.
He's a North Islander too, by golly.
By golly.
Shocking. Caleb Brooking from Mataura on the deep south. Comes out the last leg. Lydia Thompson, Rangiora. She bounces into the pen. Bit of a tussle with this big sheep. These hoggets are well grown out. Emma Martin completes the job there and goes in for sheep number 2 down on the 5 stand. So they're working away. They know they've got to keep the hammer down. Got to use all the tools in the box at this stage. Tim Dixon coming up and over the top. Round the back of the head, he's about to swing on the front stand, Angus Crombie from Blenheim. The judges are swooping along. Round the back of the head, down onto the first shoulder is about to Tim Dixon from fielding. Likewise, it's Caleb Brooking from Matara. Lydia Thompson following suit. Emma Martin, pretty much as we speak, that's how they run. Round the back of the head comes Emma Martin. Down over the shoulder on the money side of the sheep, Angus Crombie from Blenheim. Got 3 sheep to shear in this event. Down and out to the flank. Our sponsor for this one is Mark Murphy coming out the last leg. Mark Murphy and Lister. Lydia Thompson swooping up the long blow. Emma Martin's hit the last side. Always shows a good quality shear as Emma. She's from down on the deep gore. Fresh sheep on the board. The last one for Angus Crombie. Oh, Tim Dixon, a little bit of a tuck up there with that back leg. Bit more pressure required from the left hand. Down and into the flank it goes. Lets the pressure off, puts it on again. Down the port roll the sheep. To the outside judging. Caleb Brooking from Matara. Sheep number 3 on the board. Make sure you keep tipping those cards over you young people in the pens. In goes Lydia Thompson, busy about her work. Get out of my way, Judge. I'm going to coming through. Martin with the belly off. First off leg coming up now. Still about 6 or 7 paces off the 6 or 7 blows off the pace. But the 3 front stands up, 2 or 3 blows between them, and into the long blow on the front goes Angus Crombie. Lydia Thompson flicks the belly out far and wide. Down the undermine shots, big ones right down to the backbone. And then it'll be 2 or 3 big sweeping blows up that backbone to make sure that she gets deep right over the rump to make it easier on the last side. She only puts 2 good long ones in, so she must have put the good downstroke well in and to the backbone of the first shot. Over the last side comes Angus Crombie, though. He's doing pretty well. Can he hang on to the pace? Emma Martin's into the long blow. Lydia Thompson in the off shoulder. But it's going to be stand number 1. All the way from Blenheim. Down and out to the flank, out the last leg. One under the hock, one over the tail. And he's going to let that sheep down and be counted. Hits the down cord, turns the clock off. Not too far away is Tim Dixon from Fielding. All shearing with great quality, these shearers. If they don't take it off on the board, they get banged out the back. That's the second cuts I'm talking about. One over the tail for Caleb Brooking. The 2 young lasses down on 4 and 5 are battling it out. Lydia Thompson's working hard. She's pumping that bog iron down and out to the flank. Right out the last leg, quicken the pace. Emma Martin working hard to stay in front of her, but I think Lydia Thompson might have a number. Right out the last leg, she swings. Huffing and puffing and reaches for the cord. Just a split second between the 2. Great shear, gentlemen and ladies. Off to the right, please, gentlemen and ladies. And we'll move on with the senior semi-final. See, we got a couple of big old, some old heads out there in the smoker hut. Snow Quinn's in the crowd. Good to see those old heads. Johnny Huff's out there too, I believe. Can't keep away from the shearing game. The legends in their 80s. So we have the senior semi-final coming up. So
Yes, senior semi-final next up on the stage, John. We'll get the heat number 1 will be Ruby Stone, Jordan White, Alice Watson, James Wilson, Drea Roberts, John Cherrington. Need to get them ready to rock and roll. You're allowed pen boys now in the semis apparently, so get someone in your pen, you competitors. There is people out there, but grab someone. If you want a pen, boy, grab someone. Evened it up a bit now, John. There's one North Islander up there, down there, John Cherrington. The rest are from the south.
I wasn't gonna say a thing.
And we've got a local girl up there, John. Ruby Stone on stand number 1 from Waimate.
This event sponsored by RD Petroleum, Bourndale Farms and Backcountry Earthworks.
Huge thanks to our sponsors right across all the events.
Oh, Ruby has gone for experience instead of good looking in the pen staff.
Yeah, no, yep, that's dead right. Some of the other competitors are all got good looking pen boys, but yeah, Ruby, like you say, gone for experience. Get it sorted out, Rabbit, please.
Referee's just having a bit of wee look down the board. Pretty tough, all these shearers, you know. It's quite fresh outside, and these fellas are running around in singlets. They something in the South Islanders, they just love displaying their shoulders.
They're just used to hard work, John. Used to hard work. Rabbit. We've got a judge on stand 4, have we? And maybe
if he is, he's
5.
missing. He's down in the pen. Oh, got to get onto his roster.
Just while they're getting that sorted out, we have the results just before we start these guys. Waiting for the referee. They have the results from the intermediate. The top 6 that will compete in the final tonight. In qualifying order are Emma Martin, Cody Waihapi, Lydia Thompson, Hotapu Mikairi, Tim Dixon, and Marius Klupa. So they're our top 6. Well done to our top 6. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing them in the big final a bit later on this evening. And we have the thumbs up from the referee, so we shall set this one alight. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go on the RD Petroleum Bourndale Farm Backcountry Earthworks sponsored Senior Machine Shearing semi-final. Ruby Stone, your local girl on stand number 1. Away she goes down the valley. She's been shearing well all the way through, so look to see another good performance from her. Jordan White from South Otago. Alice Watson from way up the top of the South Island and Seddon there. James Wilson from the bottom of the South Island down Winton Way. Dre Roberts from Matoda in the deep south, and John Cherrington from the Waikato. On there, stand 6, John Cherrington steps through and up the neck, breaks it open. Nice, stylish shearer down there on stand number 6, but he's going to be up against it. It's a strong field here, John.
Certainly is, and they've got the advantage of putting the cat among the pigeons by going hard and fast in the first heat and spooking the second lot. But shear within yourselves. These animals will be quite testy at times, and we can see Dre Roberts first to turn onto the last side on stand number 5, but they're all pretty close together. Ellis Watson, James Wilson from Wilton comes right out the last leg. John Cherrington from the Waikato under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Ruby Stone from Waimate, the local lass. Don't be afraid to have a bit of a yarn to these shearers and encourage them right throughout the shearing event here this afternoon. It's a lonely job up there when you're faced with these woolies and the judge who's looking for second cuts to the wool favour. Down the belly goes Ellis Watson. Right on the pace. Also is James Wilson. Jordan White from Belcluta. Another one on the board for Roberts from Matara. John Cherrington's in on stand number 6 as well as just Ruby Stone up here on the front stand. Gets the job done on the first one. Get the quality right and the rest will flow on. Here goes Jordan White. Around the crutch and down the first off leg, but way out in front at the moment. It could be James Wilson from Wilton. Ellis Watson from Seddon trying hard to stay on the coattails. Into the long blow comes big John Cherrington down there on stand number 6. They've got 4 to shear. Sponsored by RD Petroleum and Bourndale Farm along with Backcountry Earthworks. Over the shoulder comes Ellis Watson. To the top of the shoulder on the last side is James Wilson. So the lead is just changing slightly. Under the shoulder and down into the flank is John Cherrington. On the 2 stand, Jordan White. Out the last side he comes. But it's going to be Ellis Watson. Getting away to a handy one, is it? Can she chip? John Cherrington there on stand number 6. Yes, she has. Ellis Watson first in for sheep number 3. Cherrington follows down on stand number 6. James Wilson lost a little bit of time on this one. Steps into the pen. His body must be falling to bits a little bit. He's got everything strapped together across the shoulders. Hey, maybe I need 1 or 2 of those. Down the belly he swings. Out the last leg comes the Dre Roberts. Into the pen goes Jordan White. Sheep number 3 but coming up for Ruby Stone. She's starting to up the pace a little bit on the front stand, Norm. A little bit of entertainment or encouragement from the crowd might stir her along.
Yeah, well, she's a local girl. Don't be scared to get behind her, folks. Ruby Stone from Waimate on the front stand. A couple of good girls in this heat. Ellis Watson swings around through the front shoulder, dropping into the long blow right there with John Cherrington. John Cherrington on stand 6, Ellis Watson on stand 3. Way to go up the backbone together, stepping across, wrapping around their left leg and turning for home. John Cherrington may have half a shot on Ellis, maybe, but not much in it. Down over the last front shoulder they come together. Ellis Watson, John Cherrington. Around comes James Wilson onto the last cheek as well. Through into the long blow for Dre Roberts. Through into the long blow for Jordan White. Ruby Stone, round the back of the head she goes. She's got to get that shoulder off and she'll be in the long blow as well. But dropping is John Cherrington very shortly. He's got 1, 2 or 3 blows now on Ellis Watson. Ellis Watson, real strong competitor, making an absolutely magnificent job there, John, looking at it from here.
Change of gear there for James Wilson now. But who can hang in and keep the pace on? Sheep number 4 on the board for Watson. Sheep number 4 on the belly off down there for Cherrington. Notice that Ellis Watson's got a very quick last side. If she can only keep the sheep settled, she'll be right in the hunt for the pace stakes in the first heat of the senior competition. Out the last leg comes Ruby Stone. Jordan White changes the blade. Fresh steel on. Dre Roberts says, mine's going fine enough and I'm in too. Sheep number 4 coming out for Ruby Stone up here on the front stand. But it could be John Cherrington down on the 6. The lad from the Waikato area, the mighty Waikato, into the long blow, he swings. Rugby team hasn't had a very good season this year up there in the provincial game, but he's representing his region down here in the deep south and turning on to the last side. He swings down on stand number 6. Turning on to the last side is Ellis Watson on the 4 stand. Into the long blow now is Dre Roberts. James Wilson coming back with a bit of vengeance on stand number 4. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank comes Watson. Cherrington slowly out that last leg. Watson's coming with a quick run down and out to the flank. Right out the leg, under the sock, over the hock. One over the tail, and she's going to pull the cord and beat Cherrington into the pen for sheep number 5. Here they come. Working hard still. Dre Roberts. Right in there is James Wilson from Winton. Working hard down here, Jordan White. I think Ruby Stone, they're having a bit of a personal battle here on the front 2 stands. Under the shoulder they come together. Down the hole goes Dre Roberts' sheep. Who's going to hang in here? Up the top comes Ellis Watson. 6 sheep to Shears, so there's still one in the pen for most of the shearers. Ruby Stone's got a little bit of a problem just keeping that last leg. Got to get right over that undermined shot. You can't cheat there because it'll pay against you on the last side. Jordan White from Belcluta. Down the belly, the crutch wall's all gone. First off leg coming up. The undermined shot's coming in, but Cherrington's back in front down there on stand number 6. Oh, here comes Ellis Watson. Yeah, there's nothing between them. Who's got the fastest last side again? It's going to be. Right to the top of the shoulder comes the Winton man. Norm, they're going pretty well. James Wilson.
Yeah, James Wilson coming back at them now down the last side. He paused. He's back there with Ellis Watson and John Cherrington. John Cherrington, though, slides in for his 6th and final sheep. In goes Ellis Watson as well. James Wilson, another shot. He'll be looking for number 6 on the board for Ellis. And back on the board for James Wilson as well. John Cherrington, though, leading the field from the back stand. And the belly comes out for him. He's a couple of shots ahead of Ellis this time as Ellis flicks the belly out behind her. So not a lot in it, though. Ooh, round comes James Wilson. So James starting to settle into a good rhythm on stand number 4, making a bit of a race of it this time. Up the undermine for stands 3, 4 and 6. And James Wilson first through and up the neck. Good strong finish from this young fella. Way through into the base here. Around the back of the head he's going to roll. Pulls the ear out of the road. Over the back of the crown of the head and into the first front shoulder. John Cherrington does the same. So does Ellis Watson. But James Wilson this time. Long blow time. Now he's starting to swing into a James Wilson from Winton down there in the deep south. Turning for home is James Wilson on his 6th and final sheep. Left his run. Timed it perfectly, I would have thought. Ruby Stone finishing touches and she's in for a 6th and final. Ruby Stone just a belly behind Jordan White. Shearing on stand number 2. But James Wilson, though, right out to the toe. Timed it perfectly. Throws the steel over the tail. Time clock stopped there on stand number 4. Got a few shots on the rest of the field. Just on that one sheep, John, is Ellis Watson. Cleans over the leg. So does John Cherrington. Ellis Watson, John Cherrington. Who's going to reach for the cord there? Ellis Watson it is, and John Cherrington. So not a lot between those two as far as time goes, John. Pretty close. They had a ding-dong all the way, didn't they?
Oh, I certainly did, and that's what really makes these competitions. If we can have a couple of punters working against each other or working for us by chasing hard on each other, and it makes it interesting. Here down the last side comes Dre Roberts from Matara, right out the last leg. He's got a few shots ahead of Jordan White from Belcluta. Ruby Stone up the front, just trailing the field at the moment, but here comes Dre Roberts. Good shear from the young fella. Jordan White still hanging in there, making it work for himself. Not all about speed. It's got to coincide it with the quality on the board and quality out the back. Under the sock he goes. Make sure he gets all that sock wool off because penalties go against you down the back if you don't. Well done there, Jordan White. Next to Finish the last side will be a Ruby Stone. Under the shoulder and down now to the flank. Easy work. Few short blows goes in down to the leg. Making sure she's keeping that comb flat on the skin. Maybe not using all the teeth. Got a job done. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Good senior shear semi-final.
That was heat number 1, folks. Heat 2 in the senior semi will be Jack Gordon, Aidan Tarrant, Aaron McGee, Kapua Brown, Reuben King, Blake Crooks.
Open semi-final. First heat, Floyd Neal, Tara Edwards, Willie McSkimming, Hugh DeLacy, Duncan Leslie, David Gordon. Heat 2 in the open semi-final, Chris Vickers, Bevan Pere, Jack Fagan, Brett Roberts, Toa Henderson, Leon Samuels. Heat 3 in the open semi, Corey Barracliff, Hori Rata, Joseph Winders, Cody Palmer, Pirata Abrahams and Nathan Stratford. That is how they'll run.
Just while they're getting set up, another couple of raffles here, John. Thanks for supporting all these raffles, everybody. And the winner of our scratchy raffle is number 9, Sean.
Is that just Sean?
Sean B, or Sean B, yep. Number 9. Whoever Sean B is, we'll find him and we'll come up and let us know or whatever. Sean Brown. Redraw.
This time round we got Jack Gordon from Temuka, Aidan Tarrant Tamanui, Aaron McGee from Ireland, Kapua Brown from Tauramanui, Reuben King from Kaiapoi, and Blake Crooks from Rangiora. They are our 6 semi-finalists.
And just another quick raffle draw, the $100 note this time goes to number 8. Looks like Sadie Waihapi. Yeah, she won a $100 note. Good stuff. I'm sure get that sorted out. Thank you.
She could be my friend for just over a wee beverage.
Well, there's $100, 10 bottles down the bar.
DB, of course. Nothing but the sponsor's product.
Yeah.
Shears to the board, please.
Referee just in one more pen. This is a senior semi-final number 2. And a fantastic lineup here again. And we had the thumbs up from the referee. Heat number 2 it is in the senior semi-finals. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off. OD Petroleum, Bourndale Farm, Backcountry Earthworks. They're our sponsors of the senior. Big thanks to our sponsors. And make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you support those that support us. So if you're needing any of the services offered by those companies, don't be shy. And first into the top of the head. Stand number 1, maybe Jack Gordon. Up comes Kapua Brown. Up comes Reuben King. Blake Crook's been there and done that already. From Rangiora down the far stand. He might be hitting the long blow first, maybe down on stand number 6 as he swings around through the shoulder and drops. 2 short blows, big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear, followed by another one. Sheep gives a kick and a wriggle, cost him half a second, and on he goes. And he's around onto the last cheek. So is Jack Gordon on stand number 1. So is Kapua Brown this time on stand number 4. Down onto the last front shoulder they come together. Stands 1, 4 and 6. Under the front leg for Blake Crooks. Down into the flank on the last side. He's the first to do so. Might have one shot on Kapua Brown. Brown comes Aidan Tarrant onto the last front shoulder as well. Aaron McGee all the way from Ireland. And goes Blake Crooks, so first man in. Sheep gone in 1 minute and 18 seconds. Jack Gordon from Temuka. Sheep number 2 of 6 coming out on the board for Jack Gordon. Kapua Brown there with him. Stand number 4. Down the last side for Aidan Tarrant. Down the last side for Reuben King. Right out on the back leg for Aaron McGee. Another couple of shots, and these guys are going to get their second sheep on the board as well. Aidan Tarrant over the tail. Lets it go. Hops in and out of the pen. There's another woolly in there. Another 4 after that. Aaron McGee from Ireland out on the board. He'll be happy the way he's shearing. He's shearing pretty good, this young fella. Had a great competition. Reuben King, bellies off. And out behind him, and he's ran into the first hind leg. Jack Gordon though on stand number 1. Blake Crooks on stand number 6. Either end of the field. They're having a ding-dong battle. These two swinging through and turning for home as Jack Gordon. Round comes Crooks. Up comes Reuben King. Through goes Kapua Brown. Up comes Aidan Tarrant. Aaron McGee round on the first hind leg on sheep number 2. So let's keep the cards rolling over, please. Everybody in the pens. Alice. Who the hell is Alice? There she is up. No, she's too busy chatting up the other fella. Turn your card over, Alice, please. Thank you. And goes Jack Gordon from Temuka on stand number 1. Blake Crooks from Rangiora on stand number 6. And away goes Kapua Brown from Taumaranui on stand number 4. And then out with sheep number 3 this time. And away down the belly goes Jack Gordon. He's into the first hind leg. He's just a shot, maybe 2 shots ahead of Blake Crooks at this stage. John, he's shearing good. The young fella from Temuka slides up there, undermine and into the top of the head, steps through and up the neck. Blake Crooks right there, though. Up the neck he comes, so they're only a shot, maybe 2 in it.
I think I might need to have to hire a trailer to get to carry all this DB product away that these pen staff have got to donate to me. Hey, I think my D-Max is full. I need to get a trailer. But anyway, let's get back to the shearing live. Jack Gordon turning off the long blow now. Working hard, Aidan Tarrant down the belly. Sheep number 3 on the board for him. Number 3 about to come out for Aaron McGee for Ireland. Number 3, 3/4 Sean for Kapua Brown from Tamarunui on stand number 4. Reuben King up over the top. Here comes the lad from Kaiapoi. Takes the top knot off and peels open the neck wool. Breaks open the fleece so the judge can look in, and around the back of the head he starts to swing. Blake Crooks from Rangiora down there on the far end, but the pace up here on the front. Right up here, Jack Gordon, sheep number 4 on the board. Sheep number 4 on the board for Kapua Brown. Number 4 on the board for Blake Crooks. Half Sean, long blow onto the last side. Reuben King just as quick as that. Over the shoulder, he's still got 3 in the pen. Down over the last side, he's about to swing and under the shoulder. Up over the top comes Aaron McGee from Ireland. Back off the pace a little bit. Over the shoulder on the last side is Aidan Tarrant from Tamarunui. Still on sheep number 3, but he's trying to keep the quality right. Likewise, down there on the 5 stand, sheep coming out. Sheep number 4 for Reuben King. Come on, and the Irishman. Get on with it, round the back of the head. You got to let the brakes off, man, or you're going to miss the bus. The bus may have already gone because here comes Jack Gordon down under the shoulder. Tasting hard, Kapua Brown down the far end on the 6 is Blake Crooks as well, but it's going to be Jack Gordon. Temuka looking pretty strong as he bounces into the pit. Oh, get down there, my darling. Get down and show off your rump and your ears that have whisked all the wool off. Here goes Kapua Brown in as well. 1 left in the pen for those. Change of steel for Blake Crooks. Can he pull back the pace? He's 7 or 8 shots off the pace as we swing into the first off leg. The undermined shots coming up here for Jack Gordon. Showing plenty of experience and getting on with the job. Controlling these sheep. They seem to have settled after the lunch break. Maybe they had a nice bit of apple pie down the back there while they're waiting for the shearers. And they're not hungry anymore. Aaron McGee goes in for sheep number 4. Sheep 5 on the board and half Sean for Kapua Brown. He's into the long blow now along with Jack Gordon. Coming at him down there is Blake Crooks from Rangiora. Oh, but quick turn here for Jack Gordon up on the front. He's got one left in the pen, Norm. Look at him come down to Kapua Brown, having a bit of a struggle with his. Over the top comes Jack Gordon, down and out to the flank. Kapua Brown, who's it going to be? Kapua Brown's got a fast last side, over the top, last side coming up. Oh, change, go at him, Norman, for the last one.
Last one coming out for Kapua Brown. He's the first to hit the door. Onto the board he comes. Jack Gordon, sheep number 6 on the board on stand number 1. Blake Crooks down there in stand 6. He's got 6 on the board as well. Way down the valley he rolls, but it's Kapua Brown. Oh, no, it's not. It's Jack Gordon as he slides into the hind leg, sliding up the undermine. 1-2 big shots into the top of the head. He's the first to the top of the head on stand number 1. Jack Gordon from Temuka, from South Canterbury here. Up the neck for Kapua Brown. Sliding up into the top of the head is Blake Crooks. He steps through and up the neck as well, but Jack Gordon, Kapua Brown, nothing between these two shearers. Blake Crooks there as well. Round and towards the first front shoulder. Long blow time for Kapua Brown, and he's the first to hit it, so another couple of shots. Good strong finish from the young man from Taumaranui on stand number 4. Down over the last front shoulder. He's ahead of Jack Gordon at this stage. Kapua Brown, as far as time goes, he looks like he's going to take it out as that sheep sits for him on the last leg. Right out to the toe, another couple of shots for Kapua Brown. Down comes Jack Gordon, but Kapua Brown, he's already been there and covered that bit of dirt. Over the tail he goes, hits the cord, time clock stopped on stand number 4. Well, Sean Kapua Brown got his timing just perfectly and slayed that last one out. Another couple of shots for Jack Gordon, another couple of shots for Blake Crooks. Jack Gordon over the tail. Blake Crooks beats him to the punch by a couple of seconds maybe. Well done, guys, and that'll leave Reuben King. Sheep number 6 on the board for Reuben. Sheep 6 on the board for Aaron McGee, I think. We'll keep those cards rolling over, please. Aidan Tarrant should be on sheep number 6, is it? Yep. Last sheep on the board for Aidan Tarrant, the young fella from Taumaranui. Up the undermine he sweeps, into the top of the head. Aaron McGee through and up the neck. Reuben King. Way through into the long blow for Reuben King from Rangiora. Did it right through the other grades. And he's going to turn for home. Aaron McGee from Ireland on stand number 3. I think that's his 5th sheep on the board. There's still one left in the pen for Aaron. Round through into the front shoulder, but a long blow time for Aidan Tarrant this time as he skips across the rib cage. Flies up the backbone. Another couple of shots, but it's going to be Reuben King, the next man to finish down there on stand number 5. Right out to the toe for Reuben, just as Aidan comes around over the last front shoulder. One more left in the pen for Aaron McGee, our Irish friend there on stand number 4. But Reuben King over the tail. There it is. Time clock stopped there for Reuben. Well done, Reuben. Aidan Tarrant, not far away, just a couple of shots back from Reuben. Rolls around under the hamstring over the tail. Time clock stopped for Aidan Tarrant as well. Well done. And Aaron McGee from Ireland. Pace is just a wee bit hot for him, but he's been going pretty good. Quality of his job looks pretty good. Down over the tail for Aaron McGee. One more left in the pen. And he's away to get it. Last sheep on the board for the senior semi-finals. He's going to have the last say. Belly comes off for Aaron McGee from Ireland. He'll be happy enough just getting up there in the semi-final. Who knows? He could go all the way if his quality's up to scratch and everyone else has fallen by the wayside with their pace. Into the first hind leg, opens it up, drives the handpiece in towards the backbone. Now up the backbone, what we call the undermine. Top of the head will come off and he'll step through and up the neck. Senior semi-final number 2. Looking at the open semi-final next to be Floyd Neal, Tardy Edwards, Willie McSkimming, Hugh DeLacy, Duncan Leslie, David Gordon. We'll see some fluff flying on that one, John, as we line up for that. But Aaron McGee up there, round and through into the first front shoulder for the Irishman.
Yeah, he's working hard, all right, but he's enjoying his trip across here to Kiwi land, and he's made the semi-final, so that's a bonus. There's still a chance he can carry his quality or carry him through. Rolling up the long blow, the big fella. He was here for the speed shear last night. Enjoying his time here in Kiwi land. Over the top. Maybe we'll see him up in the North Highland a little bit later in the season when the competitions get underway up there. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank he goes. He'll get done and dusted with this one first. As he rolls out the last leg, we can only take 6 through to the final. He's the last one to complete his semi-final. Time points are against him, but well shorn. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attendance. Well shorn. Could you go off to the right, please? And we'll bring on our open class. Shears, Floyd Neal, Tare Edwards, Willie McSkimming, Huda Lacey, Duncan Leslie, David Gordon. Heat 2 will be Chris Vickers, Bevan Pede, Jack Fagan, Brent Roberts, Toa Henderson, Leon Samuels. And Heat 3 is Cordy Barraclough, Hori Ratu, Joseph Winders, Cordy Palmer, Pirata Abrahams and Nathan Stratford. Eight sheep to be shorn in the semi-final. 8 sheep to be shorn.
Yeah, well, we've stepped up a grade, John. This is the open, boys, so let's give them another couple of sheep, eh? Looking for the top 6.
Are you calling them boys just because they're younger than you? Or I think they're just, they have high quality shearing ability. We've got an import from Western Australia, but born and bred in the King Country is Floyd Neal. Rakai's Tare Edwards.
Rakai could claim Floyd too, to be fair. His mum lives there. He's just spent a bit of time around Rakai, did Floyd. Sure for me and Grant.
Willie McSkimming, the Oamaru man. Rangiora, Huda Lacey. Alexander's, Duncan Lesnar and David Gordon. Down from Mastertown.
So just a note while we're waiting, down the back of the hall you can see the singlets and t-shirts for sale. We're striking a special down there just with our bargaining abilities, myself and John. We've discussed them with them and talked them into letting them go at $15 each. So $15 for singlets and t-shirts for the Waimate Shears down the back. So if you want one of them,
it's a bargain.
I'll be cheap at half the price. It is a bottle and a half of our sponsor's product, but you've got to keep warm while you're drinking it.
Okay, can we have the shearers on the board? One, two, three, four, five. See a sheep going over the rails down there. Or maybe one of the other fellows might have wanted it. Can't have been too ugly.
Just remember, if you're in the pens, you guys in the pens, your responsibility to turn the cards over for us, please. Thank you, Noel. We have the thumbs up. We'll get everyone at the door. Dunk. David Gordon's ready. Hugh Lacey, Willie McSkimming, Taddy Edwards, Floyd Neal will get Duncan to back out.
Got to get back out before you get back in.
Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. Ooh, Willie McSkimming just about ripped the whole back of the stage down as he went into the pen. Flying onto the board with the first of 8 this time, Floyd Neal, Tardy Edwards. Floyd Neal, very, very capable share of this young man. World record holder there on stand number 1. And Tardy Edwards up and coming in the open grade. Good to see. He's doing well into the top 18 of the open, so he's done really well. Smacks the top of the head off for Willie McSkimming from Oamaru on stand number 3. Tudor Lacey into the base here and around the back of the head. So was Duncan Leslie from Alexandra. Duncan Shaw in his first big final last weekend at Alexandra. Is he going to make it 2 in a row? David Gordon, hugely talented young shearer down there on stand number 6 as he sweeps up the backbone of sheep number 1 and turns for home. Floyd Neal's been there and done that though. He's down onto the last front shoulder. Floyd Neal holds that handpiece beautifully and he just drops down into the flank. Another couple of shots for Floyd Neal. The big fella on stand number 1 wipes the wool off the back leg. Right out onto the back leg now for David Gordon and Duncan Leslie. Who's it going to be? Floyd Neal it is. Floyd Neal's in and out right there is Duncan Leslie. Nothing between these two shearers. Duncan Leslie on stand number 5. In goes David Gordon. Ooh, Hugh DeLacy didn't want that one to start with. It's having a real ding-dong with him, but he's got it under control. Hopefully over the 8 sheep, well not hopefully, but he'll be thinking hopefully. Everyone else will have a crack at a kicky one as well. And it could quite well be the case. Hugh having a real battle, but he's got it, the head forward. Not going to get away on him now. It probably wouldn't anyway. William McSkimming turns into the first time league. Finishing touches for Tardy Edwards. Tardy's one starts waving to the crowd before he's done with it. And out the hole it goes. In goes and out goes Hugh DeLacy. But long blow time for Floyd Neal, shearing nicely up there on stand number 1. Another couple of shots. And he's turning for home. John Floyd Neal on fire.
Yeah, this event sponsored by PGG Wrightsons and VetMed. So long-time sponsors here, and they're great to receive their sponsorship over the years. But back here live, shearing, we got Floyd Neal hitting the pace now as he rocks out one shot over the tail. Down the hole he goes. He's got away from Duncan Leslie this time. Down the last side comes David Gordon from the North Island and Wairarapa. Round the back from Rakaya. Tari Edwards into the first off shoulder. Willie McSkimming trying to hang on to the coattails of Floyd Neal. Skipped into the pen. Over the last side comes Hugh Lacey. This one's a little bit kinder to him. Duncan Leslie for Alexander. Another one on the board. Sheep number 3 there for Adam Gordon as well. Round the back of the head comes Floyd Neal though. Making it look easy. Into the first off shoulder he goes, turning away from the crowd. Next in line will be Duncan Leslie, Willie McSkimming. Pretty much blow for blow those two. Then David Gordon down the far end. Tari Edwards says, what the heck? I need to get the hammer down here. It's a big jump jumping up into the open class. But you have made it so far and you're doing well. Keep it going. Down and out to the flank comes Floyd Neal from Western Australia. He's got the last side ahead of Willie McSkimming. The last side ahead of Duncan Leslie. David Gordon down the far end. On to the money side of the sheep as well on stand number 6. But big Floyd Neal says, I'm not waiting for an old man. I need to catch a plane back to West Aussie. And I want the money to do it. So he wants to make that final. This is just the semi-final. VetMed and PGG Wrightsons are very proud sponsors. Into the belly goes Willie McSkimming. The belly off for Duncan Leslie. Been there, done that. Floyd Neal says, I've got 10, 12 blows on you. Yeah, David Gordon down there on the 6. Flicks the belly out the back for the wool-handled. Undermined shots coming in now. About 1.5 meters. He drives from the toenail right to the middle of the back with that undermined shot. Get that first one in long and deep, and it makes it easier on the last side. Round the back of the head he swings. He's chasing hard on Duncan Leslie. Willie McSkimming's getting picked up by the youngster too. Who's next in line round the back of the head? Hugh DeLacy's not giving up on the chase. Tari Edwards has got number 4 on the board. Number 4, 5 on the board for Floyd Neal. Hanging in there now. The ex-King Country shearer. Travelling with the King Country banner at the moment, and up over the tail he comes. Ooh, big shots, one off the top. Out the last leg comes David Gordon, but Duncan Leslie sneaks in slightly ahead of Big Willie here. He changes some gear. Hugh DeLacy right on the money as well. Just half a sheep back is Tari Edwards, the youngster from Rakaya. Oh, it's pretty close. Stands 3, 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. They're all got the belly flicked out the back, but it's the big fella up on the front stand. Over the shoulder he comes. They've been the powerhouse shearer for a number of years, got tallies to his name. Down under the flank, that's before he went to Australia. And he's now shearing beautifully here in the Waimate. Right out the last leg. Look at the size of that arm. It's driving it big and hard, Norm. Oh, but look at he's in he goes again.
And he goes again, right, sheep number 6 for Floyd Neal out on the board. He's leading the field as far as pace goes. Duncan Leslie might be next off the last front shoulder and down into the flank very shortly. Right out onto the back leg. Down comes Hugh DeLacy from Rangiora on stand number 4. Down comes David Gordon on stand number 6. Ooh, Willie McSkimming right there as well. Wild Willie drops into the flank. Punches out onto the back leg as Hugh DeLacy and Duncan Leslie back onto the board. Out comes David Gordon. Nothing between the back 4 stands, folks. A couple of shots back to Willie McSkimming, and he's in and out with sheep number 6 as well. 2 left in the pen for Willie now. Taddy Edwards, young man, working his way up into the open grade now as he slides through the backbone and turns for home on stand. Number 2 works for the Pro Shear team over there in mid-Canterbury. Over the last front shoulder for Taddy, but last front shoulder it is for Floyd. Floyd's got one round him now as he cleans off under the leg and down into the flank he drops. The big fella on stand number 1. Floyd Neal shearing beautifully, making a fantastic job by the look of it from here as he rolls around under the tail. Number 7 coming out on the board for Floyd Neal. Shearing contractor in WA. Oh, that wee one. It didn't want to go out the hole. It wanted to go down the pen to see the judges down there. But anyway, he's got the next one on the board. Floyd Neal cost him a couple of seconds. Could be crucial in the final, but he's got a decent lead on the rest of the field here. Every 20 seconds is 1 point, but of course, the board judges and the out bench judges might pull that back pretty quick. Fires the shots up the undermine. 1, 2, and into the top of the head. Steps through and up the neck, Floyd Neal. 1 left in the pen now. 1 left in the pen also for Hugh DeLacy and Duncan Leslie. William McSkimming might come back with another couple of shots as over the tail he goes. He's only a shot behind David Gordon this time as he steps into the pen for number 7. Gordon's out on the back stand. Young man from Marsden. Terrific young shearer into the hind leg he slides. Way down and towards the backbone. In the first hind leg and up the undermine this time. Through and up the top of the neck, and Duncan Leslie just snapped it open. And Hugh DeLacy does the same, but Floyd Neal, John, right out the back leg. He's only got 1 sheep left in the pen. Another couple of shots. He's away to look for it.
He's away now, and he goes. He changes the steel, though. He must have got a little bit of a chip with that sheep. The last one kicked his handpiece a little bit. Could have put it in the wall and bent the tooth. Who knows? He wants the best cut on the final one. Trying to keep the quality to the top. Down to the shoulder and down out the flank comes the Hugh DeLacy. Right out the last leg for David Gordon on the 6 stand as well. Duncan Leslie, Alexander on the 5. Got behind of it, tertiary shots. Willie McSkimming next in line. Starting to float on top of the wool. Need to keep it on the skin. Right out the last leg for Willie. Young Tari Edwards from Rakaya, he's not to be disgraced. He's got his 7th sheep on the board. In goes Willie for number 8. Number 8 on the board for stands 4, 5 and 6. But here on the front stand, coming over the last side, the money side of the sheep, he hopes, as can he make it through to the final, is Floyd Neal. Look at him go. Right out that last leg, ladies and gentlemen. A perfect shear, had the quality, got the speed. Done and dusted, reaches for the cord and said, I'm out of here. Let's get me to the final. Over the top on the last side. Who's it going to be next in line? Hugh DeLacy. No, David Gordon's coming at him under the shoulder and down now to the flank. Who's got the fastest last side? Could be DeLacy. Right out the flank he comes, out the last leg. David's got a big rump to do, but it's going to be DeLacy by a whisker over David Gordon down there on the 6. Next in line is going to be Duncan Leslie from Alexander, followed by Willie McSkimming. Number 8 on the board for Tare Edwards, who's had a good shear for the youngster. He'd go even better if he took that top knot off. He'd be able to see what he was doing, but he's doing extremely well as far as I can see, and I've got no hair in front. Up over the top he comes, round the back of the head. The rest of them are just having a wet whistle up with the judges. How did I go? A little bit of sweat starting to glisten off the brow as they concentrating hard. It's more about the concentration than the effort going in. You got to work hard to get your feet in the right place, keep your comb on the skin, control that wild animal, undrugged in any way, over the shoulder. They spent their first 12 months of their life running free out in the hills. Now they're confined and they're going to go home with their wool off. Down and out, the Waimate Shears, heat number 1 of the Open, almost done and dusted. Tail wall coming off. Down the chute it goes. Good stuff. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They are our Open Class Shearers, heat 1.
Heat 2 will have Chris Vickers on stand 1, Bevan Petty on 2, Jack Fagan 3, Brett Roberts 4, Tor Henderson on 5, Leon Samuels on stand number 6. And dropping back a grade, the senior shearing, the 6 shearers that will share in the final tonight. The top 6 in qualifying order are Kapua Brown, Blake Crooks, John Cherington, Aidan Tarrant, Alice Watson, and Reuben King. Congratulations to those 6 shearers. We're going to see them in action a bit later on this evening and looking forward to it. That's the RD Petroleum Backcountry Earthworks Bourndale Farm senior final for us. We've found them. We've found our intermediates. We've found our junior finalists. We've found our novice finalists. So looking for the 6 best open grade shearers in this event. The top 18. We'll take the 6 top out of these guys through to the final.
Teams, and then we'll go back to the. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Yep. This is the way it reads in the thing anyway.
We've only got a few tickets left, ladies and gentlemen, in the whole pig raffle. The whole pig raffle. So Eileen's going to wave the flag around and get her attention. There's only a few tickets left in that whole pig. So don't be shy.
I just want you to call those ones out there, the 3 there. Make sure they check they're not. So these ones with the yes are all confirmed. Oh, yeah. So those 3 teams.
Okay, shearers to the board, please. Call them out before we start.
We have the thumbs up from the referee. Judges are all set. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off with heat number 2 of the open semis. Can we have a representative, please, of the Waiheke shearing team, Amy Ferguson's team, and the Willie McSkimming team? A representative from those teams, please go and check in. Thank you. Team's event will be next. But anyway, heat 2, John, up on the board. Flying into 8 sheep for these guys to do, looking for a spot in the top 6.
Excellent effort to make it this far. Chris Vickers from Palmerston. He's done a bit of shearing on the front stand since I've been down here. Seems to be his favourite spot. Bevan Petty from Gisborne on the 2 stand. On 3, Jack Fagan from Tikawiti. Brent Roberts from Mataura on number 4. Tor Henderson, Kai Walker on number 5. And down on stand number 6, Leon Samuels from Invercargill. Brent Roberts first in. On the middle of the board, closely followed by Toa Henderson and Jack Fagan. Chris Vickers on the money as well. Leon Samuels cracking pace in that first heat. Big Floyd was right amongst them. But it's these 6 shearers here now, up here to impress us and impress the judges with their quality. There goes Brent Roberts into the long blow already. He's gotten away from the field over the first sheep and a half. Jack Fagan's up the neck and around the back of the head. Last side coming up for Roberts. Here goes Toa Henderson from Kaiwaka. Into the long blow comes Leon Samuels now down on the 6 stand. He'll go better the further he goes. The further he goes, the better he likes it. And he rocks onto the last side as Brent Roberts drops one down the porthole. That's sheep number 2. Up onto the last shoulder now comes Jack Fagan. Out the last leg comes Toa Henderson. He doesn't like being in second spot in the pace stakes. That was number 3 now. Chris Vickers hanging in there on the front stand. Down the porthole goes the sheep. Out comes another one and down the belly goes Chris. Jack Fagan's got number 3 on the board. Bevan Perry steps into the pen from Gisborne. Sheep 3 for all the shearers now, but it's Roberts half shorn his. Rolling it up the long blow. Up over the top comes Leon Samuels and Jack Fagan blow for blow, but the Kaiwaka man's in front of them by 2 or 3 shots. Into the long blow, he starts to swing as Roberts comes over the last shoulder. Looks like he's got good 3/4 or good half a sheep ahead of the back pace man at the moment, Bevan Perry from Gisborne. Roberts so right out the last leg, stepping into the pen now. He's the whole last side, or 3/4 of the last side ahead of Toa Henderson. But Henderson just likes to steam in later in the piece. Likewise as Samuels on the 6 stand. Fagan under the shoulder and down there at the flank. Here comes Bevy Perry for Gisborne. He's starting to fire in some quick shots too. He's let the brakes off a little bit. Chris Vickers up here in the front, the older horse in the team, steps into the pen. Don't call me old, he says. He stooges into the pen, Norm. He's true and hard out there.
Oh, he's shearing like a man half his age. Out comes Bevan Petty from Gisborne on stand
Still
number
makes
2.
him 52, doesn't it?
Yeah. Jack Fagan winds his way up the undermine into the top of the head on stand number 3. Sheep number 4 on the board, I think that is. We might have 1 extra on the card. Down the last side for Brett Roberts. Punches into the flank. Toa Henderson chasing hard under the front leg for Toa Henderson into the flank as well. So he's just a back leg behind. Brett Roberts catching with every blow. Toa Henderson winds his way down over the tail and he's dropped. He's into the pen there with Brett Roberts this time. Brett Roberts and Toa Henderson. Nothing in it between these two. Down comes Leon Samuels. Down into the flank for Leon. Sheep number 5 it is on the board, across the board. So Leon Samuels finishing touches and he'll be in for 5 as well. Jack Fagan right out to the toe, over the tail, and he's going to step in for 5. Bevan Petty, Chris Vickers, last side for these two guys. Way down to the flank for Chris, way down to the flank for Bevan. Chris Vickers on 1. Rolls around over the tail, another couple of shots, and he's looking for his 5th sheep. In goes Bevan Petty, blow for blow, stands 1 and 2. Having a bit of a ding-dong, these two, but where are we at with the leaders? It's Brett Roberts down over the last front shoulder. Sheep gives a kick and a wriggle, but allows Tor to get back at him, but they're still blow for blow. Under the front leg, down comes Brett Roberts, down comes Tor Henderson. Right out to the toe together. Brett gives another kick, so he's just going to lose a second or 2 there. Tor Henderson allows him in. He's in and out with sheep number 6, and Brett's happy to get rid of that one. Looks for a better one. Sheep 6 on the board for Brett Roberts. Leon Samuels might have picked up a couple of shots too as he winds his way over the tail. Another shot and he's going to be in for sheep number 6, Leon Samuels. Down on the end stand. Top of the head coming off for Tor Henderson, so he's out in front as far as pace goes. On stand number 5, Tor Henderson from Kaiwaka. Round the back of the head, into the first front shoulder. Lays it into the long blow, Tor Henderson. Round the back of the head for Brett Roberts, Tor Henderson. Just starting to stretch away from the field now as he slides up through the backbone. Another shot and he turns for home. Chris Vickers on stand number 1 drops and he's in for 6. Just got a couple of shots ahead of Bevan Petty on this last sheep. Bevan Over the tail he goes, and he's looking for 6 as well. We'll all have 6 on the board, but not for long, because Toy Henderson is looking for sheep number 7. 1 left in the pen now as he backs out with the 7th sheep. Down comes Brett Robertson to the flank on the last leg. Last side time also for Leon Samuels as he winds around, takes the fribs off under the leg. Down into the flank he drops Leon Samuels. Round comes Jack Fagan, last front shoulder as well on stand number 4. Working hard, Jack Fagan. Down the last side he drops as well, just as Leon Samuels hops into the pen, but Brett Roberts threw it into the first hind leg. Snapping the next well open is Toy Henderson. John, he's working hard there on stand number 5. Well, they're all working hard, to be fair. Working hard to keep up with Toa, but Toa staying out in front of the stage.
He's working hard, all right. He's right into the long blow. Leon Samuels changed the hand, beat a couple of sheep ago. And he's starting to go a little bit better now. Robbing into the first off shoulder, Brent Roberts, but it's Henderson over the top. The Kaiwaka lad coming across the shoulder now. Beautiful shoats coming in. Number 6 on the board for Chris Vickers. He's almost a sheep off the paces. Bevan Perry coming with him and down the last side. Jack Fagan's got 7 on the board, but Toa Henderson going in for number 8. Oh, he's going hard, the boy from up in the north. Comes Leon Samuels down the far end on stand 6, right out the last leg. Him and Brent Roberts are going blow for blow here. Roberts 2-3 shots behind. A little bit further back is Jack Fagan turning onto the last side off the long blow. No, not a disgrace to be behind trailing the field, because that Toa Henderson, he's set the marvellous pace. Into the first off shoulder he swings. Into the first off shoulder for Vickers. Bevan Perry right there as well, but 1 sheep back. Number 7 on the board for those. Jack Fagan goes in for the 8th and final. But Toa Henderson coming over the shoulder on the last side. They went pulling back from here on stand number 5. Beautiful shots right out the last leg. Going hard all the way. He was here at the speed shear last night. He's still got the pace. Hits the button there and drags it off. The Hambies had the quick chat to the judges. How many did you get before? No, what's the handbrake on me for getting into the next round? In goes Chris Vickers up here on the front for number 8. Over the shoulder on the last side, it's going to be the stands 4 and 6. Brent Roberts and Leon Samuels out the last leg. Oh, Leon's got a little bit of a wriggle on. Jack Fagan's coming to the top of the shoulder, but Leon Samuels get the job done just in front of Brett Roberts, who is the early pacemaker, the lad from Matara. Out the last leg comes Jack Fagan. Not too many shots in it between the back end of it. Toa Henderson, though, we got away to a handy lead halfway through the game. Into the long blow now. We got the 2 final victims up there working hard. Who's it going to be? Bevan Perry, or we have Chris Vickers from Palmerston on the front. Is it Gisborne or Palmerston? I don't know. They're blow for blow as they come under the shoulder together, down and out to the flank. Could be Chris Vickers starting to rock it. He's got a very short last side. Here comes Bevan Perry at him. Beautiful short shape from all these competitors up here, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for a brilliant heat number 2 in this PGG Wrightson's VetMed sponsored event. Next on the card, we got the 3rd heat. Corey Barracliff, Hori Rata, Joseph Winders, Corey Palmer, Pirata Abrahams, and Nathan Stratford. Have those teams been confirmed at the entry table? Those team members being confirmed? So this is the last of the open class shearers. Gonna rock and roll. 10 minutes we'll be done with them. Quick look over your number in the pen. We'll have you on the board. Can't dilly-dally.
So it looks like we're having the last heat. This is the last heat of the open semis, and then we're going to move straight into the teams heats. Then we'll have afternoon tea because we'll be changing the sheep for the wool handling.
Thumbs up. I thought I saw a thumbs up there. No, was it?
Heat 3, VetMed, PGG Wrightson's National Shearing. Heat 3 of the open.
Come on, shearers on the board. Joey.
Okay. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're away again this time. Last heat, looking for the spot in the top 6 in the big final tonight. The big PGG Wrightson VetMed Open Shearing final will be decided very shortly. Who's it going to be? There's some very, very good shearers. Some of the world's best up there, John, as they slide into the hind leg and Hori Data into the top of the head there with Nathan Stratford down there on stand 6. Up comes Pairata Abraham, Corey Palmer, Joseph Winders, and Corey Barracliff on stand number 1 there and around the back of the head. But long blow time for Hori Data and Nathan Stratford. Hori Data way through, steps across, wraps it round his left knee and turns for home. Down over the last front shoulder. 43 seconds gone on the clock. Be about the minute. Under the leg for Hori. Round over the front shoulder comes Nathan Stratford. Corey Palmer not far away. Corey Barracliff on stand number 1 there as well, the young fella. Into it. And 58 seconds as Hori Data steps in and out of the pen. Just under the minute. Corey Barracliff, another couple of shots. He'll be looking for sheep number 2 as well. So will Nathan Stratford. Down comes Corey Palmer and Joseph Winders. 2 Southland boys on stands 4 and 3. In goes Palmer. In goes Joseph Winders as well. Out he comes as well. Another couple of shots for Pairata Abraham, and he's going to be looking for his second sheep. But Hori Data up under the top of the head and up the neck already. Snaps it open. Beautiful shear of this fella. Into the base there and around the back of the head he rolls. Easy as you like into the first front shoulder. Up comes Stratty on stand number 6. Corey Palmer steps through and up the neck. Corey Barracliff's already been there and done that. It's snapped open. He's into the base here and he's around the back of the head on sheep number 2, John. Shearing good, this young man on stand number 1 from Pew Pew. But around, heading for home now, is Hori Data leading the field into the last front shoulder.
Yeah, well, I did. Good to see some young talent coming through early in the piece in their open career. Hey, not long out of the senior and they're loving every moment of it. All about going to competitions and putting the pressure on yourself to perform, and they're doing it marvellously. Hori Data steps into the pen. Who's next in line? Nathan Stratford. 2 shots behind him. Out the last leg comes Corey Barracliff. Corey Palmer down there, the Dipton man, big powerful lad, had a bit of trouble in the elimination rounds, but he was done well enough to make through to the semi-finals here. Pairata Abraham's taking his time out the last leg on this one. He'll start to get into his run as we get into about sheep number 4. Hori Data leading the way. No, it's Nathan Stratford, is it? Still Rada by 2 shots. Here comes the Barraclough man, the Pew Pew. From the up in the King Country, up over the top he swings. Beautiful shearing sheep. We've talked about them all day and I can talk about them all night. It's a pity I don't own them. I might get a lamb chop out of one tomorrow. Who knows? Down the first off leg they come. Joey Winders driving hard to the middle of the backbone, up over the top. 2 good shots. Corey Palmer's gone past that. He's into the long blow. Long blow time for Pirata Abrahams. But it's the last side, almost finished there for Hawdy Rada. He's got away from Nathan Stratford in this one. Nathan must have got a bigger one out of the pen. Said, let's get that one done. Under the shoulder comes Corey Barraclough on the front stand. Dipton's Corey Palmer, the power horse, comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Using the left hand, picking and plucking and squashing the sheep to the floor. And here goes Pirata Abraham, stepped into the blocks. Sheep number what for him? Sheep number 3. Number 4 is it? That's better. Number 4 out for Palmer. Here comes Joseph Winders. Changing gear. Youngster. Let's get the gear going right. Hopefully he can pick up a couple of notches. But up the long blow now. Hori Rata from the Nui. Turning on to the last side. He's got Nathan Stratford way behind him as he drops into the off shoulder. Long blow time for Stratford. Up around the back of the head comes Corey Barraclough. Corey Palmer up the neck. Round the back of the head comes Pirata Abrahams. Can they pull in Hori Rata here on the 2 stand? Nobody's within Cooey at the moment. He's just casually boring on in. Down the belly, he's about to swing. 3.5 shots and he'll be into the undermine just as quick as I can say that. Out the last leg comes Nathan Stratford. Come on, Invercargill, you should be starting to push it along. High quality dish shearing down there on the 6. Over the shoulder comes Corey Palmer. He's a workhorse, this fella. He's always got the quality. Down and out to the flank there for Joseph Winders. Not long up into the open, this man himself. Here goes Corey Barraclough, change of the steel. Pirata Abrahams comes in. What are we up to? Sheep number 5. A little bit of trouble with the door. You got to mount it. You got to cut the corners off those jolly things. I see fellas just about getting injured with them, Norm.
That might tell later on. Number 5 on the board it is for Corey Palmer from Dipton in Southland. Turns into the first hind leg. Joseph Winders opens it up. So does Corey Barraclough. So they're all shearing blow for blow. Just about stands. 1, 3 and 4. 2 into the top of the head for those 3 shearers. But Pirate Abrams been there and done that as he works his way around into the front shoulder. But last leg this time for Nathan Stratford. He's right back there with Hori Rata. Hori down over the tail. Another shot and he's in. But so is Nathan Stratford. So Nathan Stratford picked up a shot or 2. He was back a shot or 2, but now he's there with Hori Rata again. Stands 2 and 6 is where the pace is being set. Swinging through the long blows, Corey Barraclough. Swinging through the long blows, Joseph Winders. Corey Palmer doing the same. Working around onto the last cheek, but Barraclough down over the last front shoulder on stand number 1. Under the leg for Joseph Winders. Down under the flank for the young man from Invercargill on stand number 3. Right out to the toe for Joseph Winders. Another couple of shots. He's going to be looking for sheep number 6. Just slightly ahead of Corey Barraclough this time and Corey Palmer. Corey Barraclough, Corey Palmer, blow for blow. Oh no, Corey Barraclough drops into the pen for 6. Corey Palmer can't be too far away. There he is, another shot, and he's out, in and out. Hori Rata just got a shot back on Nathan Stratford this time. Stratty down over the last front shoulder, under the leg, but Hori Rata back leg this time. Right out to the toe for Hori Rata, sheep number 6. Done and dusted, 6 and 43 seconds gone on the clock. Change of steel this time for the man on stand number 2. And flicks the other handpiece out of the road. Change of steel as well for Nathan Stratford. Nathan Stratford in and out of the pen. Hori Rata in and out of the pen. Sheep number 7 on the board. There's only 1 left in the pen for these guys now on stands 2 and 6. Way down the belly they go together. Through into the first hind leg. But the rest of the field just flinging along behind them. Joseph Winders turning for home. Cheek comes off for Joseph Winders. He's ahead of Corey Barraclough. He's ahead of Corey Palmer. But he's still behind Pirate Abraham as Pirate steps in for sheep number 6. 7 it is. 7. Keep the cards rolling over down there on stand 6, please. That might be Wild Willie. Good man, Willie. Sheep number 7 on the board for Stratty. 7 it is for Pies, and he turns into the first hind leg. Opens it up. Sweeps up the undermine. 1, 2 big sweeping blows into the top of the head But the pace is still on at stands 2 and 6, John, as they come down the last side together. Horirata might just have a shot on Nathan Stratford as we head in for sheep number 8, the final sheep.
The Australia's got one that's he's got another couple of blows to put into it. It was quite a bigger sheep. Who's got the best of the 8th and final one? Oh, he's got another large one to Stratty. Whereas the Hori's got a one that's a little bit lighter or in condition, or certainly smaller in size. But Stratty's used to digging into these big things, and look at him rolling it up the long blow for blow. Over the top they come. Here comes Horirata. Into the pen goes Pirata Abrahams. Little bit of trouble turning it off. Sheep number 8 on the board for him. Number 8 about to come out for Joey Winders. Dipton's Corey Palmer's got number 7 working away on the long blow. Corey Palmer. Barraclough up the front, over the shoulder, down and out to the flank, over the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Here comes Stratford, Horirata right there as well. Stratty to the top of the shoulder, under the shoulder for Rata. Who's got the fastest last side? Nathan Stratford's got a bigger one. Out the last leg, closely, here we go, quick punching off the socket. Stratty by a whisker. Horirata led all the way pretty much. Just got pipped at the post. It wouldn't be just a split second in it. 100th of a second or something. Over the top comes Pirata Abrahams. He's kept himself under control and hasn't really gone for the speed doctor. He wants to get that quality kept right up because he reckons he's got a chance of taking this one into the final. Right out the last leg for Pies. One under the hock, one over the tail. Down the chute it rolls. Pretty close battle between these other 3 here. Joey Winders, one of the younger ones here in the Open this afternoon. Likewise as Corey Barraclough. One, the younger one, but a little bit older, Corey Palmer from Dipton, rolls up the long blow. Joseph Winders out the last leg. Had a bit of a slow start, but done all right as well. Down and out to the flank. Out the last word comes, the leg comes Corey Barraclough. Dipton. Corey Palmer finishing touches here on stand number 4. Look at him go. Last of these open class shearers with a chance. Hits the button, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Round of applause for our semi-finalists here in the open class. Sponsored by PGG Wrightsons. Next up, we have the teams event. The teams event sponsored by Bruce Rogers and Waimate T&C Club.
yeah, there was 3.
That many teams we haven't appointed.
What's that?
We've got that many teams we haven't appointed.
Yeah, that's
Where do I get my afternoon break today? He's going home while it's not raining.
So there's our first heat of teams. The names are up on the board. The Dawn Riders, Doodad Owl on the middle table and the middle stands, and the Platinum team down the far end. So just a few minutes, we'll get them up and set them alight. A couple of shearers and a couple of wool handers. We'll just let you know a few more details as the details come to us.
Are we in the first stage, Dawn Riders?
Yep.
Alright, we just need to, Leon's just...
I'm following you jokers on the Facebook page. May I say you're doing a really good job of commenting and filming the whole thing. It does it. It goes really good. It flows in very well. That's what you like to know.
No, thanks very much. Whoop, put it back in. Suppose one thing about it, it's set up, it goes on to the wool handling and there's no more set up.
Yeah. And they want to use this sheet, get rid of this sheet. And while we're waiting for our teams to get set up and ready to rock and roll, we have the results from the Open. The top 18 we just witnessed, the top 6 that will compete in the final tonight in qualifying order. The top qualifier, Tor Henderson, Nathan Stratford second, Leon Samuels third, Brett Roberts fourth, Jack Fagan fifth, David Gordon come in at 6. So there's only 3 points between first and 6, so that's going to be a close run thing tonight as well, I'd imagine. Well done to those 6 shearers. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing them do battle over 20 of these crossbreds tonight. Okay, so our teams look like they're getting ready to rock and roll, get their baskets set up. They consist of one open shear, no more than one open shear, and no more than one wool handler. One open wool handler, rather. No more than one open shear, no more than one open wool handler. And they're going to be the shearers will shear 2 sheep each, so there'll be 4 fleeces for our wool handlers to process. The Dawn Riders up there on stands 1 and 2, table 1. Doodad Owl on stands 3 and 4, table 2 in the middle. And the Platinum team down there on stands 5 and 6, table 3. So this is how it all works in the wool sheds around the country, day in and day out at work. Just being showcased here at the Waimate Shears, the team's event. Wool handlers working with the shearers. They will have some strategies in that working out. The shearers will know what each other's are doing, and the wool handlers will know what the shearers are doing, and the wool handlers will know what each other's doing. They would have been practicing this, ladies and gentlemen. They have a team's event at Alexandra last weekend as well, so some of the teams will be the same. Maybe. Our judges look like we're ready to go. Our wool handling judges are waiting in the wings. Our shearing judges are on the board. Have we got a referee somewhere, or are you, Donald, is it? Cool. Heat number 1 of the team's event. There'll be 3 heats, 7 teams. This heat of 3 and 2 heats of 2. Platinum team just organising sheep amongst themselves. Nathan Stratford and Emma Martin, the shearers in that team. And we have the thumbs up from the shearing referee and the thumbs up from the wool handling referee. We have the shearers at the door, please. The wool handlers are waiting in the wings. Let's get this one going. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. 2 sheep each for the shearers, 4 fleeces for the wool handlers, and out come the first of the 4 sheep. The Dawn Riders from Alexandra. Doodad Owl from Hunterville on the middle stands and table, and down the far end, the Platinum team from Gore. Stands 5 and 6, table 3. So these shearers, they won't be mucking around. They'll shear at different times, so they drop at different times. They don't want 2 fleeces coming off at once, but they'll have that all worked out. But the faster of the shearers, they'll be smoking along. Wool handlers are well used to working with shearers at pace. Usually in the shed, the shearers are the ones that set the pace. The wool handlers adjust. That's what makes our wool handlers some of the greatest in the world. They'll just do whatever it takes to get the job done. Horiata smoking that first sheep out. Just bang on a minute for Hori as he hits the door for sheep number 2. And we've got a fleece for Doodad Owl in the middle. Out on, oh, nicely thrown. Wee bit of bunching in the bottom corner. But nicely thrown for the Doodad Owl team in the middle. Don't know where they get that name from, John Boy, but it'll work. That name's a name, I suppose.
Oh, I invented something about midnight, I'd say, one night. Both a good throw here, number 1. Probably fleece just a little bit weak in the middle, so bit of opening in the back, but not too much on the overhang, so they'd be more than happy enough. The fleece waiting in the wings there on the table, stand number 2, or table number 2. Good throw down the far end on table number 3. Shearers are working away nicely, tried to keep themselves apart a little bit so the wool handlers are not overstressed. Good roll up there and into the basket. All will be judged outside, of course. Or are they complete judging on the board? I'm not sure. Shearers, Emma Martin goes in down there for the Platinum team from Gore. Nathan Stratford, the shearer. They're working hard. Second sheep, Sean there for the Doodad Owl. Now it's up to the wool handlers. Here goes the shearers working hard. Leon Samuels coming out for the Dawn Riders from Alexandra. Nice fleece thrown onto the table here on number 1. Roll up there on table number 2. The third fleece coming out. Ooh, that was a little bit hairy, that one.
So, John, just while they're working through fleece number 2, just the shearers that will share in the plate final tonight will be Corey Palmer, Floyd Neal, Hori Rata, Corey Barracliff, Joseph Winders and Tari Edwards. They're the 6 shearers that will share in the plate final tonight. So looking forward to that one too, because that plate final is a lot of fun. As long as they know that's that.
Yeah, well, we'll keep
that's all that matters.
Keep repeating those names as we go. Nice throw here up on the front table. They're getting along pretty quickly. The second shearer is just completing the job for both the Dawn Riders and the Platinum team, but the Hunterville team, they're quite confident at the moment. You know, they're getting along with their work pretty well, Norman.
They're going good. There's only that last fleece to skirt and then the clean-up, but you watch the Dawn Riders. So the shearer just coming down the last side, but this fleece will be off the table by the time that one's ready to be thrown. But the Doodad Owl team from Hunterville going great guns. Roll up time there in the middle table. The shearers are waiting. They're all done and dusted. Their work is done. And into the basket with their last table, so they're going to be up with the brooms and into the clean-up. The Dawn Riders, last fleece out on the table. Nice throw down the far end as well. It's all out nice and flat. That's the idea. Get it nice and flat on the table so you can see the edges of the fleece that need to come off. If it's bunched or overhanging, there's a wee bit of extra work required. So away with the brooms. The Doodad Owl team are going to be getting the time taken very shortly. As soon as the wool handlers raise their hands, time stop there on the middle table. Well done. Good effort from that team there. And the Platinum team up with the brooms and away they go. Clean up time down the far end as well. Stands 5 and 6 end table. And the Dawn Riders just checking, double checking the fleece, making sure all the oddments are out. That's where the farmer makes the money. Can't have them not skirted or unskirted or overskirted. The judges will check all the different baskets, all the different oddments. And the Dawn Riders just about ready to stop the clock. So are the Platinum team. Dawn Riders done and dusted. And the Platinum team, time clock stopped down there. Give them a big hand. Heat number 1 of the team's event, ladies and gentlemen. The wool handlers and the shearers working together as they do in the shed day in and day out. 2 teams in this heat and 1 more heat after that of 2 teams. Don't forget, down the back of the stadium, Waimate Shears singlets and t-shirts. They are just $15 each now, so hop down there, save yourself $1, get yourself a t-shirt.
So just the two teams in this one, Luciella's Mataura and the Waihapi Shearing Mataura.
A couple of good teams from Mataura. There's some fantastic shearing teams down there.
Let's have those entrants up, please, and get prepared.
Yep, all their last baskets are gone. They can start setting up, please. The Luciella's team and the Waihapi Shearing team.
Come on, you teams. Let's get it cracking. The two Mataura teams.
Where's their wool handlers for the Luciella's team, please, and the Waihapi Shearing team? Get up there and get sorted. Here we go. Couple of top team members there. We'll get their baskets out, ready to rock and roll. Another heat of the same thing. Looking for...
Only got 2 teams anyway.
I suppose they're looking for the top 3 teams, are we? Okay, so that team on the front table is out, apparently. Okay, so apparently that team's pulled out. They pulled out this morning. So there's a bit of miscommunication there. So the Waihapi Shearing team's setting up, and we'll get the other 2 teams up with them. Amy Ferguson's team and Willie McSkimming's team.
So could we have those final 2 teams? We've just had a withdrawal. The Luciella team is no longer working. We will have the final 2 teams as well. We'll make it 1 round. We get some name changes on there, please.
And we've got Willie's team, Willie McSkimming's team somewhere, and the Mahi Up team can hop up and get themselves sorted. They'll all be in the same heat now, so 2 heats of 6. And I presume we're looking for the top 3 for the final. So what stand Mahi Up will be the red baskets, and stands 1 and 2, and Willie McSkimming's team in the middle. Are you wool handling or shearing, Willie? Yep, just want to check this is right, this name's right. Oh, we must have sold all the pig raffle tickets, have we? Let's draw that one, the whole pig, just while we're waiting for these teams to get set up. And they drew these raffles down at the police station, so the whole pig is number 71. Kieran Fahey won the whole pig, so well under Kieran Fahey. So Kieran Fahey won the whole pig. Well done to Kieran. We'll get that in the appropriate place. The Mahi Up team look like they're almost ready to go. The Waihapi shearing team are. Mixed skimming team in the middle.
Thumbs up from the shearer.
Referee, shearing referee's giving us a thumb up. We'll have the shearers at the door. You're right, Icky. He's happy. Okay. Heat number 2 it is in the team's event. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off into heat number 2 of the team's event, looking for the top 3. Tours of sheep out, ready for them. And away they go. Like I said, no more than one open shearer per team, no more than one open wool handler per team. So the other member of the team will be different grades. Could be a junior, senior, or intermediate grade. Mahi up on the front 2 stands in the middle table. Away they go. Top of the head comes off for the faster shearer, Tor Henderson. And away the shearers, the wool handlers up there with the shearers. There's a bit of work to do for them on the board. Nothing to go on the table yet. So all the oddments coming off. One shed hand rather per shearer. A lot of oddments around the head, around the legs. Fleece has got to come off. The wool handlers vastly experienced, working hard with the shearer like they do every day. And the faster of the shearers on each team, well through sheep number 1, so there's about to be a fleece drop for them to get on the table, and then they can have a wee play on the wool table where the fleece, the whole fleece is skirted. So all the belly and the crutch wool and the head wool is all out of it already, and they're just got to take the first pieces off around under the legs, a bit of neck wool out if there's any there, any vegetable matter in the back or something like that. Anything else wrong? It's got just a nice A-grade fleece wool left to go into the main basket. That's worth more money, to be fair, not a lot of money, but more money than anything else. Don't do all this processing, John. It's going to be worth next to nothing. Amy, up on the top end of the fleece. That one's not far off being rolled up, so fleece number 1. The other one's on the floor for each of the teams. The Waihapi shearing team down there. Beautifully thrown fleece. It's nice and flat out on the table. There's another one about to drop shortly, but the wool handlers, I reckon they'll just about have this one gone. The Mahi Up team, second fleece on the table. Now, flick of the wrist, and that one's out for Amy Ferguson. Beautifully thrown. The mixed skimming shearing team, 1 fleece in the basket. They've done all they can do to maximise the profit there for the farmer. Another fleece about to come up. Fleece in the basket for the Waihapi shearing team as well, John. So the wool handlers going like hell, keeping up with the shearers. Keeping ahead of the shearers, a lot of these wool handlers do.
Well, this is what happens in the shed day in and day out in the shearing industry. So the general public, if you've not seen what goes on in the wool shed day in and day out throughout New Zealand and the rest of the world, this is what happened. Working as a team. Shearers are going like hell because they get paid per 100, and the wool handlers have got to try and keep up. So this is the pace they work at, right for 8-9 hours a day. The shearers now have almost done their job. The faster shearer, good throw there here on the front table. All but a whisker across it on table number 1. Table number 2, a little bit of bunching. Roll up down there on table number 3. Maybe just a little bit back off the pace. 1 fleece on the board down there. Just working out. You notice the wool handler now is just moving that fleece as it comes off the board. Grab it by the legs. You've worked out where the legs are. Let it go. the back legs, throw out the front legs, and that's how it lands. Dropping on the table, the slatted table. A few of those little wee second cuts are dropping through onto the floor. That's a different little bunch of wool. What about how many baskets we've got? We've got about 4, 6, 8 baskets. And they're different lines of wool on each. Top knots and locks and socks. Briskets. Belly wool. All those different grades. And of course, the quicker they can get done and get their time taken, the more time points they have. So table number 1 has indicated to the judges with a raise of the hand that they've completed the job. Working hard is table number 2 on the cleanup. Huffing and puffing a little bit behind table number 3. The Waiharpies. There we go, done and dusted on 2. Number 3, just a little bit to go, Norm, but they're coming along strongly.
Certainly are. They're a good team, and there's so much we can't see, John, from here, like all the judging of the oddments and the judging of the fleeces and the judging of the sheep, of course, we can't actually see. So they might be a wee bit behind on time, but knowing the quality of these two wool handlers and the quality of the shearers up there, they're gonna make up some time points pretty quick. But the Mahi Up team, very, very impressive. Good communication between the wool handlers. The shearers work well together, so that's exactly what we want. That's how things roll on the wool shed. The better everyone gets on, the better they work as a team, the better they go. And almost time for the Waihapi time clock stop down there for the Waihapi shearing team. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our team's event heats done and dusted. Looking forward to seeing the results of those 6 teams. See who goes through into the final. So I think, unless I get told otherwise, I think we're going to have a quick break for afternoon tea for our judges and officials. And then we'll be back into the senior wool handling circuit final and the open wool handling circuit final, followed by the teams final, the top 3 teams of the competitors we just witnessed. Then we're going to see some blade shearing after that, ladies and gentlemen, the open blade heats and their final. So looking forward to those events coming up. We'll be back very shortly. 2:42 now. Weave it after 3 o'clock. We'll get cracking into the senior wool handling circuit final.
Check. Can we have the senior wool handling circuit finalists to the front desk to draw for stands, please? Senior wool handling finalists to the front desk.
Yeah. Otherwise I could start driving back to the North Island.
Is it the senior one? No, you got to let Maiden pick first. She's the top. Yeah.
Maiden, Charlotte and Chrome, can you come and draw for your stands, please? Maiden, Charlotte and Chrome.
Yeah, sure.
We've got another raffle, ladies and gentlemen. $100 notes.
Oh.
And one more scratchy. So the winner of the $100 note goes to... How do we pick that?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, is it in the envelope?
So you better come here. You better come here once. Why don't you just come in here? Leave it with the code.
Vicky saying... Oh, no. Sorry. Number 22, Jamie McGillan, you've won a $100 note. Jamie McGillan.
I'm on stand force. I've got your stand. No, you got that. What beside each other? Don't be dramatic beside me, eh?
We are now.
And then we have the scratchy raffle, and that goes to number 29, Sharon Hillis. Okay, so on stand number 1 for the senior wool handling circuit final, we have Saskia Tuhakaraina. On stand 2 is Charlotte Stewart. Stand 3 is Chrome Ellers, and stand 4 will be Maiden Ellers. We have a lucky number draw, and the number was 226. The winner is Cody Waihape. You won a prize, bub. Go to the front desk and you'll pick it up from there.
Ears just keep locking up. The snot man is unreal.
It doesn't say.
Oh, no, we're going to wait. We've still got smoke on.
No, we're good to go. We're ready.
And you've drawn that.
We had this smoke, I had 10 minutes.
Oh, fuck, she's a bitch. She's a fucking bitch. Icky's got the draw. The stands.
Warren.
Oh. You got a cake or anything? Got some money.
Okay, we'll be doing 3 sheep in the senior final and 4 sheep in the open final.
Thank you. When you're ready, it's okay. No pressure.
There is a special on the Waimate Shears singlets and t-shirts as well, so if you want one of these cool as t-shirts that all the competitors have been wearing, go down the back, $15. Doesn't get much cheaper than that, folks. And again, our finalists up here look absolutely stunning in their MKM jerseys. And this event is proudly sponsored by Bremworth and Waimate Shearing. Can we have our shearers on the board and our judges, please?
And the words are just coming out. Yeah, because we were watching it last night, like yesterday, last night we were going back and we're like, oh my god, everything that we say in the night song picks it up. Shit needs to be scheduled and planned because, you know, life doesn't revolve around fucking animals. And you can't just drop everything for fucking shearing, bro. And I'm the last option.
Okay, we're ready for a start up here, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll get all of our finalists to come down the bottom and we will introduce you onto the stage. Oh, that's not. The first of our finals for this afternoon is our senior wool handling final, proudly sponsored by Bremworth and Waimate Shears. On stand number 1, from Gore, Saskia Tuhakaraina. Bit of a cheer from the audience would be fantastic. On stand number 2, from Omarama, it's Charlotte Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. On stand number 3, all the way from Matoda, Chrome Ellis. And another Matoda lady down there on stand number 4, it's Maiden Ellis. Big round of applause for our 4 finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Competitors, you will be handling 3 crossbred fleeces. Can we have some judges to the board, please? Michelle and Gail, are you in the building? Here's Gail. Oh, yep, he's Michelle. Have we got 4? Have we got 4 judges? Very sorry, competitors. Oh, have you been taking them off in the shearing? Oh, well, I don't know. Should you be taking them off? Will the farmer want them off? Leave them on. Leave the front socks on, folks. Okay, we have 4 judges, do we? I do not have a counter, no. There, on the thing where they always are. Oh, I know who that is, thank you. It'll be easy. Okay, competitors are ready. Get set, go. The first of our finals here this afternoon at the Waimate Spring Shears for 2023. Mikaira Black, I've got your FPOS card, brother. You better come and get it before I spend all your money. And just as they're working their way into those belly walls, I'm just going to announce the top 3 teams who are in the finals up after the circuit. Top qualifier was Mahi Up, second Platinum team, and the lucky last is the Dawn Riders.
Check, check. Kia ora, good afternoon everybody. Welcome back to the afternoon events. First, like Tia said, is our senior circuit final. These young wool handlers have travelled all around the South Island to accumulate points so that they can get into this final. It's absolutely fabulous that they've followed the competitions around and that here they are, the top 4 vying for that big prize. Proudly sponsored by Bremworth and Waimate Shearing. You'll see today that they are dealing with this beautiful crossbreed fibre, these hoggets, which were last year's lambs. And we're coming to the first of the throws. Saskia Tuhakaraina, Maiden Ellis, they turn. Oh, it's Charlotte Stewart that lays it out first, though. Chromie Ellis, he had a bit of his shear is a bit slower, so here he comes to the board with his throw. Beautiful throw down there from Chrome Ellis.
Oh, that was a tough one. It looked like it was falling apart when he picked that one up, but it's all Saskia Tuhakaraina down here on table number 1. She smoked through the first of that side of that fleece up here. Charlotte Stewart back to the board, removing a bit of brisket wool off that belly. Back to the board goes Chrome Ellis. His shear is just caught up with that sheep. He's just right into that undermine wool, removing a bit of socks and some second pieces, bit of lock wool. Maiden Ellis does the same. These fleeces do not look like they're very easy to handle, put over the table. They're quite short and loose. So we're hoping to see some really spectacular wool handling coming off these girls. We want to see that focus and concentration right up there. Chrome Ellis halfway through, rolling up. Charlotte Stewart already ready for the roll up down here on table number 2. Saskia Tuhakaraina right there with her. In the packet goes for Charlotte on table 2. Same thing for Saskia. Back to the board they go. Catch a bit of eye clip wool. Comes off from around the cheek, Monica.
And they're going for it. Chrome and Maiden, they're just on their roll up. These two at the front stands, they've already got their fleeces in their pack. They've only got one more on the board and one more in the pen. There's no time to muck around. Hurry up, Dole, they're saying. Come on, guys, get in behind your favourite. These young wool handlers have worked hard all around the South Island at all the competitions, trying to get their name up here.
Woo! And that's how you do it, Lottie. Turn and let it go, mate. That's how we do it. Fantastic throw down there on table number 2. Saskia Tuhakaraina just trying to unravel a little bit of that shoulder. It was a little bit bunched up down there. Charlotte Stewart working away into a bit of pieces. A neck wall. Already been there, done that is this young man, Chrome Ellis, on table number 3. He's the New Zealand Merino Shears champion. He wants to go home with another red ribbon today. Maiden Ellis just catches a top notch. Saskia Tuhakaraina, she's right there too. Into that cheek wall goes the shearers. Eye clips coming off on tables number 2 and 4. Down to the last lot of pieces goes Chrome Ellis. Oh, he skips back to the board. The pace is picked right up from yesterday. We're on the old Merinos yesterday. We had time on up our sleeve, but today it's hammers and tongs, it's crossbred wool, and these shearers ain't mucking around. Up that side goes Charlotte. Roll up time for Chrome Ellis down there on table number 3. Skips back to the board again. Catches an eye clip. Roll up time for Charlotte Stewart. Oh, the concentration is real on these faces, Mon.
Absolutely. What a way to start things up this afternoon. Back to the board they go. It's their third and final fleece coming off. There's nothing on the table. There's a few locks on the floor. And there's one fleece on the board. Chrome Ellis turns, lays it out, wee bit bunched up at the top there. You just got to be quick with these guys. There's not as much preparation as those Merinos, but the shearers can shear them a whole lot faster. Maiden Ellis turns, lets it go. Not bad, not bad. Now it's all about the quality. Who's got the fastest, most precise fingers out of them, Tia?
Well, they've only got 1:30 to do this clean-up, Mon, so we want to see a bit of running around. We want to see a bit of sweating. We've got the little fingers going on down there on tables number 2 and 3. Charlotte Stewart just gets that into the basket. Saskia Tuhakaraina, though, she is running. She is furious. She wants to go home with a win. This girl down here on table number 1. They made the finals in the teams, they did. They had an absolutely spectacular round in that first round of heats. Charlotte Stewart working along the side. Chrome Ellis, his fleece is already in the pack, Mon.
And so is Saskia's down here. Maiden Ellis will be next. Charlotte Stewart, she's just having a wee roll up there. Chromie Ellis, he's up on there sweeping his board. He's got 2 brooms going at once. Holy moly.
Down on the hands and knees goes Chrome Ellis, picking up a few locks in seconds, just having a good little shakeout. Charlotte Stewart down under the table, hands and knees for Saskia on table 1. Time on 1 and 3.
Now I'm pretty sure
that was a dead bang heat, that one.
We've hit that 1:30 mark, so the time's ticking away.
We've just hit that 1:30. You need to move it, Charlotte. Come on, girl. You don't want to waste all that quality by being too slow, bub. Get your giddy up on. Hands and knees for Charlotte down here on table number 2. In the basket it goes, and she'll be almost ready to put her hand up. She just does a wee run. There's a smile. Well done, girlfriend.
Beautiful action. So there it was, folks, your senior circuit wool handling final. I'd just like to ask Warren White to come over and our 4 open wool handling circuit finalists to draw for your stands and get your T-shirt, please.
You know who you are. Come on, team.
Candy, Kush, Amy, and Fooney. Oh no, sorry, Kieran. Sorry, Kieran.
Who was first? Oh, yeah. That's you, Kush. You picked first.
I'll write it down. Kush.
Come on over here, girlfriend. I want to have a little word with you while we're getting these open wool handlers sorted out. Because that was pretty damn fast, girl. How you feeling?
Oh, I am so buggered going. I was like, oh my God, I'm so unfit.
She's a whole different ball game, eh, from those Merinos. We had time to stand around yesterday. What was it like being back on those crosses, girlfriend?
Oh, I just keep telling myself to just move your no, girl.
I love that for you. Good luck. I hope you go well.
Okay, so we've had the draw and the open wool handling circuit finalists. On stand 1, we'll have Amy Ferguson. On stand 2, we'll have Kushla Abraham. On stand 3, we'll have Kieran Herbert. And then Candy Hurry will be on stand 4.
Fantastic.
We'll give these ladies probably a minute and a half to set themselves up. And then we'll be moving straight into that teams final. So again, Warren, do we need to draw for stands for the teams final after this? Do we draw for the teams? Do they?
Well, Amy's in this.
If we could just get a representative from each team, that'd be really good, thanks, just to get this draw done so that we're ready to go.
Four competition fleeces for these open wool handlers to handle this afternoon. And shearers, if you can pick it up a step, just pick it up a couple of seconds per sheet would be fantastic.
Oh, yeah. And then to that man down at the top. And just like the senior wool handlers, these open wool handlers have also followed the competitions around the South Island to accumulate the points so that they can come and go for the South Island Circuit final.
Okay, we look like we're nearly ready for a start up there. So 4 fleeces. On table number 1, we have Amy Ferguson from Alexandra. Turn around and give us a smile, Amy. Kia ora. Table number 2, current New Zealand representative all the way from Masterton, Kushla Abraham. On table number 3, we have the master herself, Kieran Herbert from Te Kuiti. And down there on table number 4, our current New Zealand representative for World Champs, Candy Hiddy, all the way from Mataura. Have we got the green light? We are good to go. Competitors are ready. Get set, go.
Test. How many fleeces will they be handling, Tia?
4.
4 full wool hogget beautiful fleeces these open wool handlers will be handling here this afternoon. It's going to be faster than that last round was, I can tell you that, folks. You're about to see this beautiful fibre flying everywhere. Fully crutched out, wonderfully presented. That's exactly how we love them. Warren White and his team have done a fabulous job here today.
Around the ear goes our shearers all along the board, getting rid of that medullated fibre around the head. The wool handlers just delicately pull that off. They want to make sure they're not overskirting into that neck wool when they're removing those eye clips. Into the long blow they're all going. Beautifully shorn up here by all of these shearers over the weekend. We thank you very much for your time and your efforts for all of us wool handlers. Especially you, Morgs and Corey. I know that it was a big day yesterday. Fantastic job you guys did. Down the last side comes all of these shearers. Wool handlers are slowly setting up their fleeces, making sure they're nice and compact. They're very loose looking little hogget fleeces, and these wool handlers are going to have their work cut out for them. But it's Candy Hiddy. She's turning for the first throw. She lets it go. Beautifully laid out down there on table number 4. Kieran Herbert, another goodie. Kushla Abraham, she had a tough one. And Amy Ferguson, she lets it go too. It's all this girl down here on table number 3. Kieran Herbert, beautifully laid out down there. Fingers working furiously to remove all of those little bits and pieces. Kushla Abraham just having a bit of a time around that shoulder, making sure she's getting that quality bang on. Get it, girl. Back to the board she goes.
Big smile as she goes to you. What's happening with Candy down there? I can hardly see. I'm going to stand up. She just catches that top knot. Kieran Herbert right there beside her. So even though this is a South Island Wool Handling Circuit final, we have 2 competitors here that are from the North Island. So they come down every competition and they make sure that their points are accumulated so they can be part of this final. Kieran Herbert, she's the first for the roll-up. She drove 700,000 miles to be here. Fleece in the pack. Kushla Abraham back to her shearer, removing that medullated fibre, that eye clip. Candy, Amy and Kushla go neck and neck to get that fleece into the pack. Back to the board they go. The shearers coming out that last leg. Keep up, shearers. We all need to be finishing in time. We've got 2 left in the pen. We've got 1 on the board. We've got nothing on the table. Candy Hurry turns, lays it out. Bit of a bunch up over here. There's no time to be mucking around with them. You want it on and you want it off. Kieran Herbert, she does not a bad throw. Probably the pick of the throws for that round. Kushla Abraham works down the side of her fleece. Amy Ferguson, she's already been there, done that, Tia. What can you see from your end?
I can see some fantastic wool handling. That's what I can see. Kushla Abraham down one side, been there, done that. Amy Ferguson's the same. Back to the board. All 4 of these wool handlers go to sort out those crutches, making sure they're getting all of that short wool, locks, socks, seconds out of there, catching a top notch. Round behind the shearer goes Hitty down there on table number 4, but it's all this girl, Amy Ferguson, for me on table number 1. She's having an absolutely fantastic run down here. Kieran Herbert working away into those pieces. The concentration on the face of this woman on table number 3 is unreal. Roll up time. Roll up time for Kieran. Roll up time for Amy. She just quickly ducks back to the board for a second.
Kieran Herbert knows what it takes to take out these competitions. She actually isn't a full-time wool handler. She is, though, a professional competitor. She is at every competition and she is always right up at the top of the mark. The 3rd fleece is getting ready to be thrown on the table. There's 1 more in the pack. They'll be starting to think about their cleanup. Amy Ferguson, beautiful throw down there on stand number 1. Not bad on 2, bit bunched up here on 3, and a better one down here on number 4 for Candy Hurry. Amy Ferguson, she's into it. And like Joel says, it's all in the throw, folks. You get that good throw, everything's laid out for you, so it's easy to decipher what's what. Back to the board goes Kieran Herbert. Amy Ferguson right there behind her. Kushla Abraham straight into that crutch. Candy Hurry, she's going all the way around her fleece. She wants it finished before she gets to that belly. Top knots are coming off. Undermines are being pushed up. Candy Hurry removes that crutch wool. Amy Ferguson, she's into that eye clip. We're a wee bit ahead on the first stand. Can we all just come off together, please? Kieran Herbert, she's got the wonderful fingers down here. She's just picking off those little black bits. Kushla Abraham, she's in deep concentration. Candy Hurry's looking for the roll-up, but it's Herbert. She's got the fleece in the pack. Candy Hurry's right there. She's got the fleece in the pack too. She's got the broom up. She's looking for a bit of a tidy up here, folks. Kushla and Amy, they go to the pack together. They place it in nicely. Back to the board. We want our shearers to finish together. But there's gone. It's gone.
And the time has started. The minute 30 is starting to tick down already, ladies and gentlemen. Kushla Abraham, best throw she's had for this open circuit final down there on table number 2. Candy Hitty does a fantastic throw as well as Amy Ferguson on table number 1. Amy is sucking in the air. I can see it all over her face. She is just absolutely going for it. And she knows she has another final coming up straight after this as well, this girl down here on table number 1. As does Candy Hitty. She's in those teams finals straight up after this too. It's roll-up time for Ferguson on table number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the Alexandra Fano? Somebody come on, cheer our girl on. I know she's been teaching yous.
Kieran Herbert's just throwing that table around on the slippery floor.
Under the table goes Amy Ferguson. Kieran Herbert, she's got it in the pack. Amy's down there. She's done a half a clean up already. You got to catch up, ladies and gentlemen. Your 1 minute's almost ticked by. Who's going to go home with the red ribbon here this afternoon? Amy Ferguson, time taken on table number 1.
Where the heck did she come from,
Push
Tia?
like, oh, she was gunning it, mate. I watched that, and that was pretty friggin' amazing to see. I tell you what, Kieran Herbert just pushes the table out of her way. Maybe that made it time on table number 4. Time on table number 2, and we've got the last say going to Kieran Herbert down here on table number 3. Hands and knees for her she goes. Locks and seconds sorted, and she'll be nearly ready to put her hand up. Time for Kieran Herbert on table number 3.
And there it is, folks, our circuit wool handling finals. Now, we didn't run a junior circuit final because we didn't have enough entries. You guys out there, this is a good prize to be to take away. I know that we had well more than double of what we've got in the seniors and opens and the juniors yesterday. So you guys come up, get your entries in for the circuit, have a go. You never know. There's a lot of good prize money up for grabs here in this final.
And wool handlers, the presentation for these events will be before the dinner break. So please don't go too far. It will be before the dinner break. So there's the teams final, the blades, the teams final and the blades, and then it'll be your guys' presentation.
Okay, Tia, so are we going to be doing this teams event or will we be handing it back to Norm?
I don't know. Yep, the teams is up now, so we'll just remove one table.
Yeah, we'll take about 5 minutes to get set up for this next event. Thanks, folks.
So we're just going to quickly do a bit of housekeeping, remove one of the tables, and give our competitors who just finished about a 5-minute breather before they have to get up there for the next event.
What is it? The teams now. James Scott, if you're in the stadium, can you come and see us? We have a set of keys that belong to you, to James Scott, apparently.
Can we just swap those names around, Davey? Davey, Platinum's on table 3 and Dawn Riders is on 2. Thank you. Six competition fleeces to be handled in this team's final this afternoon. So that's 3 sheep each for the shearers, 6 fleeces for the wool handlers. Hey Charlie, is Mum going to win this one?
Yes.
So 3 very, very good teams up here. Mahi up. They're obviously from everywhere. They were pretty impressive through the heats. The Dawn Riders from Alexandra and the Platinum team down there from Gore. Through to the big final. And this one's sponsored by Bruce Rogers Shearing and the Waimate Town and Country Club. So big thanks to Bruce Rogers and the Waimate Town and Country Club for their support of the team's event. A bit of prize money and some ribbons for these three teams. Who takes the red one away? We're going to find out very, very shortly. So like Tia said, the shearers, 3 sheep each and 6 fleeces for our wool handlers to process. It's going to be a wee bit more pressure on them. Of course, these wool handling competitors are well used to that, Tia, but they do it day in and day out in the shed. They've got to keep up with the shearers, and that's where the teamwork and communication come into it.
Who's your other shearer? Who's your guys' open shearer? Oh, it's a bit of a battle with the brothers up there, Norm. We've got one brother in the Mahi Up and one brother in the Dawn Riders.
True story. Twins.
Wow.
Two good young shearers too, those boys.
Yeah, I've been watching them over the last kind of couple of shows. They really do go well, don't they?
This Mahi Up team on the front table, they're very, very impressive in the heats, I thought. But of course, the Platinum team takes a bit of getting around, and the Dawn Riders, some very good experienced team members here, and the young ones coming through are very talented, both the wool handler and the shearer and the Dawn Riders. Good to see, and it's good to see a mix-up too, Tia, of open competitors and someone from another grade, just to give the younger ones a bit of experience at this sort of final sort of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my favourite events on the team calendar. Just come to Waimate and find yourself a good young competitor and help train them up. Can we have a ref? Ref 2, stand 6, please. Do you want a shearing ref or a wool ref? Wool ref.
Icky's going to have to get out of his chair.
He didn't want to either, did he?
If we get him a wheelchair, we can just wheel him around one day.
Leave him on. Oh, you did that so well, Stratty. Show us another.
He's played this game before. I think he was the ganger of the dagging gang.
Yeah, that'll be why they look so daggy.
Prelim time.
I think some tipper-uppers might be at the bar. Maybe they can return to the back.
Our guys that are out the back tipping up, we might need you to do a wee bit of work, please. The tipper-uppers that working down the back underneath, tip up the sheep. Might get you to finish your drink and come along and do a wee bit of work. There's plenty of time for it tonight. Teams finals. This one, ladies and gentlemen, just getting themselves organised. It's like herding cats. We have the thumbs up from the shearing referee. Do we have the nod from the wool handling referee? Yes, we do. 3 teams are set. Mahi Up everywhere. Dawn Riders, Alexander, and the Platinum team from Gore. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. Shearers out on the board with the first of 6 sheep, 3 each. 6 fleeces for our wool handlers to process. And away we go down the belly. So the wool handlers just up on the board at this stage, working with the shearers. A fair bit of work to do for them. Belly will be fribbed into the right basket for the frib, into the right basket for the belly. And of course they get back, there'll be some crutch wool to take out, some head wool to take off very shortly because the shearers aren't mucking around. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, they're full pace up there. Tia, so the wool handlers, you know more about this side of it than I do. They're just up there with the shearers until there's a fleece to drop, and then they can do some work on the table.
Leon Samuels, he is not mucking around down there on stand number 3. He's going to make sure that these girls have got a bit of pressure. He wants to make sure that he's going home with a bit of bragging rights back to Alexandra. Taking home a couple of red ribbons would always also be nice, I suppose. Stratford down there on stand number 6 rather. Just turns to the last side, but it's all this man on table number 3. And Funi lets it go. A little bit of bunching up the top there, Norm, which might make it a little bit hard to process up around the neck and the shoulders. But no doubt Funi will give it her best shot. How are these young Tarrant boys going up there?
Going beautifully. Taylor done over the last front shot of Taylor. Round comes Aiden. He's onto the last side already, so not much between the two twins up there. On different teams, though, representing different teams. And Nathan Stratford down the far end in the Platinum team. Way down the belly goes in sheep number 2. Same as Toy Henderson. He just flicks it out right up on the front stand for the Mahi Up team. So the wool handlers in the middle table got their fleece gone, and there's another one ready to come on. So Charlotte Stewart on the front team, on the Mahi Up team. Got to get back to the shearer. There's a bit of wool, head wool to take off there. She had to get the crutch out. She had to go like hell because there's a fleece to be moved. And another one coming on for Funi on the middle table. The Dawn Riders lays it out. Once again, just a little bit of bunching up the top, but the shearers are they're not shearing for the wool handlers. They're shearing for both the team and themselves. So probably not taking the care they would if they were shearing for the wool handlers alone in an event like that, Tia.
Yeah, but as it's a team event, as you say, Norman, so these wool handlers that are working away on the table are some of the best that are in the industry. So they should be able to handle whatever their shearers are throwing at them. Toa Henderson coming down the last side. He's just absolutely going for it. Leon's doing the same. This is exactly what it's like at work, though. You've got one girl handling 2 shearers, getting all of the stuff on the board, setting up and moving the fleeces, and another girl on the table. That's exactly how we would do it in the shed. Saskia Tuhakaraina just sets up down there on Stratford on stand number 6. Roll up time for Trey Shasha on table number 3. In the pack it goes. Emma Martin shearing nicely down there on stand number 5. Fantastic shear Emma's had this weekend, yeah, Norm?
Yeah, she's had a great weekend. No doubt about that. So she's all go here, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it is in the shed. Frantic work. 8 hours a day, 8 or 9 hours, depending on where you're at. But these wool handlers work like this for 8 or 9 hours a day. The shearers, of course, doing their thing up there as well for 8 or 9 hours. So she's very, very physical, demanding work. And we get them up in a teams event like this at a competition, and they're all telling themselves and each other, oh, you know, it's just a teams event. We won't worry about it too much. It'd be nice to get in the final, but until the starter says go. And then she's all changed because their competitive nature never, ever leaves them, ladies and gentlemen. Once the starter says go, they're into it, no matter what event it is. And Amy Ferguson for the Mahi Up team down on table number 1. Fleece is on the table. And that young Taylor Tarrant on the board on stand number 2 with his last sheep, I think that'll be. And away he goes down the belly. And Karis Morell working with the sweep, making sure the board's clean before the shearer steps out. They'll get penalised as a team if there's wool left on the board and the shearer steps on it, because that just adds a wee bit of contamination to the next fleece, of course. Out comes Emma Martin there on stand number 5, last sheep. But roll up time here on table number 1. Tia, Amy Ferguson working hard, checking and double checking before that fleece goes in the bin.
And that's the first, third and final sheep on stands number 3 and 1. Toy and Leon both finished almost in sync. Stratford's not far behind down there on stand number 6. Amy Ferguson turns, lets it go. Beautifully laid out, Amy. That's a much better one, mate. Roll up time for Trey down there on table number 3. Fernie Waihape lets it go. These must be a little bit tricky. I see these wool handlers trying to be very delicate with these crossbred fleeces. Normally we just pick them up and hoof them at the table. So these must be nice and soft. Trey tried to hoof it, did not quite work the way he wanted it, I don't think, down there on table number 3. Trying to fluff around with it now, get that quality right. Down the last side comes this young man, Tarrant, on stand number 2. And time for the shearers has finished. But it's an accumulated time with these teams events. So now the wool handlers need to hustle, get a bit more movement, run around that table as fast as they possibly can, sweep the floor as fast as possible too, Norm, and put their hands up in the air.
Yeah, that's what'll stop the clock, of course. It's a combined thing, like you say, and roll up time here on table number 1. Last fleece about to go in the basket, so they're looking very impressive like they were in the heats, working well as a team, communicating well. Amy Ferguson rolling up, Charlotte Stewart away with the broom. Amy will reach for the broom very shortly. The shearers huffing and puffing, having a wee break, waiting for the wool handlers to clean up before they can have smoko. And, mind you, they probably don't wait for them to have smoko, they just go and have it. Had the wool handlers doing their work. Charlotte Stewart, Amy Ferguson, just about ready. Time clock stopped there on table number 1. Good teamwork, well done.
Yeah, that
And
was
the middle
fantastic.
table, the Dawn Riders, last fleece on the table for them as well. And one more just about to drop down the far end tier for the Platinum team. Out it goes.
Absolutely. Beautifully shorn down there by Emma Martin as well. And it's all about the time for these two down there on tables number 2 and 3. Roll up time on table 2 for Funi Waihapi and Karis Morel. It's the Dawn Riders. Roll up time down there on table number 3 for Saskia and Trey. They're the only team that's made this final that doesn't have an open wool handling competitor in it. They were very, very proud of themselves. Good work, ladies. Under the table goes Saskia. Round the side goes Trey. Little bit of homework for them to do. Hands and knees for the Dawn Riders down here. Time for them on table number 2. And just a few more little bits and pieces. That fleece was absolutely pumped out down there on table number 3. Hands and knees for Saskia. The focus is real on the face. I've never seen her concentrate like this before in my life. And it's almost time for them time. Well done.
Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our 3 teams events, finalists. We'll find some winners and some place getters for that a wee bit later on come the prize giving. But awesome stuff. That's how it works, ladies, day in and day out. Thanks, Tia. So we're going to see a wee bit of blade shearing very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get things set up for our blade team, our blade guys. So anyone wanting a coffee, the coffee cart outside, they will be shutting at 4 o'clock, so grab a coffee if you need one before 4. That'd be great. And a big thanks to the coffee cart, of course, and of course to the team doing the meals for us down in the kitchen there. Fantastic. Really appreciate it.
and the cooks.
Yeah, I'll have it.
Check with them, see what time they can.
Yeah.
So the next event on the card, we're just getting them set up for them now, is the blade final, ladies and gentlemen, the blade shearing final. They'll be shearing 6 sheep each. So our blade shearers will be just waiting in the wings. We just get these water pots and everything set up for them. And we'll kick that off very shortly. The blade shearing final coming up. And then we'll have a quick break for tea, and we'll be starting early with the Trans-Tasman blade shearing test.
We will come back to you at the start time, but we're just conferring now that there will be an early start to this evening's program.
We're thinking maybe something like 5:30, I think, or something like that, but we'll talk to Warren about that and get back to you. The first up tonight will be the Trans-Tasman blade shearing test. Then the junior machine shearing final, the intermediate machine shearing final, the senior machine shearing final, the open novice final, and the open, the big boys, the open machine shearing final, all tonight. So some big events coming up after dinner. We'll let you know what time they will kick off very shortly. But in the meantime, looking forward to seeing our blade shearing finalists up there. 6 top shearers here today. Do you know why there's the 6 top shearers here today, John?
Because that's all we've got in blade shearers.
Dead right. They're the only 6 blade shearers we've got here.
They must create a bit of friction because they need water pots to cool the blades down, don't they?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
They get going a bit.
Not exactly to the point where you see steam coming out of the water pots, John, but it just keeps the grease off the blades, so... And the guys will get set up. You'll see some set up with stones screwed onto the wall somewhere or other, or however they do it. But they're all different. But their blades are precision cutting instruments, as sharp as you'll ever get. They're experts at sharpening. They will shear a sheep, run a stone over it, just put the edge back on it, and away again. Something of a dying art. We don't see as many competitors now as we used to, of course, with less and less blade shearing around the country, but there's still a place for it in the high country of New Zealand, where the weather's changes at drop of a hat.
I have no idea.
Do you know where the... Yeah, we'll draw stands now, We've got bottle tops or something?
No, not there.
Warren had some somewhere, not up here. Warren White, are you handy, Warren? We might get our blade shearing finalists up, please, to draw for their stands. We could have our blade shearing finalists come over here and see Davey.
Good. You all right?
Good.
It's going to be 7 or 10.
Would you like me to let the people in the kitchen know that you think about coming back here? Oh, that's right.
What's your last name, Andy? Murray.
Oh, I got this in there. Alright.
Okay, so we've drawn 4 stands for the open blade final. Andy Murray there up on stand number 1. We've got Tim Hogg on 2. Phil Oldfield on stand number 3. Big John Della on stand 4. Tony Dobbs, stand number 5. And Alan Gimmel down there on stand number 6. They're our finalists here today. Looking forward to seeing them chip their way through 6 of our finalist sheep. Oh, believe me, I know. I made a few myself. I made a few things up to my time. Shear we got, Rabbit? 6 to shear. You're way ahead of you. Change. You've been sawmilling or something, you cut your fingers off. Just one, it's as straight as the final. Aye? Yep. So this is the blade shearing final, and we'll have the presentations for the wool handling after this before we break for tea, so don't go away. Watch this blade shearing final, which will be great, and we'll see who come out on top in the circuit finals for the wool handling. Six competition sheep for our Blade boys to snip their way around. And great to see our Australian visitors over. We're going to see them again tonight on the Trans-Tasman test. Oh, Big John. There was 6 in the pen. He's trying to cut it down. Is he only going to shear 4 now? Anything to win these Aussie boys, eh? We'll find them another couple of woolies. Don't you worry about that. And John Della, he's a good shearer, of course. He'll be looking to take off and finish first, just so he can go home early. I'm just saying, Big John will be looking to finish first in this event, so he can go home early, like some of the other Australian sporting teams at sporting events around the world. And we have the thumbs up from our shearing referee, Mr. Noel Hanley. Shearers at your door, please. Andrew Murray, Tim Hogg, Phil Oldfield, John Della, Tony Dobbs, Alan Gemmell. This is the blade shearing final for 2023 at the 56th Waimate Shears. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're into it. She's going to be a bit quieter than what we've been witnessing all day, ladies and gentlemen. There's only going to be me and John McBride. Riveting on. Away we go into the hind leg. Andy Murray from Australia on stand number 1. Tim Hogg. He's a local South Canterbury man from Timaru here. Phil Oldfield, also from South Canterbury, he's from Geraldine. John Della on stand 4, the big fella there. He's the other Australian representative. Tony Dobbs from Fairley steps through and up the neck. And Alan Gemmell from Rangiora up there in Canterbury rather. Chops his way up under the chin and towards the ear. Snaps the wool open and around behind the ear. Make sure that he gets that ear out of the way because those scissors have got it quite sharp. And those sheep, even though they don't use the ears for hearing, they keep the water out of their head when it rains, John.
You're not wrong there, but you're just watching as the shearers now go up the neck. They'll come up under the ear rather than straight up to the jaw like the machine shearer. It's just the easiest way the wool lies. You talk about Big John Daly there from Australia. He might go home early if he got rid of 2 sheep out of his pen because he'll have one less than everybody else. But I'm sure the referees will right onto his case. Hey, look at them. They're just sheep just sitting there nicely. Tony Dobbs up the long bloke. Big shots coming in. He's leading the field at the moment. Alan Campbell working, Gemmell, down there on stand number 6. Coming off the long blow now. Right on his case is Tony Dobbs. Blow for blow stands 5 and 6. Who's next in line? It could be John Daly from Australia, round and under the ear, and the sheep sort of sits in one spot and the shearer walks around the sheep. And then, of course, they'll fold them out frontwards down the porthole. Exactly the opposite to what the machine shearer does, because the machine shearer has to stand in a spot and go around the dropper. Whereas these guys have got no dropper to worry about. Hey, you wouldn't be able to cuss your mate for getting in front of you when you're shearing in the shed because there's no machine noise to cover up the intended recipient's ears. So here we go. Phil Oldfield from Geraldine out over the shoulder on the last side. Still the pace down on stands 5 and 6 with Tony Dobbs from Fairley. He's down the porthole. Look at that, pretty quick. What was the time on that one, Norm?
2 minutes. It's on 3 minutes now as Tony Dobbs steps out onto the board, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes with a pair of scissors. Hell, that's not bad going. Takes me that with a machine. So chopping around onto the last side is Andy Murray up here on stand number 1. Tim Hogg's there with him. And Alan Gemmell on stand number 6 dropped the sheep out the board. Tony Dobbs, lifts the leg, chops around underneath the tail. Tony Dobbs, the current Waimate Shears Open Blades champion on stand number 5. And I'm not sure how many open finals Tony Dobbs has made, but he was making them way back in the dim dark ages, way back in the late 90s. That's the 1890s, when he used to come here shearing as a blade shearer before electricity was invented. Tony Dobbs, right round onto the back of the ear. And when the starter says go, this man goes. I'll tell you that. He's as competitive now as he ever was. Not as fit, or he doesn't blade shear anymore, but look at him go, ladies and gentlemen, up round under the first front shoulder. 1985 was the first time that Tony Dobbs won a final here. That's a year or two ago, John.
He had a couple of haircuts, Norm, so he very experienced competitor, as you said, and he hasn't lost the art, and he hasn't lost the will to win, because he is going hammers and tongs, half a dozen sheep to shear, halfway through the second one. Tim Hogg making a pretty good job here from Timaru up on the 2 stand. He's throwing in, but he's only half the age, of course, of Tony Dobbs, and Tony's first to turn onto the money side of the sheep. Flicks around the ear. They push the blades through the wool and give it a wee clip at the end of their stroke, more or less, to close it off and cut the wool right out to the end of the blade. Glides it off now. They've got the wee stones set up there. Some of them to, just in case the blade goes a bit dull, they will give it a quick strop before they catch their next sheep. Still a lot of good shearing there. Alan Gemmell coming over the last shoulder. John Daly's into the long blow. Likewise is Phil Oldfield. He's a very experienced competitor. Seen him go many, many times in the competition shearing. Tim Hogg, just newer into the game, but he is showing some real power here as he comes across the shoulder on the last side. Our young Australian, Andy Murray. Hey, not very often you see a person of his age up here throwing the steel around with the blades. And he's trying to manoeuvre the sheep nicely, coming up with a very short long blow from the middle of the back, around and onto the last side. He's about to swing as Tony Dobbs down on 5, drops another one down the porthole. Tim Hogg, probably the closest to him. Oh, I don't know. Alan Gemmell still throwing a bit of form down there. You see Dobbsy now just giving his blades a little bit of a strop. Very precious blades, those things, and of course they have a very fine stone, Norm, to work them over.
Yeah, definitely is very fine stone. Alan Gemmell straight on. He's not worried about giving the blades a touch-up. He's happy enough. He'll do another sheep before he does that probably. And out of the pot with the blades and into the hand for Alan Gemmell. So Tony Dobbs, obviously his plan here tonight was just to attack. That might be about all he's got. He knows he's got the skill, but he hasn't got the fitness, and he'd just be a bit worried about that. Alan Gemmell, he does quite a bit more shearing than Tony Dobbs nowadays. So Alan Gemmell, now he's through and up the neck. Tony Dobbs pushes the foot forward and does the inside of the leg before they step up the neck. There's a few wee subtle differences between blade shearing and machine shearing, John. They sort of shear round and around the sheep, and they crunch the sheep up just to lessen the surface area they got to cover, whereas the machine boys stretch the sheep right out so the comb will sit down on the skin. But these guys, the object of it is to leave a bit more wool on the sheep. So we want to crunch them up, lessen the surface area, leave a bit more nice even covering of wool on the sheep. Of course, it leaves all the grease in the wool as well. You get the sheep, blade-shorn sheep going out into the weather. The rain just runs off them because all the lanolin's still in the wool, John. The hot comb combs it out. Phil Oldfield on the board. Andy Murray on the board. Sheep number 3 for these guys. We'll roll the cards over you fellas in the pens, please. And, yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Well, of course, they could shear anywhere in the old days. You know, they'd get the sheep into the corner, put up some sort of temporary bit of fencing anywhere out on the bush, and they'd get out the blades and rip the wool off. Then they'd pack the wool out on the pack horses. A little bit more civilised now, where they run into a shed and shorn under the roof. But early in the piece, this is the only way to get the wool off until they started inventing machines to do the job. Then they were hand-driven, those machines. And then, of course, we got a little bit motorised, and now we got the Evos up there hanging for those machine shearers that we've seen throughout the rest of the program. Andy Murray wrapping around the back of the head. He's just opened up the neck nicely. That's the neck wool and not the neck itself. Working away, full of concentration. Could be whistling and singing to himself, but he's laying the wool on the carpet now as he drops down into that offside, the shoulder towards the long blow. Going pretty well, but Tony Dobbs right out that last leg. Hey, old John Daly from Australia, he isn't giving up on him. He's coming under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Oh, good race on for Alan Gemmell. He had a little bit of a pre-limb on these sheep, on one of these sheep this morning, just for the judges. So he's had a bit of a practice run. Tony Dobbs, another quick run over the blade with the stone. Phil Oldfield rocking up the long blow. Hey, not getting too grey, this fella. I don't know whether he's in the dye pot or not, but he's been around for a decade or two into this blade shearing business. Has Phil Oldfield from Geraldine. Tim Hogg, right on the money here with the pace. A little bit of a strop for Tim. They have different styles. Quick one. Dobbs, he was a little bit more precise with the direction of the stone as he rubbed up that beautiful piece of steel in the blade, as sharp as the razor or even more. Into the first off leg goes Hoggy. Big shots up the undermine now, as far as he can get them. That'll make a short long blow. There goes Tony Dobbs. Round the back of the head, blow for blow with Alan Gemmell. Oh, I think this could be a bit of a personal battle down there on 5 and 6, Norman.
Yeah, well, these guys are showing each other so many times. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Not that there's a lot of weaknesses up on the board there, John. Tony Dobbs, probably the most prolific blade shearing winner of competitions around ever in the history of blade shearing in New Zealand. He swings around, chops through the side of the rib cage towards the backbone, and he'll lay it down. Just a couple of blows up the backbone before they turn for home. Alan Gemmell's already done that. He's around onto the last cheek on sheep number 4. Phil Oldfield drops 3 out the hole, and he's straight into the pen for sheep number 4. Andy Murray is going to do the same very shortly. Over the tail, beautifully shorn sheep by Andy Murray there from what I can see. And he's going to let that one go. Look for 4. Tim Hogg. This time he's right there with Tony Dobbs. Tony Dobbs just a couple of big blows ahead of Tim Hogg as Tim turns for home. Shears round under the ear, takes the cheek off the sheep, right round onto that last front shoulder. Tony Dobbs onto the front shoulder. Alan Gemmell just shearing around under that front leg now, so he might have a shot or two on Tony Dobbs as he steps back and lifts the head through. So the sheep's sitting up a bit more. Tony Dobbs will do the same very shortly. Under the front leg. Tim Hogg round on the last front shoulder. Tim Hogg shearing nicely. He's caught up a few blows, this young man from Timaru, on the rest of the field. And now Tony Dobbs' sheep's head is up in front of him. Round onto the hind leg, but Alan Gemmell will sweep the wool away so the sheep can go down the hole very shortly. There it is. And he releases sheep number 4. Straight into the pen for 5. No stonework on the blades. He's got another set there waiting. Tony Dobbs, finishing touches to sheep number 4, and he's going to be in for 5. The paint will starting to be set in a wee bit here for Tony Dobbs, John, but we've seen it that many times with this fella. He doesn't shear, and he gets up there. Never, ever count him out. He's a ferocious competitor, Tony Dobbs. Like you say, they never lose that competitive edge.
Oh, he's gone for a new set of blades this time. He's lost a little bit. Maybe he didn't quite get enough stone on the reset there, but he's now got a new set of blades. But, of course, Alan Gemmell stepping up the neck. He's the powerhouse shearer down on 6. Breaks the neck open. Grabs hold of the ear. Tries not to upset the sheep as he puts the blows back from the brisket to up behind the head again. Down the last side comes our Australian John Daly. Into the other Australian down here on the front stand, Andy Murray. Into the off shoulder. About to get his long blow bows. Going hard. But he's back off the pace. Tim Hogg's almost got a sheep around him as he swings into the first off shoulder here on stand number 2, Alan Oldfield. Just back off the pace a little bit, and with his fourth sheep half shorn. Out the last leg comes John Daly on sheep number 4. Still got 2 in the box. Only 1 left on stand number 5 and stand number 6. Power shearing from Alan Gemmell, still working away there. John Daly goes in. Oh, here's a little bit of a look along the board. How's me young mate going? Maybe he'll get finished and go down and give him a hand, but they could be able to shear both sides of it, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So Tim Hogg, he's picked up Tony Dobbs this time. Tim Hogg turns around and takes the last cheek off sheep number 5. 1 left in the pen. So he's chasing Alan Gemmell hard as Tim Hogg. He's starting to put the pressure on. Chomping down over the last front shoulder. Big chopping blows. And around onto the top of the front leg. Tony Dobbs is going to turn as well. So just works over the front of the ear. He'll lift the ear out of the road, come under the ear, and he's going to be there with them on that last front shoulder. But Tim Hogg, a couple of shots out from Tony Dobbs now. Sheep number 5 on the board for these guys. And Tim Hogg set off after Alan Gemmell. Just playing the waiting game, get a couple of good sheep and make the most of them as Tim Hogg works out onto the back leg with Alan Gemmell now. Tony Dobbs, last front shoulder just about sorted. Tim Hogg, Alan Gemmell, who's it going to be? Not much between them now. Right round over the tail. Tim Hogg, Alan Gemmell. Phil Oldfield drops. And Tim Hogg, he's hit the front, ladies and gentlemen. And he goes for his 6th and final sheep. Alan Gemmell there as well. Tim Hogg shearing his heart out up here on the stage at the Waimate Shears. It's always one of the biggest blade events in the country. And Phil Oldfield, sheep number 5 on the board. We'll roll that one over, please. We'll roll your card over there. Thank you very much. Sheep number 6. 6th and final. Well done. Andy Murray, he's going to be looking for sheep number 5 very shortly as he chops around over the tail. He's a sheep behind, or a bit over sheep behind Tim Hogg, but it's not all about speed, folks. Quality will come into it. Judges out the back judging the finished article, and the judges on the board, of course, looking for second cuts when they cut the staple of wool in half, devaluing the fleece. It's a shearing fault, and they'll get penalised. Now Tony Dobbs in and out of the pen with sheep number 6. So the pain will start to be setting in for Tony Dobbs, that's for sure. Away he goes into the first hind leg. Not that you'd know the way he shears, but you've got to be doing a few to keep the hand in, keep fit. Tim Hogg round off the side of the rib cage. On the top of the first front leg is Alan Gemmell. So Tim Hogg, away he goes. He's setting the pace now, John. He's on fire, this young man from Timaru on stand number 2. Chopping up the backbone. Won't be long and he's going to turn for home, and he'll be the first to do so. Just shore the first couple quietly, got into a nice rhythm, and now he's away.
Oh, he did beautiful shots as he come up that long blow. He was choking that scissor, the old Edward scissor hand. Look at him coming across that shoulder on the last side. He knows this is the 6th and final sheep, and he wants to get the Ringers Cup here this afternoon. Alan Gemmell coming over the ear now onto the last side, but it's Hogg under the shoulder, right on the money. Tony Dobbs is dropping down into the long blow. He's on sheep number 6. Sheep number 5, half shorn for Phil Oldfield. Readjustment here for Andrew Murray here on the front. Yeah, young Australian. Is it his first visit to New Zealand, and maybe he'll go home with his tail between his legs, but who knows, because we are judging for quality as well. But it's Hogg out the last leg. He's working it off. Not showing us much action. The pen boys getting a better look at it than we are. The judges having to peer around the corner. The judges got to move in a different angle of what they normally do at a shearing machine shear. Here goes Tim Hogg. Hits the button. As Tim Hogg gets his time taken. Well shorn.
Well done, Tim.
Right there is Alan Gemmell, though, by crikey. He didn't get too many blows. A little bit of age difference. Maybe the youth just took over.
Here, Alan Gemmell finishing touches now down there on stand 6. And he lets the sheep go when his time clock will be stopped there. Reaches for the sweat towel down there on stand number 6. He might need it. Tony Dobbs, last front shoulder for Tony. Phil Oldfield, round he comes. Another sheep left in the pen for Phil. One left in there for Andy Murray. And sheep number, can't see.
Number 6.
Number 6 it is for Big John Della there on stand number 4. The big Aussie chopping up and laying it into the long blow on stand number 4. Big John Della steps across. Slides up the backbone of sheep number 6. He's on the last one. He'd be happy about that. Tony Dobbs. Probably not as happy as Tony Dobbs is to get the last one out the hole, folks. Right out the back leg for Tony Dobbs on stand 5. You can see the silver fern on a leg of his shearing trousers. He's represented New Zealand on many, many occasions at blade shearing and represented New Zealand with distinction, I might add. Time clock stopped there for Tony Dobbs. Well, Sean Denny, give him a hand, folks. Just leaves Big John Dolph. Fell Oldfield into the pen for his last sheep. Rolls it out onto the board. And away into the first hind leg. He'll chop. Just leaves John Della, Phil Oldfield, and Andy Murray. Andy Murray's still got one in his pen as well. But John Della, he's going to be the first of the Australians home. Right out onto the hind leg for John Della. Just holds his blades a wee bit different to some of the Kiwi boys. You see his thumbs over the top of the top handle of the blades, John. Keep that top blade on the skin. Instead of gripping it like the Kiwi boys do with their thumb on the inside of the top handle. Wee bit hard to see, I know, but that's what he does. Sort of more South African style. The South African shearers run with that a bit. And out the hole it goes for John Della. Give him a hand, folks. All done and dusted on stand number 4. Well done, Big John.
No, certainly a good effort from those shearers that have completed so far. Tim, the fastest man off, but who knows? It'll be up to the judges, both on the board and out the back. What have they found to give him some demerit points? It's Phil Oldfield. Comes around the back of the head. He must be on sheep number 6, is he? Can we just check that pen to make sure he's got his last one on the board? Here goes Andrew Murray with the 6th and final sheep. Starts right down on the foot. Cleans up a little bit of sock wool. I noticed Tony Dobbs wasn't going anywhere near the socks earlier on. He was just going for the pace, going for the doctor, we say. But he got the sheep shorn without us having to go in for the doctor, and that's the main thing. Here comes Andrew Murray up the undermine now, reaching over as far as he can at that tail area so the wool doesn't fold underneath the sheep for him. Phil Oldfield punching up the long blow. You notice how they've come around the rib cage, not along the rib cage, and that saves any build-up of snow and what have you when the sheep is out in the open. And of course that little ridge which will help the drip get away from the skin in the wet times saves the life of many of these sheep when they're out in the high country. Into the first off shoulder now, Andrew Murray and Phil Oldfield from Geraldine coming on to the last shoulder. Grand experienced competitor, watched him many, many times here in shearing competitions, both here and throughout the rest of the country. Been to the big show in the sky, the Golden Shears, and competed there, represented New Zealand. Over the shoulder on the last side, but impressed by this young Australian who's not given up. Over here shearing these crossbred sheep, something he probably doesn't do in Australia, shearing crossbreds with the blades. Out the last leg for Phil Oldfield. Punching it from the middle of the back, right out that leg, right to the toe. There's our Australian friend, Andrew Murray, swooping up that long blow now. Big show, blows right up behind the ear. Now works down and out that last side. Phil Oldfield, though, pops on out the porthole, Norm. He's done and dusted.
Done and dusted he is. Well done, Phil. Give him a hand, folks. He can straighten his back now. And Andy Murray, the Australian on stand number 1, last side to come off for Andy. And he'll get his time clock stopped as well. He can join the rest of the field. Waiting for the presentations.
I'm not sure that young fella in the pen wanted his mullet trimmed up with a pair of blades from Phil Oldfield.
Well,
he backed off pretty quick when I said that.
He's gone out the back door, John. Brings
That's
the
it.
head through on the last side, chops around the side of the rib cage, round around the sheep like the Blade boys do, crunches it up a bit, right out onto the hind leg. For Andy Murray, last man standing in this open blade final. He's going to have the last say. Over the tail. Give him a hand, big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Andy Murray, Tim Hogg, Phil Oldfield, Big John Della, Denny Dobbs, and Alan Gemmell, our blade finalists. Well done, guys. 6 sheep out the hole, all done and dusted. And we'll see them again a wee bit later on, or some of them anyway, in the Trans-Tasman test. So right now, folks, we're just going to get set up for a quick presentation before dinner, and we'll be back after dinner with our big finals evening. So don't go too far away. Let's find some winners for the wool handling we witnessed earlier. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. And we will do the presentations for our two circuits and our teams event final. The 56th Waimate Shears New Zealand Spring Shearing Championships, the South Island Senior Wool Handling Circuit, sponsored by Bremworth and Waimate Shearing. First prize this year, ladies and gentlemen, $250 cash and the sash. The South Island Senior Wool Handling Circuit goes to Saskia Tuhakaraina. Well done, Saskia. So Saskia, a big reward for you for all the miles you guys do around the country, following the circuits around. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Norm. Ooh. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I'd just like to thank the sponsors, the competitors, our shearers, all the workers, everybody behind the scenes. Thank you, cooks. Love you, mahi. Mum and my babies, thank you for following me around. Everybody that's taught me throughout all the seasons. Ngā mihi whānau.
Well done, Saskia. So there's a good point, like families and everything involved with their competitors, you know, they sacrifice a lot to travel around the shows, so thank you all those who support our competitors. Well done. Second place, $200 cash in the sash in the Bremworth South Island Senior Circuit. Chrome Ellis, ladies and gentlemen. Chrome. Chromie. We'll get that sorted anyway. Third place, $150 cash and the sash. This year, third place goes to Maiden Ellis. They might be together, maybe, they reckon. Fourth place, $100 cash in the sash. I'm sure she'll be here. Charlotte Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Charlotte. And our sweeps, courtesy of Lockie Nixon. Lockie. Thanks, Lockie. So, yep, the sweeps presented to our winners and place getters. You want to jump in there, Warren? And a big thanks to Bremworth, of course, for the sponsorship of this event. As you can see on Lockie's sweeps, the Senior Wool Handling Circuit finalists. This year's winner, Saskia Tuhakaraina. Give him a big hand again, ladies and gentlemen. Second place, Chrome Ellis. Third, Maiden Ellis. Fourth, Charlotte Stewart. So, well done. And the Open Wool Handling Circuit, ladies and gentlemen, once again sponsored by Bremworth and Waimate Shearing. A big thanks to our sponsors. First place in the circuit this year, $250 cash and the sash, 108 points versus 111, so pretty close. Candy Hurry, ladies and gentlemen, this year's circuit winner. Well done, Candy. Once again, congratulations, and big ups to you guys for chasing the competitions all around the country and all the miles you guys do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. I'd just like to thank the sponsors, the competitors, and everybody else that organises the show here.
Well done, Candy, this year's winner. Second place, $200 cash, and the sash goes to Kushla Abraham, ladies and gentlemen. Second place in the circuit. Well done, Kush. Third place, $150 cash and the sash, Kieran Herbert. Well done, Kieran. Fourth place, $100 cash in the sash, Amy Ferguson, ladies and gentlemen. And our sweeps, courtesy of Lockie Nixon. Thank you. All engraved and varnished up, looking pretty sharp. So once again, these competitors all over the country, chasing the shows, supporting the shows, teaching our young ones. Appreciate all the work they do. Well done. In our teams event sponsored by the Waimate Town and Country Club and Bruce Rogers Shearing. Once again, Warren will give out these prizes. A big thanks to our sponsors, of course. First place, 118.18 points. Second place, 132.94. Third place, 133.94. So not a lot in it, but a very impressive lineup and two very impressive performances from our winners this year. Mahi up, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the teams event. Well done, girls and guys. The Mahi Up team. Amy and Charlotte and Taylor. Henderson was the other shearer. He'll be getting sorted for the big final tonight. Yeah, and we'll get a photo. Mahi Up, the winners of this year's teams event. Well done, team. Second place, $200 cash, and all the sashes go to the Platinum team, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Third place, $100 cash, and the sashes go to the Dawn Raiders. Thank you very much. Well done, teams. Always a great spectacle, always great fun, and this one in particular, you only allowed one open shearer per team and one open wool handler per team, so it gives our young competitors a wee bit of finals experience. And our open grade shearers are probably all getting ready for the open final a bit later on, so this is what's left of the teams. Well done, guys and girls. Thank you. Congratulations to Mahi Up, this year's winners. Okay, so thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen, and a big congratulations to all our winners of those events we just presented. Thanks to you, Warren, and the committee once again. You want to say a few words? And a couple of words from our president from the New Zealand Spring Shears, Mr. Warren White.
Yeah, thanks for everyone for coming along. Congratulations to all the winners today, and best of luck for everyone tonight for all the finals. We've probably got 150 helpers there for the volunteers for the weekend. Yep, thanks very much. There's too many to mention. There's just whole community comes together, which is brilliant, and a lot of people come a long way to help. We're going to band tonight, so if you want to come along and have a night out with the bar going, courtesy vans, of course. So anyway, we'll hopefully see you there. Thanks.
Thanks, Warren, and of course we'll be here. All the finals to come up, and maybe a couple of quiet coldies and a band playing, and like you say, courtesy van to get you all home. So looking forward to an enjoyable night here at the Waimate Shears. We'll see you all. We'll be back again just anywhere between sort of 5:30 and 6 o'clock. We'll start, hope to aim to start just before 6 for our finals. So we'll see you all then. Warren. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to the finals evenings here at Waimate Shears for the 56th time. Denny Dobbs has got to go to the toilet quickly for a nervous one, obviously. Just before we start with our Trans-Tasman blade shearing test, our big thanks. Big thanks to our sponsors for our Trans-Tasman test is the Royal Tavern. Big thanks to Alec and the Royal Tavern, the team over there. They do look after us most years here at the Waimate Shears. We have been known to accidentally go in there a couple of times. And a big thanks, of course, to all our sponsors across all the grades, especially the finals we're going to witness tonight. Some big finals coming up. Before we crack into it, I just want to pay our respects to some legendary blade shearers, which are quite appropriate just prior to the New Zealand Australian blade test. Some legendary blade shearers that have passed away in the last sort of 6 months. So we're going to have a moment's silence for these guys. And their thoughts go out to their families, Tommy Rareri, Shane Guthrie, Alan Corder and Johnny Michelle, for top men, good competitors, tough, shared men. And we're just going to have a moment's silence now for them in memory of them and in honour of their families. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, their thoughts go out to their families. Tommy Rareri, Shane Guthrie, Alan Corder, Johnny Michelle, those names resonate through the boards of a lot of old shearing sheds around the high country of the South Island, mainly, and worldwide as well. Okay, so we're just waiting on Tony Dobbs to come back through. Our Trans-Tasman test, ladies and gentlemen. We witnessed our blade shearing final just before dinner. A good event. We haven't had the prize giving for that, so we're unaware who our winners are. Okay, so Tony's back. So we'll introduce our two teams onto the stage before the anthem, ladies and gentlemen. Representing Australia down the far end. We'll get them up on the stage. We'll get Andy Murray up there representing Australia down on stand number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a hand as he takes the stage. Representing New Zealand on stand number 4, Alan Gemmell, folks. On stand number 3, our other Aussie blade shearer, Big John Della. And on stand number 2, the evergreen Tony Dobbs, our other New Zealand blade shearer. And our managers are up there somewhere. I don't know. Have you got a manager, John? Okay. But we'll get our New Zealand manager just to stand. We're going to all stand just for our national anthems, ladies and gentlemen.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth of toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Advance Australia Fair. Beneath our radiant Southern Cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this Commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who come across the seas, we've boundless plains to share. With courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, Advance Australia fair.
Ei hoa atua ona iwi matora ata whakarongona me arohanoa ki ahua ko te pai ki tau toa tawhai mana aki tia mai a te aroa. God of nations, at thy feet, in the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices we entreat. God defriend our free land. God Pacific's triple star, from the shoves of strife and war, make her praises heard afar. God defend New Zealand.
Thanks, girls. Well done. Good stuff. Sets the tone for the Trans-Tasman test. And a big welcome to my mate here on the microphone, John McBride from Taranaki, all the way down from Taranaki for the weekend. Thanks for coming, Johnny. And some big finals we're about to witness now. The Trans-Tasman Blade Test, the Junior Machine Shearing Final, Intermediate, Senior, and then the Open Novice, followed by the big Open Final, which won't be too far away from now. John, welcome to Waimate.
This is the big dance, of course. We've been accumulating points throughout the last couple of days. Now we're heading into the final session where we decide winners in about 5 grades. So we're awesome stuff. Good to see everybody here. Weather's been pretty reasonable. The sheep have been brilliant, and the competitors are very competitive.
And the locals, fantastic.
Oh, I'm going to taste the locals tomorrow.
Noel. And our Trans-Tasman test will be battled out over 4 sheep each. Our sheep kindly supplied by Hacker Station. Real credit to Barry Gray and the team out there, the beautiful sheep. These ones, 4 each, New Zealand and Australia. Tony Dobbs, John Della, Alan Gimmel, and Andy down there on the far stand. We've had the thumbs up. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're into it. Tony Dobbs and Alan Gemmell representing New Zealand's on stands 2 and 4. John Della and Andy Murray down there on stands 3 and 5. Away we go into the first hind leg, so the scissors will be flying, John, as they work their way around the 4 sheep. But Tony Dobbs, like we said earlier in the blade shearing final, the open final, doesn't shear full time. John Della, I'm not sure what John does over in Aussie. They'll shear a few studs, but I don't think they do a whole big season like some of the boys do here. Alan Gemmell does a bit of shearing, and Andy Murray, the Australian down there on the far side, stand number 5 into the top of the head and up the neck. So Tony Dobbs just jumping straight into it. He's represented New Zealand on numerous occasions. He's won many, many finals all around the world as Tony Dobbs. He's a fantastic competitor, very, very strong, very competitive, as you'd imagine from someone that's won as many finals as him. Tony Dobbs from Fairley on stand number 1, up round into the first front shoulder, closely followed by Big John Della there on stand number 3. He's into the first front shoulder as well. Around the back of the head for Alan Gemmell. Andy Murray around the back of the head as well. John, she's all go. This is the first sheep on the board. Trans-Tasman test.
Yeah, well, I don't see any rust on those blades, by golly. They're certainly Tony Dobbs have been in use recently. Eh? As I say, he's probably been in the competition finals here, won on about 10 occasions back in the past. Semi-retired now from the blade shearing and just here representing the country. He's doing a marvellous job. He's been around the world with the blades. Here we have a fellow compatriot, Alan Gemmell, just a little bit slower off the blocks this time round. He put in a big racer in one of the earlier events this afternoon. Is he waiting back, holding back and trying to encourage the Australians to get in amongst them, or has he just done his rough sheep first and he's working it through very slowly? Pretty much blow for blow here. John Della from Australia on the stand at number 3, working around his sheep. They drag the sheep out of the board, onto the board, and then they plonk the sheep down and then they walk around it themselves. So a wee bit different style to the machine shearing we're used to seeing here in Waimate. Pop the head out for John Della, likewise as Tony Dobbs. Just letting the sheep sit comfortably on the rump as they come down the last side together. Della's a little bit closer to the porthole, so he's probably trying to save a little bit of time as he goes to drop the sheep out. But look at Tony Dobbs, beautiful style. Yeah, while he's facing away from us, the judges are still watching. Out the last leg now for John Della. There goes Tony Dobbs. We get a time on that one. What did they shear that one in?
About 2 minutes and 7 seconds, John, so just a fraction under the 3 minutes. Not bad for the blades. In goes Big John Della, just a few seconds behind Tony Dobbs. Last side time for Andy Murray. Last side time for Alan Gemmell as well on stands 5 and 4 respectively. But away into the first hind leg for the Kiwi on stand number 2 and the Aussie on stand number 3. Good ding-dong battle. Alan Gemmell right into the last front shoulder. Andy Murray right out onto the back leg. He's shearing a wee bit quicker than he did in the open blade final, I reckon. Andy Murray might have been just holding himself back and saving himself for this one possibly. Through and up the neck for Tony Dobbs on stand number 2. Just while they're working their way through, I'd like to thank the shearing judges up on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big hand. They've been here for 2 days. Still got a few events left. All over the country these guys and girls are from. And while you got the applause, keep it going for our resident wool handling team down the front there and out the back. Thank you guys and girls very, very much. Big weekend and still a few events left as well. John, up on the stage, finishing touches for Alan Gemmell.
Yeah, no, he's not doing pretty well. He maybe had a little bit of a roughie or toughie in there. He thought, well, I better get rid of it quick. But I know he can whip it off because he demonstrated that before the evening break. So let's see how he goes. Into this one, dropping down into the what we call the undermine now. The sheep sitting nicely. Drop that sheep right on the board as soon as you got it out the door, and he'll walk around it as he goes up the undermine. Lifts that leg a little bit so he doesn't get any wool dragging under the tail when he comes down the last side. Just a little bit of a tidy up on the inside of the leg. They're being judged out the back, these sheep. So the pressure on Andrew Murray from Australia up the neck, around the side of the cheek, as the two big guns, Tony Dobbs and John Della, are up the long blow and a bit further on. Tony Dobbs over the top now. Look at him go. Tony Dobbs, a very experienced competitor, driving his blades across the last side. There we go. Alan Gemmell starting to fire a few quick shots in now. He did his tough sheep first, perhaps. Over the shoulder on the last side comes Tony Dobbs. Right on his case is John Della, the Australian. They've got 4 sheep to shear. We're on sheep number 2. Into the long blow now. Starting to work hard is Andrew Murray. Look at him putting the big shots in along down the rib cage, not across the rib cage. Up over the top, he's about to swing into the long blow. There goes Tony Dobbs, completes the task. 2 left in the pen, gives the comb the blade a little bit of a work over with the stone. Got a wee set up in there against the board, and he slides the blade into it and then grabs hold of the stone and gives it a little bit of a tong up. Gets that good cut. Change of blades now for John Della there from Australia. He's not going to waste time giving it a strop up. He's just going on to a new set. Starting right out by the hock. Down the first off leg, the undermined shots. Make sure they don't clip any skin at all. You want to keep away from the back end of the back leg of the sheep. You don't want to be down driving it into that sinew leg, which will hamstring the sheep. That's a no-no, of course. Up over the top. They've got a wee leather strap on them, what they call the driver. So they slip their hand into that because they get a bit of grease on their hand, and they've got no real gripping power onto the steel with your bare hand. So that what they got there is a leather strap for a driver, and that's what helps them push the blades through the wool. Isn't that correct, Norm? You've done a few.
Very few, John, very few. But yes, that is a driver. And there'll be another wee bit of metal on the back of the blade called the cockspur, and that stops the blades overlapping. So just while we're carrying on, our novice machine shearing finalists, is Manawa Hunt still with us? If Manawa Hunt is in the stadium, can you just pop up to the front desk and see us at the announcer's desk? Manawa, if you're here, can you come up? That'd be great. But back up on the stage, the open blade shearing Trans-Tasman final into the run through the rib cage for Tony Dobbs. John Della does the same. Tony Dobbs lays it down. Another couple of shots. Big John will do the same. Gets right up the backbone, John, before he actually lays it into what we'd traditionally call the long blow. So Big John Della, he's turning the long blow into the short blow, isn't he?
He certainly is. They do quite a big undermine, and then a lot of short across the rib cage, not down the rib cage, and then he goes big drive from the middle of the loin right up behind the ear. Here goes Tony Dobbs onto the money side of the sheep. One more left in the pen. John Della says, "You're not getting away from me, your character. Let's keep the clipping going." Under the shoulder, he's about to swing as Tony. Under the shoulder for Tony. Stepping up the neck now, we've got Alan Gemmell on the NZ stand number 4. Andrew Murray had a good sheep on the first one. Or maybe Alan Gemmell was just playing mind games with him. Hey, no way you go hell for leather as you go round the back of the head. He's starting to make inroads in on the lead that Tony Dobbs has got. Cat and mouse game, down and out the last leg for Tony. Down and out the last leg for John Della. Sheer magic, the Australian man's got written on his pants. Well, it is sheer magic. It's quiet. It's achievable in any part of the world. You go out in your backyard and you just catch a sheep and you rip your blades through the wool. little bit messy around the paddock, of course, but hey, the Australian's got to be head on now. He's got 3 or 4 blows ahead of our front man, Tony
Big
Dobbs,
John.
Norm. There you go.
Tony Dobbs in and out of the pen. Big John's out in front on stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want those finalists, Warren? Or do you want them now? Our novice finalists, please come up and see Mr. White. Our novice finalists, come up and see Mr. White and draw for your stands. Tony Dobbs slides down into the first hind leg, but John Della up the undermine. Just a couple of shots out in front. Where's the other 2 shearers? So turning for home. So Alan Gimmel's finally pulled back Andy Murray. Alan Gimmel for New Zealand, Andy Murray for New Zealand. Alan Gimmel round onto the last front shoulder on stand number 4. Chopping up through the backbone in what we call the long blow is Andy Murray, Australian rep on stand number 5. And he lays it down, just takes the wool off the back of the neck before he turns for home. But Alan Gimmel got a few shots out on Andy Murray now, but where are these 2 on the front stands? These are the speedsters so far. Up the neck for Tony Dobbs. Into the back of the head. This is the 4th and final sheep on the board. Round through into the first front shoulder, they're chopping. In towards the base of the far ear is Tony Dobbs, but inside of the leg for John Della. So he's pretty much finished the shoulder, and he comes around in towards the rib cage now. Chops around the rib cage and towards the backbone. So he's still a few shots out from Tony Dobbs. Tony Dobbs putting the hammer down, trying to stay with him and trying to get that lead back. John Della, the big fella on stand number 3, chops his way up the backbone. Going to lay it down very shortly and finish the wool off the back of the neck. Tony Dobbs comes around, he lays it down, but he's got further to go in the long blow than John Della. Just 2 different techniques. Alan Gimmel from New Zealand in and out with his 4th and final sheep. Not too far away from his 4th sheep is Andy Murray. Down there on stand number 5, he chops around onto the back leg, but long blow time on stands 2 and 3, nothing in it really, but John Della turns for home first. He's leading the field as far as speed goes. Quality comes into it, of course. The judges on the board all looking for what we call second cuts. If they cut each fibre of wool, if they cut it twice, or they cut a hunk off, and there's a big hunk left on the body of the sheep, they've got to go back and take it off. That's cut the fibre in half, so it's called a second cut. It's a shearing fault. They'll get penalised for it because it devalues the fleece. And, of course, there's another set of judges when the sheep goes down the hole out the back. The judges out the back are checking them for ridges and lumps are all left on and any skin scratches. So your time points, 1 point every 20 seconds, your board points and your outside points all add up to give you your total. The lower the better. John Della wipes the sweat out of his eyes as he chops around onto the back leg. In goes Andy Murray. Andy back on the board with his 4th and final sheep. And Alan Gimmel, the New Zealand man on stand number 4, he's well through, well ahead of Andy this time as he slides into the first front shoulder. But back leg this time for Tony Dobbs and John Della, Australia, New Zealand. Who's it going to be? Tony Dobbs looks like he's back with him. Right out of the back leg though for big John Della. Back leg time for Tony Dobbs. They got the best side of them facing us. Right out onto the toe. Tony Dobbs, John Della, Tony Dobbs, John Della lets his one go. Well done, John. Big John Della. Finished. Done and dusted. Time clock has stopped for John Della. A few seconds behind is Tony Dobbs. Out it goes. Time clock stopped when the blades go into the basket, into the water pot. He can stretch his back. Ooh, he's sucking and blowing a bit of air there, John McBride.
Oh, well, it's not easy up there, as you can see. You haven't got that electricity cutting the wool for you. It's all manpower. And the big man, Alan Gimmel from New Zealand, is coming across the shoulder on the last side as he's got away from the shearer, the Australian shearer next to him, Andy Murray, as he drives towards that first off shoulder now, moving round his sheep. Over the last side, the last shoulder for Alan Gimmel. Coming under the shoulder. Can't hear much of the click of the shears, as the old song goes, but there will be just a slight noise as the blades come together and the stop starts to work. Pushing out the last leg is Alan Gimmel into the first off shoulder, swinging it round for the long blow shots is Andrew Murray from Australia down on the 5 stand. Keeping using that left hand to hold the sheep up high, so he doesn't want to stretch the sheep out as such, but sort of bunch it up so the wrinkles all sort of disappear and they can glide over a shorter surface area. Here goes Alan Gemmell from New Zealand. 2 or 3 shots. He goes out under the hook and down the hole it goes. Going to send it away to the judges now. Not too distressed, that sheep. It's taking a while to get around it with the blades, but well done to Alan Gemmell from New Zealand on stand number 4. So we just still got the youngster, Andrew Murray from Australia, rocking over that last shoulder. Not to be too concerned about his speed at the moment. He's hoping he's got the quality. He's only a young man and he will get better and stronger the more he does and the better he prepares his equipment. Over the last leg, he comes on the front shoulder. Just moving the sheep back, using the left hand. Probably going to change position shortly as he comes under the shoulder, just showing us the technique he's got coming down that last side, which he can do. He can shear both ways here with the blades because you're not tied to any upright structure. And out the last leg he comes. Doing pretty well. Still got a bit of a shot coming down the middle of the backbone. Right out the last leg. Probably that blows 800-900 mils long. Out the last leg again. Making sure he's closing the blades at the end of his run. Doing pretty well. He probably trained on the old koala bear in the lounge room floor. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. Well shorn.
Well done, guys. New Zealand versus Australia, the Trans-Tasman Blade Test. Tony Dobbs, Alan Gemmell for New Zealand, John Della, Andy Murray for Australia. Fantastic spectacle up there. Good shearing from all 4 of those shearers. Of course, their points will go together. We'll find the top team very shortly. Okay, folks, get set up for the first of our machine shearing finals. The novice, there's only 3 shearers in our novice final this year, but we'll let them run and we'll find a winner out of those 3. Yeah, just a couple of minutes, we'll get sorted, John.
Get some droppers below those Evos and we'll be in action.
So just setting our machines up for the machine shearing, the Lister Nexus machines. Are they still called Nexuses, Tom, or just Lister machines? Yep. And a big thanks, of course, to Lister Shearing for their support of the Waimate Shears once again. And, of course, the support all around the country that Lister Shearing provides to our competitors and their committees.
Somebody get the water pots out. Water pots. Get the water pots out of the road. Well done, Denny. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. You done it well. We'll get the Jimmy phone up in a wee minute.
So can you pick the best volunteer?
Volunteer?
You two.
Right.
And me and Renee are doing the best. Could you do that?
Yes.
You two?
Yes.
Just a bit of fun. And then we'll announce it whenever you think's best, so we'll talk before we announce it, of course. Just a bit of fun for you guys. Pick the best volunteer, committee or non-committee, and we're doing one of the finalists.
Right.
Just for a bit of fun.
How do we know who's on the committee?
Well,
We're going to have to get all the committee members to come out.
will you do it whichever one? No, it doesn't have to be. It can be one of these ones in a blue top that aren't. Anybody that's working here. Just be, anybody. Okay, but not me. But it can't be you two because you're... And it can't be Renee either because she's part of this. Okay, us
We'll
four are...
decide. We'll decide.
Yeah. So we'll do it, yeah. Is that right?
Yep.
You're happy with that? So we're doing one bum volunteer or committee member, anybody that's working there, and then one limited finalist.
Yeah.
Just as a bit of fun. These are the...
Yep.
That's what my work is. Alright?
Yep. Yep.
I just don't know when we're meant to announce it, so... Yeah, that's the only thing we're going to fix in. So I'll let you work it out.
I did think of that, but she might be offended.
Yeah, we've got to get right. Just 2A.
Our junior finalists, our 6 junior finalists, Ruben Wilkinson, Connor Wilkinson, Levi, Lex Wilson, Donnie Stringer, Max McTavish, Jet Shemansky. Can you guys come up and see Warren and draw for your stands, please? Junior finalists to see Warren up here at the announcers table and draw for your stands. Get your singlets. MKM singlets too, John McBride, that their finalists are going to be wearing. Pure wool.
I wear nothing else, no.
Same here. Same here. Shearing them every day. Wear them every night.
You probably wear the same one.
Don't have to change it as wool. That's the beauty of wool, mate. Isn't it?
Definitely
one
good.
of the many, many advantages of wool.
Definitely good for the kidneys.
There's a lot of things we do that aren't good for the kidneys, so
that's
wearing
why,
a wool singlet.
That's
hopefully
why I look after them, cover them up with wool, give them time to repair overnight.
Good plan. You're a thinking man, John McBride. You do surprise me.
Next event on the card is the novice final.
And our novice, Paddy Dobbs Rural and Blair's Motor Repairs, our sponsors. A big thanks to Paddy Dobbs Rural and Blair's Motor Repairs. Of course, our novice is one of our introductory sort of grades where we shear, so they'll just shear the one sheep. None of these will be professional shearers, but interested in shearing, John, learning their way in the game. And, well, let's get up and have a go. They've got a novice.
Yeah, it's a good way of introducing people to the game. Generally, they shear first thing in the morning. There's not too many people here. There's a few more people here tonight, but they've already had a go, so their nerves won't be quite as tense.
Not every competition has novice. Of course, the junior grade, it really is the introductory grade to competition shearing, but the novice is always good to let the young ones have a crack, just a one sheep.
They get a free shear because it doesn't cost them anything to get in.
Dead right.
And whereas once you become a junior, you've actually got to pay to enter.
Hey, Warren, is it a clean shear, the novice? Is it a clean shear? Or what? It was earlier, wasn't it? Clean shear. So we're not judging on the board. But the judges will get up just in case they...
Judges get up and help them.
Yeah.
But they're judging on the board. At the back.
Just judging at the back.
And time, isn't it? Yep.
Hey?
And time, isn't it?
Time and...
2 minutes, yep. The belly.
Yeah. They get 2 minutes to shear it.
Yep.
Every 10 seconds over 2 minutes is a point. Yep. Okay, so novice is a clean shear, ladies and gentlemen. So they're only shearing the one. They've got 2 minutes to shear the sheep. And if they go every 10 seconds over 2 minutes, every 10 seconds is 1 point added to their total. So they're not judged on the board, but time will come into it, and they're judged out the back. So looking for a real good quality shear. They can take their time, take
But we
everything
will
on.
put the judges alongside them to just assist in any way in case it becomes a problem.
Dead right, yep. And our judges are more than happy to do that. Our judges, of course, keen to help in any way they can. Guidance and a wee bit of instruction for our younger competitors. Very approachable, John, aren't they? Any questions or anything about judging or competition shearing, any of our young competitors can go to the judges and approach them, and they can sort things out for them.
We need competitors. Where are our young competitors? Could we have them up on the side of the stage, please?
Here's Manawa Hunt, Jacob Booth and Kane Miles. If you come up to the foot of the stairs, and we'll introduce you onto the stage. On stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big hand. It's a big moment for these guys. Kane Miles from Christchurch on stand 3, please.
And then we have the local man, Jacob Booth from Waimate on the 2 stand.
And rounding up the field, the 3 shearers on stand number 1 from Oamaru, Manawa Hunt. 3 shearers, 1 sheep. 2 minutes to shear it. Should all be around under the 2 minutes, John, shouldn't they? Unless they have a real difficult little beast.
Yeah, these sheep have been had their belly removed, so there's a wee advantage there. That's quite a difficult area for the novice to get their head around. They've been here and have made a long day of it. They were the first here this morning, 7 o'clock or thereabouts. And here we are 12 hours later. They're getting another chance to crack the wool off. So it looks like we're pretty well ready, Norman.
Okay, your referee's given us the nod. The novice final, ladies and gentlemen, the first of our machine shearing finals. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Kane's keen anyway, he's in and out. Jacob Booth and Manawa Hunt. Just the 1 sheep, ladies and gentlemen. These are our novice shearers. Big moment for them, and the nerves will be tingling. Out in front of everybody, in front of the judges in particular. So it's a clean shear. They've got a couple of minutes, so they don't have to race into it. They can just take their time. It's the finished sheep that the judges will be looking at. That's where the quality points will come from. Take their time, take everything off. If they leave a wee bit on, nothing wrong with going back because they're not getting judged on the board.
That's dead right, but of course if they don't take it off on the board, the judges out the back will certainly find it. And that's what they're out there to do, is to give us the finished article score on these young competitors. Wearing that beautiful MKM singlet, an absolutely brilliant product. I can swear by it. So we thank our sponsors really for, especially the ones that have been here and doing the hard mahi over a long period of time, and welcome on any new sponsors. But Manawa Hunt from Oamaru, just up the road, into the long blow he swings. Young Jacob Booth from Waimate just back off the pace a little bit. Kane Miles from Christchurch come a long way to shear 1 sheep. Let's see how he goes. They must have been very, very taken with the Waimate shears to hang around here all day and then get up and compete in this final. On to the last side he swings. This Kane Miles from Christchurch. Jacob Booth from Waimate, the local lad, dropping down into that first off shoulder. Over the last shoulder is a Manawa Hunt, though. He's really putting the hammer down, blow for blow, or just maybe 2 blows in front of Kane Miles at the moment. Is Manawa Hunt, the young man from Oamaru, just rolls that left hand under the leg. Poking the blow straight down to the flank, keeping it flat on the skin. No ridges. Long blow time for Jacob Booth. But Norm, it looks like it could be Manawa Hunt from Oamaru going to take it out in under 2 minutes. So he doesn't lose any time points, but he doesn't gain any for going any faster either.
Manawa Hunt, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a hand. His sheep's out. So is Kane Miles. Well done, Kane. And it won't be long before Jacob, the young man on stand number 2, he'll be done and dusted as well. Just coming down over the last front shoulder, keeping the job right. He knows the judges are out the back. He knows he can go back and take a bit off because he's not getting judged on the board. Very hard, ladies and gentlemen, to keep the comb down on the skin where you need to keep it. Bottom tooth has got to be down on the skin all the way around the sheep. If it comes up off the skin, it's going to leave a wee bit of fluff behind. When they go back and take that wee bit of fluff off, that's called a second cut. Not that it's important in this grade, in this clean shear grade. Definitely important in all the other grades. If they take that bit of fluff off, they get penalised. If they leave that bit of fluff on, they get penalised. So the aim is to keep the comb right down on the skin. Otherwise, you can't win.
A double-edged sword, as you would say to speak, Norman.
Yeah. And these judges, they don't miss much. They're all very, very experienced New Zealand shearing sports judges. Travel the competitions all around the country just for the benefit of our competitors. They get nothing out of it themselves other than the knowledge and the pleasure of helping the industry and helping the young ones. Well done, Jacob. Give him a big hand there, 3 novice shearers. Manawa Hunt, Jacob Booth and Kane Miles. We'll see them again at the prize giving and we'll find a winner out of those 3. Well done, guys.
So next on the card we have the junior final. Junior final sponsored by Makihi Fries, along with the Lister and Clifton Downs. Where they'll be shearing. What are they shearing? Each shearer will be shearing 3 sheep in the final. 3 sheep in the final for these junior shearers.
And we'll get our junior shearers to assemble at the foot of the stairs, please. And while they're doing that, we'll get our intermediate finalists to come up and see Warren and draw for your stands. Emma Martin, Cody Waihapi, Lydia Thompson, Hautapu Mikaidi, Tim Dixon and Marius Klukpa. Come up and see Warren, draw for your stands, please, our intermediate finalists. Have we got... We'll get the junior names up on the board, please. Oh, he would have only just got them, probably. So the junior, like you say, John McKicky Fries, Lister and Clifton Downs. Clifton Downs, Chris and Shelley Medlicott out at Hunter there. A big thanks to our sponsors for supporting our young competitors on their competition journey.
Done.
Well, they can go up 2 years if they want, because they're out
Well, I presume they know about it. You would have told them.
Thanks, Davey. Names are up. Sheep are in the pen. Let's get them up on the stage, folks. Give them a hand as they take the stage here. Junior finalists down there on stand number 6 from Ranfurly, Donny Stringer.
On stand number 5 from Lawrence, we have Max McTavish.
On 4 from the deep south, from Wyndham Way, Connor Wilkinson.
No. On stand at number 3, we have Jet Szymanski from Gore.
The other Wyndham brother there, Reuben Wilkinson, ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 2.
And up on the front, we have Mac McTavish.
Donny Stringer,
Levi
Lex Wilson, Connor Wilkinson, Jet Szymanski, Reuben Wilkinson, Max McTavish. John, that's the line up there. Our junior finalists, they're the best 6 out of the junior grade up here in this big final. The McKicky Fries Lister, Clifton Downs sponsored junior final. Once again, big thanks to our sponsors. Without our sponsors, there'd be no competition.
This is the grade for shearers that can shear up to 205 in an 8-hour day. Just starting to get a taste of full-time work when they're shearing in this junior grade. You've had a look at your pens. Stay out of them now.
Okay, our referee is Greg Stewart. We'll wait for him to give us a nod. He's moving his way down the board. Thank you, Greg. Let's set these guys alight. Junior finalists here today, at top 6. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're into it, John. 6 stands, 3 sheep. Out on the board with number 1. Away we go, the junior grade finalists. These good young competitors. Battle it out. We're going to find someone to give that red ribbon to tonight.
And also $300 would be quite pleasant to help pay for the feed on the way home tomorrow. And maybe just a couple of spending dollars to buy an ice cream tonight. Here we go, Mac McTavish from Lawrence. Down the first off leg, the undermine shots coming in from him. Reuben Wilkinson from Wyndham. He had a good shear over the last day. He's really enjoyed himself here. Jet Szymanski from Gore. Hey, he's got a super name. He may go super fast later on in life, but we just need him to concentrate on keeping the comb flat and getting the job done over 3 sheep here tonight. Connor Wilkinson, the other brother from stand number 2, he's on the 4th stand there, opening the neck up. Very politely opens the wool up for the judge to peer in. As he gets on in shearing years, he will be just breaking that wool open with a powerful arm. And then hopefully that'll stay apart for the judge to peer in. Down there on stand number 5, Levi Legs Wilson from Wyndham, right there as well. Dropping into the first off shoulder now. Donnie Stringer down on stand at number 6 from Ranfurly. He's into the long blow already. So he's rolling up the long blow. Big, powerful young shearer. But the pace from Max McTavish from Lawrence. He wants that ribbon and the $300. He wants to be able to say that he's sure well here at the Waimate Spring Shears and come away with first prize in the junior, because you'll get your name in the book for future reference. And there's been some big names written in the book here in the previous winners in the back pages. So over the shoulder comes Levi Wilson. Under the shoulder, down and out to the flank. Connor Wilkinson into the long blow. Jet Szymanski down the last side. He comes. He's putting in a good shear. Inky Pinky. These sheep are looking well shorn there from Max McTavish. And Reuben Wilkinson on stand number 2. He's making it look easier. Sheep's giving him a little bit of jip as he comes down the last side. So, Norm, we're almost done and dusted on that first sheep. And we're just starting to see the changeover now.
Yep. Jet Szymanski from Gore in and out with sheep number 2. He's on the board. Just watch that first hind leg of Jet. So, John, a real nice first hind leg. He's got his shots firing in nicely. Great lines. And Levi Lex Wilson, he's in and out. Donnie Stringer, the big fella down there from Ranfurly on stand 6. He's in and out. They've got 2 on the board. Connor Wilkinson, just the last side to come off, and he's going to join the rest of the field on sheep number 2. Belly's out for Reuben Wilkinson on stand number 1. The Wilkinson brothers up there, stands 2 and 4 rather. Reuben and Connor into the first hind leg for Reuben on stand number 2. Opens it up, slides the handpiece down towards the backbone, followed by another one and another one nearer the tail. He's going to turn the tail into the wall a wee bit, which he just has with his footwork. 1 foot forward, other foot back. Take the sheep with it and up the undermine into the top of the head for Reuben Wilkinson from Wyndham on stand number 1. And his brother Connor down there on 4. Way down the belly on sheep number 2. But it's Jet Szymanski as far as speed goes. Around and towards the first front shoulder. Looking at the long blow very shortly. Max McTavish from Lawrence on stand number 1. Not too far away either. Just finishing off the shunt shoulder. He's under the front leg. Taking all the fribs off before he moves into the long blow. Jet Szymanski though. Jet rolls up the backbone of sheep number 2. Another couple of shots. He's going to be turning for home. Round comes Levi Lex Wilson in towards the long blow. Round comes Donnie Stringer down there on stand 6. A Ranfurly man. Looking at the long blow very shortly, but last front shoulder for Jet. Turning for home also is Max, John. So she's all go here at the Waimate Shears.
Yeah, certainly. We're just watching that Jet Szymanski as he put in those undermine blows there Norm was talking about. He'd been watching somebody special. He walked right from the toenail right up to the middle of the back, almost taking out the mid-rib when he drove that blow. It was about 1,100 millimetres long. It was a fabulous blow to get the undermine opened up. And so he's been practicing. He's been watching somebody that knows a little bit about the game. On the last side now, we have Levi Wilson coming under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank for Donnie Stringer as well on the 6th stand. Connor Wilkinson turning for home, the man from Wyndham on number 4. Out the last leg comes Max McTavish from Lawrence. Reuben and Wilkinson down and over the last side he comes. Sheep number 3 coming out for Max McTavish. Look at this blow going here. Whoa, way deep. Almost got the kneecap of the shearer. That was a brilliant shot. Reuben Wilkinson Into the last leg, couple of blows. Levi Wilson, another man from Wyndham. What's in the water down in Wyndham? We've got 3 shearers in the final here at the junior event. Down the belly he goes. Out the last leg comes Connor Wilkinson, also from Wyndham. Stringer down the far end. Going pretty hard. Belly coming off on his third and final sheep. Very cautious, these young shearers, but they'll be starting to get rid of the nerves now, and they're starting to pump it along. Jet Samansky from Gore. Ruben Wilkinson from Wyndham got his third and final one on the board. Can they pull back this Jet Samansky, though? Not in the pace stakes, I would think. It'll be up to the quality. That's how they'll be playing it. Here they go. Out the last leg, coming down the first off leg, the undermine there for Connor Wilkinson. He's just 1 or 2 blows behind his brother up here on stand number 2. Stringer down the far end, the young man from Ranfurly. Steps up the neck, but it's going to be Jet Samansky right out that last leg, putting the shots in. Sheep's well behaved here tonight. They're wild animals, undrugged and what have you. A good shear there from Jet Samansky from down on the town of Gore, Norm. Hey, he really got on top of his sheep.
Yeah, Jet was flying. No doubt about that. Max McTavish, way through the long blow. Levi Lex Wilson, though, he's right there with Max. They turn for home. Max maybe 2 shots ahead of him. Down over the last front shoulder they work together. Stands 1 and 5. That's where the race is now. Long blow time for big Donnie Stringer. Round into the long blow is Ruben Wilkinson. Connor turns for home as well. Sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle and a wave to the crowd. Connor's just hanging on to it by the skin of his teeth. Under the leg, though, for Max McTavish. On top of the leg for Connor Wilkinson. Levi Lex Wilson down there. He's right out of the back leg as well, but it's going to be Max McTavish unless that one kicks. Right out to the toe. Nothing between them, though. Levi Lex Wilson from Wyndham. Max McTavish from Lawrence stands 1 and 5. Right out over the toe. Another couple of shots. One of them's going to be reaching for the cord. When they do, the time clock will stop. Levi Lex Wilson hits the cord. Time clock stopped. Now Max McTavish. Connor Wilkinson. Good strong finish from this young fella as well. Donnie Stringer not too far away. Just has to wait for that sheep to settle down. Cost him a second. Out to the toe, though, this time. Donnie Stringer. Famous shearing family from Ranfurly. Down the last side for Ruben Wilkinson. Donnie Stringer, though, rolls around under the hamstring out to the toe. Another couple of shots for Donnie Stringer, and he's going to be looking for the cord. Over the tail. Time clock stopped now for Donnie. Ruben Wilkinson. Right out to the toe. Last blows. The last sheep, the last shearer in the junior final, ladies and gentlemen. Over the tail. Over the tail again, and then Ruben Wilson. Give him a big hand, folks. Give these guys a big hand. They're junior finalists. Well done. Great stuff. Good shearing.
Yeah, you could have eaten your dinner off any one of those sheep's backs. Hey, it was as clean as a whisker.
That's what we like to see from our young shearers. Beautifully clean, shorn sheep.
Next on the card is our intermediate event, the final. And they will be shearing 5 sheep each. This is the class for shearers up to 305 in an 8-hour day. Value $400 for the first prize. Great sponsorship. We're very proud to be associated with all these sponsors. And Mark Murphy and Lister are sponsoring the intermediate final.
Next up, yes, you did right, John, intermediate final. But can we have our senior finalists, Kapua Brown, Blake Crooks, John Cherrington, Aidan Tarrant, Alice Watson, Ruben King? Can you people please hop up and see Warren and draw for your stands? Senior finalist drawing for stands, just as we're getting the names up for our intermediate finalists. The Mark Murphy Lister sponsored intermediate machine final.
These sheep supplied by Dave Scott. Apparently a good line of sheep. Wool's coming off brilliantly. It's easy to shear good sheep. And this is what's happening here tonight. They are good sheep, and we're getting good results.
Our intermediate finalists to shear 5 competition sheep. Can we get our... Oh, they're all waiting in the wings there. They're one jump ahead of you and me, John. That takes a fair bit of doing. Our intermediate finalists, ladies and gentlemen, can take the stage on stand number 6 from the Waikato. Hotapu Mikairi, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand as he hops up there.
From fielding on number 5, Tim Dixon.
All the way from the deep south from Gore, Emma Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big hand.
International flavour, South Africa, Marius Klupa.
And another Southland chair on stand number 2 from Matoda. A fine young fella he is too, Cody Waihapi.
And a lovely lady on the front stand, Lydia Thompson for Rangiora.
Rangi what?
Rangiori.
Rangioro. So we got Lydia, Cody, Marius, Emma, Tim, and Hotapu all lined up. They've had a look at the sheep. Get their gear ready. They'll stand at the door. We'll set them alight. 5 competition sheep for intermediate finalists to share. This one sponsored by Mark Murphy with support from Lister. Our referee, he'll have a quick look along, make sure everything's fine and dandy and fair for our competitors, and he'll give us a nod and we'll set them on fire. On fire they will be. So each grade, as we move up through the grades, they get more and more experience, John, don't they? They get quicker and quicker. We give them a few more sheep to try them out. Put them under pressure. We want the very best taking out those red ribbons.
Yeah, certainly they get one to drop down the porthole. Just be careful of your handpieces, people. You've gone to the trouble of preparing your gear expertly. Just be careful as you put the sheep down the hole. Last thing we need is a gear change right at this point. A big woolly sheep, there's plenty of wool on them. This is going to test the skills of these young competitors.
Here's a big woolly sheep going down the hole there.
Oh, he got a bit Perendalish, a bit bald on top.
He's woolly under the armpits and a bald spot on top.
That could be Coopworth, and who knows? Let's see him climb back up there. That'll be the trick. So they have somebody in the pens just to assist them. Make sure the sheep come out the door in the right order. A little bit of money starting to get involved in these competitions now, so they all want a fair crack at the whip.
And they're all out on the stage. Alice Streamsley is our referee. He gives us a thumbs up. Thank you, Ellie. Intermediate this time. The top 6 fought their way through the preliminary rounds, and here they are in the big final. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Into it this time, John. Lydia Thompson on stand number 1. Out on the board she comes with the first of 5. Cody Waihapi, Marius Klupa, Emma Martin, Tim Dixon, Hotapu Mikairi. There's their lineup. Got 6 fantastic young shearers, 5 very, very good sheep. And we're going to find the red ribbon for one of these competitors tonight.
I'm just a bit worried when they all get in the pen together. They all go in and they pull that door. They make the old front give a bit of a wobble, and I thought, whoa, this will be interesting if we have a whole lot of escapee sheep when it collapses. But no, it's hanging in there at the moment. Up over the top now comes Marius Klupa, the South African. He'll be just loving being in this final, being an overseas visitor. But Lydia Thompson, From Rangiora goes up the neck and around the back of the head. She's about to swing, and she's sure extremely well on the semi-finals to get this far. Cody Waihapi from Matara in the deep south. He's got a wee honey of a sheep, this one, and he tucks it hard in against his left leg as he swings on to the money side of the sheep. Emma Martin not too far behind her, but she's a high-quality shearer there from down in Gore. Timmy Dixon from Fielding, he's going to be leading the way as he comes under the shoulder, maybe no, just sitting in second spot as he pumps it down the last side and down the far end from the Waikato, the mighty Wai Tapper Kato. Makeri goes there, out the last leg for him, but it's going to be Cody Waihapi from Matara. Gets that one down the portal. What sort of time do these intermediate shearers get that one out in Norman?
Yeah, about a minute 35 for Cody Waihapi.
Yeah, I think they'll settle down and go a bit harder since Tim Dixon there. Sheep number 2 on the board, Emma Martin. Hey, she's back here again for another crack at this. These fine, beautiful shearing animals. Down the belly she swings. Lydia Thompson, a little bit of trouble lining that up for the porthole, but she's done and dusted now. Just 5 to compete over. Let's see the go, the Waikato, Fielding, Gore, South Africa, Matara, Rangiora. Well, I think the biggest roar might come for South Africa because there'll be a lion coming up there if we don't get this fella. The lion might need the sheep for an eat.
Yep, that's what they do over there. Marius Kluper into the first hind leg. Big sweeping blow down towards the backbone, followed by another and another as he works his way over the tail now up. What they call the undermine, 2 big shots either side of the backbone and into the top of the head for Marius Kluper. Through and up the neck he steps, but there's a few shearers already been there and done that. Now Tim Dixon, the Fielding man, steps into it. He's got a rhythm going, turning for home. There is Hotapu Mikaidi from the Waikato. 2 very good North Island shearers down the back stands, and they've taken the lead off Cody Waihapi. Cody was in first in the last sheep. Who's it going to be this time? Nothing between them as Tim Dixon flies down into the back leg. Hotapus gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle, and he's away down the last leg as well. But one of them are going to step in very shortly. It might be Tim Dixon, I think, as he slides over the tail. Handpiece is off and in the pen. He goes Tim Dixon. Cody Waihapi right there. So is Hotapu Mikaidi. Going to be a good race between these guys. Down the last side for Lydia Thompson on stand number 1. Marius Kluper on 3. Emma Martin. 2 female shearers in this final. That's great to see. Fantastic competitors. Down the last side they come, right out onto the back leg, and very capable shearers, John. Another couple of shots for Marius Kluper, and he's going to be looking for sheep number 3 as well. Let's keep those cards rolling over, please, in the pens.
Yeah, we like to keep up to the score. How many are left in the pen? Stand number 1, flick the card. That story, here goes Emma Martin now down the porthole as Lydia Thompson brings out sheep number 3. Cody Waihapi's been there, done that, and he's up the neck and around the back of the head. But the pace from Tim Dixon down on the 5 stand, he's rocking and rolling into the long blow. Autapu Makeri from the mighty Waikato down on the 6 stand. Can he pull him back? Dixon's got 6 or 7 shots in front of him now. And then chasing hard is Cody Waihapi from the Matara. But it's Dixon down over the top. It could be Waikato coming back at him as he steams down under the shoulder. Sheep number 3 almost done for Dixon. Sheep number 3, 3/4 shot for Cody Waihapi here on number 2. The South African Marius Klopak dropping into the off shoulder now. Dixon's gone in way ahead of everybody else. 7 or 8 shots ahead of the rest of the field. In they go. Once again, they're tearing the door off the hinges to get at these beautiful sheep. Up the long blow goes Lydia Thompson. Waihapi in now for number 4. Marius Kloper still about 20 shots as he comes off the top. And he'll be pulling out number 4. Turning, go for home, Emma Martin. Working hard to stay on the pace now. The girls are sharing together here. Lydia Thompson up the front. And Emma Martin blow for blow. But it's Dixon out in front, the young lad from Fielding. Whoa, he's making a good go of it. But here comes Waikato back at him, Norm. He's got a seething run down there on stand number 6.
Stand 6 it is. The Waikato man slides around behind the head into the front shoulder. And only a couple of shots back from Tim Dixon. Marius Kluper is in. Lydia Thompson's in. Emma Martin is in. They got sheep number 4 coming out on the board right now. Chasing the rest of the field, though. Can we please have our open novice finalists to see Warren to draw for their stands? Corey Palmer, Floyd Neal, Hordy Rata, Corey Barracliff, Joseph Winders, and Tardy Edwards. Our open novices need to come up and draw for their stands. And up on the stage, though, Cody Waihapi slides up through the backbone of sheep number 4 and turns for home. He's chasing hard, chucking the steel and down over the last front shoulder. But Tim Dixon and Hotapu Mikari, 2 North Island men down on the far stands 5 and 6. They're setting the pace, but here comes Cody Waihapi right out into the back leg this time. He's coming back at them. He's picked up a couple of shots on them. The man from Southland on stand number 2. Tim Dixon, Hotapu Mikari, sheep number 5 on the board. This is the last one for these guys. Turn the card over down there. Tardy, thank you. Turn the card over, mate. Sheep number 5 it is. Into the first hind leg for Hotapu Mikari. First hind leg for Tim Dixon. Belly's off for Cody Waihapi. He's trying his best to pull them back. Wants to be there or thereabouts when the final blows are taken. Every 20 seconds is 1 point added to your total, so it's very important. Although it's not everything, John, quality comes into it. Right out round the back of the head for the North Island boys. Swinging into the first front shoulder. Might be Hotapu this time. Down on the back stand. Way through the long blow he sweeps, so he's taken the lead off Tim Dixon and getting a couple of shots on Cody Waihapi as he turns for home. Hotapu Mikairi, sheep number 5 on the board it is. Down over the last front shoulder. Is that card right down there, Tardy? Sheep 5.
Just as well the alarm bells has gone off, Norm. He's finally woken up.
Down the last side for the Waikato man on stand number 6, leading the field home. Here comes Cody Waihapi, still having a crack at them, but Hotapu Mikairi, ladies and gentlemen, down over the last front shoulder. Time clock stop down there on stand number 6. Right with him is Tim Dixon, his North Island mate. Time clock stop on 5. And right out to the toe, over the tail is Cody Waihapi. Has he done enough quality-wise to pull back these guys? Clock stop there on stand number 2. Well done, Cody. The rest of the field, Lydia Thompson. That must be sheep number 5 on the board for her as well, Ants. Round in first front shoulder is Marius Klupa, so he's got a couple of shots on Emma Martin and Lydia Thompson this time. Marius Klupa from South Africa, way round and towards, and he drops into the long blow. 2 short blows and a big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear. Steps across the sheep. Another couple of shots and he turns for home. The cheeks off. Down over the last front shoulder for the South African. Having a great share, this fella over here in New Zealand, John.
He's loving every moment of it. He's going to roar like a lion later on if he comes away with the first prize, I can tell you. He's swooping down that last leg, still pumping along as fast as he dare. He's shearing well within himself, and he hits the time button there, pulls on the cord. And there comes Emma Martin. Good shear from the South African. Emma Martin from down in Gore. Always a high-quality shearer. Likewise is Lydia Thompson from Rangiora. Turns onto the last side now. But Martin away in front at the back end of the last side as Lydia Thompson comes across the shoulder at the top. Winding down the money side of the sheep for Emma. She'll be getting some part of the purse here tonight. We wish her luck at getting the first one, but the pace might be against her. Lydia Thompson comes down the last side, still working real hard, making every post a winning post, she hopes. 1 shot left to go. She comes over the tail. Let her down the porthole, my lovely. Good stuff.
Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Top 6 in the intermediate. Looking for a winner out of those 6, John.
Well, that's the aim of the game, and it started yesterday morning at 7 o'clock. We've been trying to find the final winner. We will achieve our goal. Thanks to the committee that are making it possible for these shearers to compete under such beautiful conditions. One of the finest wool sheds in the country.
You no doubt about that, John.
And some great people to work with.
Next up, senior final, the senior grade. So we're going to go up in experience, up in ability. They're going to go a wee bit faster. We're going to give them another couple of sheep. How many sheep are these guys going to have, John?
Well, we might give them, I don't know.
8. Let's say 8.
Does it say 8 down there?
It says 8.
Didn't bring my glasses with me tonight.
I can see it from here, so we'll have 8. And our sponsors for the senior, John Ardy Petroleum, Backcountry Earthworks and Bourndale Farm. So Bourndale Farm, of course, Dave and Annette Scott. help supply the sheep here. They supply some of the sheep along with the Gray family at Hacker Station. And both those lines of sheep, honestly, a real credit to the crew at Hacker Station and Dave and Annette and the team at Hunter there. And of course, Backcountry Earthworks, Jade Halkett, a local young fella who's doing well for himself.
It's quite difficult to, gauge how a young sheep's doing out on the hill over the winter, but they must keep a very watchful eye on them and to make sure their condition score is right, they're getting the right type of feed, the weather, they're in the right paddocks at the right time to keep the wool looking fluffy rather than getting dirty and dour. And while the crutches can make them look a bit pretty, they certainly still need to be fed right by the owners and the managers.
Yep, top stockman, that's what that is, John. Top stockman. Stock people, I suppose you'd call them nowadays.
Okay, we've got all our shearers by the look of it.
So they're waiting in the wings. We'll just get the sheep in the pens. Okay. Let's bring them up and set them alight, John. On stand number 6, all the way from Seddon up the top end of the South Island, we've got Alice Watson.
From Taramanui in the north, Kapua Brown.
Another Taramanui terror on stand number 4, Aidan Tarrant.
From Rangiora, Blake Crooks.
And stand 2, all the way from the Waikato Big, John Cherrington.
From Kaiapoi on the front, here on the front stand, Reuben King.
Another good, very, very capable lineup of fine young athletes here, John. Reuben King, John Cherrington, Blake Crooks, Aidan Tarrant, Kapua Brown, Alice Watson. They're going to battle it out over 8 of these beautiful competition sheep.
Yeah, as you say, with a little bit more pace about this one because it's up to 405 sheep in an 8-hour day. Doesn't say they shear that all the time, but once they go past 405, of course, they happen to move on into the next grade. So,
and the next grade, John, is where all these young ones want to be in it, the Open.
Well, that's the big kudos, isn't it? If you've achieved that, you're making a bit of money at the game, and everybody wants to talk to you.
Seems to be that way.
That's why you're such a busy man, isn't it? Because you're up there.
Yep. I'm not saying I could keep up with these fellas, but...
Well, every dog has his day, my friend.
Yep. That's what they reckon. That's why I keep going.
Okay, can we have the shearers to the board, please? We need to get you to entertain our beautiful people out here behind us and our sponsors. Good to go, by the look of it. The referee's giving us a thumbs up, Norman.
Thumbs up it is. They're all at their door. Let's set them alight. 8 cross competition sheep in front of these competitors. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're into it. Reuben King on stand number 1. John Cherrington from the Waikato. South Islander and the North Islander on the front 2 stands, and away we go. From Rangiora, Blake Crooks. From Taumaranui on stands 4 and 5. Aidan Tarrant and Kapua Brown, and Alice Watson from the top end of the South Island turns into the first hind leg. All very, very capable shearers, and Kapua Brown hits the top of the head already, John. He's setting the field alight. Up the neck comes Blake Crooks. Top of the head on stands 1 and 2 and 4 as well. Up they come, but they're chasing Kapua Brown at this stage. Round and towards the first front shoulder. Blake Crooks, though, right there with him as he swings around. First front shoulder's coming off for him, and he's going to be dropping into the long blow. Right there with Kapua Brown. Stands 3 and 5, blow for blow as they work their way up the backbone of sheep number 1. Turning for home, though, is Blake Crooks, half a second ahead of Kapua Brown. Round comes Aidan Tarrant on stand number 4. Alice Watson right there as well. So is John Cherrington. He's going to turn, and off the cheek comes Reuben King. Been there and done that. He's onto the shoulder, but down the last side they drop these senior finalists. They're starting to smoke. They'll get into a bit of rhythm. They'll get quicker and quicker yet. Right out to the toe for Blake Crooks. Kapua Brown there as well. Who's it going to be? Blake Crooks, Kapua Brown. Blake Crooks drops. Kapua. Alice Watson, ladies and gentlemen, $1. 1 minute and 18 odd seconds gone on the clock for these guys. In and out with sheep number 2.
Reuben King here on the front stand. Second to last to get to the second sheep on the board, like John Cherrington now for the mighty Waikato. Out with another one, standing pretty much square onto the catching pen door. He knows where the dropper needs to be to get the quick shots down the belly. Flicks the belly out the back for the wool handler. Now the crutch will been way gone from the crutches earlier in the week, and he's down the undermined shots and putting the big ones down towards the floor. But the pace looks to be still there on 3 and 5. 5 maybe at the moment. Round the back of the head comes Brown from Tamarinui. Watson down there on the far end from Seddon. Little bit of trouble dropping into the first off shoulder. Blake Crooks coming on to the last side now. On stand number 3. On number 3 last side. He's going hard. He's pushed the judge off the board. It's making them work hard. Reuben King comes across the shoulder on the last side. He's upped his game a little bit. Alice Watson down there. A little bit of movement with her sheep. Quite a large sort of an animal. Out the last leg comes Kapua Brown, but back in front is Blake Crooks. As Brown's got a bit of a wriggler. Tried to keep it on the floor as long as he could. Down the chute it went with all the wool removed. Likewise, here comes Aidan Tarrant. Ho-ho! John Cherrington under the shoulder. Another sheep on the board for Alice Watson. They're making it happen here. Wanting that first prize of $700. Wouldn't that be a lovely little Christmas present tonight, Norman?
Oh, well, it'll do me, but haven't got much chance of getting that, that's for sure. Turn the card over, please, Corey. Corey, thank you, matey. Sheep number 3 it is for Blake Crooks, and he's around into the first front shoulder on stand 3, sheep 3. Swinging around through under the leg, cleans it all off. Kapua Brown still there with him, but Blake Crooks, long blow first, he's over. And turning for home, and 1, 2 shots, and he's around onto the cheek. Kapua Brown, 2 shots behind him. Another one, and he's turning into the last cheek as well. Alice Watson clears off the front shoulder. Aidan Tarrant's already been there. He's into the long blow. Up comes Big John Cherrington on stand number 2. Round the back of the head for him, and he's into the first front shoulder. But last front shoulder for Reuben King, so Reuben King's starting to smoke along. Under the front leg and away down into the flank, but it's Blake Crooks and Kapua Brown. Who's it going to be? They're having a ding-dong, these two. Blake Crooks it is. John first into the pen with sheep number 4, closely followed by Kapua Brown. And now Reuben King gets into it as well.
Well, I look at it like in the look of Aidan Tarrant, the tall man from Tamarinui there in the middle of the stand. He's starting to fire some quick shots. Alice Watson out the last leg, down there on the 6th stand. Just last to John Cherrington from Waikato coming out, putting the big blows in. Up the top comes Crooksy. Here comes Kapua Brown. He's round the back of the head. Maybe 2 or 3 shots got away on Blake Crooks this time. Oh, it's hard to tell when they turn their backs against you. Into the long blow. It could be Blake Crooks. He snuck a couple of quick blows in on that shoulder blade. Winding onto the last side now. They're almost halfway through the job. Check the sheep numbers on stand 5, please. Let's see the top knot come off there for Alice Watson. The girl, the young lass from Seddon, is down the last side. Comes Blake Crooks. Down the last side comes Kapua Brown. Hey, they've snuck a few quick blows. I thought Tarrant was coming with a run, but it's Reuben King over the top now on the front stand. In goes Kapua Brown, in goes Blake Crooks. Oh, they're going pretty well. Here down the last side, Reuben King sneaking away on the front stand, down and out to the flank. Likewise.